Dragon Clan. Mingfei Returns from Warhammer 40,000. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyright or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301. Deep in the city. 5 days have passed since the train left Moscow. Pulling open the classical and exquisite velvet curtains, the window is a vast primeval forest. The towering trees stand high walls on both sides of the rails, as if temporarily isolating the snow and cold of Siberia in winter. The train travels southeast along the Trans-Siberian Railway, crossing the Ural Mountains, known as the Gateway to Eurasia, and is now running on this vast land called Siberia. During this time, Mingfei either enjoys the beautiful scenery outside the window or reads books. The books are all biographies of famous national leaders or generals, hardcover Chinese version. The books were prepared by Bunyan according to his requirements. Although their itinerary is rushed, they will stop when passing through certain city stations. He will notify them to prepare the corresponding supplies, mostly food, in advance before arriving at the station, and load the supplies when the train stops at the station. The food on the train was quite good. Bunyan found an authentic Chinese chef from nowhere. Although every meal was not a noble and famous dish, the dishes such as mapo tofu, braised lamb and braised yellow croaker were delicious and delicious. They were also very delicious when eaten with the snow-capped scenery outside the window. Finger and Chu Tianzhao could not be as pure as Mingfei. They were really bored, so they asked Bunyan for a deck of playing cards and asked Ling to play landlord or Texas Hold'em with the three of them. Then Chu Tianzhao was impressed by Finger's superb card skills and suddenly asked him with a dark face whether he had taught Shuzaham how to play cards in Castle Academy. Mingfei looked at Chu Tianzhao pinching Finger's neck and playing around, and suddenly felt that this was good. He did not tell Chu Tianzhao about Shuzaham's disappearance, so that he would not worry about the child, and asked to get off the train halfway. From the time Eva sent him a message until the train entered the Siberian no man's land yesterday, Shuzaham had been missing for 62 hours and 47 minutes. Now, because the signal reception was almost interrupted, he knew nothing about the situation in Chicago. Mingfei could only trust, and must trust, Shuzaham to handle this incident on his own. He couldn't turn around and rush back immediately because he was worried about his brother's safety. Even if he rushed back, so what? Now they were at most separated by half a planet. Could he cross half a star region, half a star field, or even half a galaxy to find his brother to fight side by side in the future? He took a deep breath and stopped worrying unnecessarily. Gentlemen, the warm journey has come to an end. Next, we have to change another means of transportation to our destination. After Ling expressionlessly arranged a royal flush to win 100 meals each from Chu Tianzhao and Fingal, they used treating meals as a bargaining chip in their bet. Alexander Bunyan politely knocked on the door of their box. In fact, they had already transferred trains yesterday. Their carriage was disconnected from the train that was destined for Vladivostok, and connected to the new train's locomotive, heading towards the Arctic Ocean and the uninhabited area of Siberia. When the carriage door was opened, the white cold wind and snow hit them in the face. In the howling blizzard, Mingfei heard the sound of helicopter propellers. A giant Mi-26 helicopter approached the rails from the side, descended at a low altitude, and lowered a rope ladder for Mingfei and his friends to board. In the past, when auctions were held, it was the Soviet-era giants that lifted the carriages carrying distinguished guests onto another railway and then headed for City 023. In the past, the Russian Federal Security Service wanted to track us but failed. Bunyan introduced. I'm sorry, for safety reasons, it's always safer to take a helicopter directly than to be suspended in mid-air. Also, I don't have many resources to mobilize, so I can't guarantee that my betrayal this time can be concealed from my real boss behind the scenes. But at least, you can choose the weapons at will. The interior of the huge Mi-26 cabin was filled with neatly arranged weapon boxes, all of which were shiny, brand new finished firearms, ranging from RPG rocket launchers to pistols, which could fully arm an all-round special forces team equipped with heavy firepower. Mingfei only took a cursory glance and was not very interested. Finger was eager to fight. He did not have the problem of his own leader who felt uncomfortable without a grenade launcher. He had a fear of insufficient firepower and directly picked a PKP light machine gun. Chu Tianzhao only picked 2 pistols, and his main fighting method was still the Mura's aim in his hand. Her Royal Highness unexpectedly picked an N94 and a Beretta, silently indicating that she also had the ability to fight. Even the weapons were ready. Bunyan was obviously determined to betray that power behind the scenes for his daughter. As for success or failure, Shu Tianzhao and Finger looked at each other, and then looked at Lu Mingfei, who was sitting aside with his eyes closed in thought. Such a powerful hybrid, and also carrying the supreme will of the Emperor. Damn, what else in the world can resist? More than 2 hours later, a city covered with ice and snow appeared outside the helicopter window. It was hard to imagine that such a city could exist in such a snowy place. It was surrounded by dense pine forests, and its outline could only be seen when the helicopter was in the air. "Welcome to Novosibirsk City 023, my hometown," Bunyan said. "Your hometown?" Zero frowned slightly. "Yes, I was born and raised in this city. At the time, there were more than 20,000 people living here. On the surface, there were workers who built the steel fortress in the rear of the Soviet Union, and scientists who were secretly studying the Immortality Project." Bunyan lit a pipe with loneliness in his eyes. "Before I left this city, the world I knew was so big. There was only one school, one hospital, a children's playground, and a bunch of small shops selling cigarettes and alcohol. My parents are not great people either. They are just skilled workers, but they are very proud of their work. They always told me that our family will live here for 100 years and build the most prosperous Novosibirsk in the world. We will build a spacecraft that flies to Mars, and we will also build an aerospace carrier that can destroy American imperialism. Until one day I sneaked into a movie theater. Children were not allowed to enter movie theaters in the city, for fear that children would become curious about the outside world and would not want to stay in City 023. I watched a movie about Moscow in the back corner of the theater. There was a beautiful girl in a plaid skirt in the movie. Only then did I realize that the world is actually very big. Even if the aerospace mothership I built destroyed imperialism 100 years later, I would be old, and the girl in the movie would be old too. Besides, why should I destroy imperialism? I had never even seen what imperialism was. Then I secretly took a train out of the city, worked hard outside, met the girl in the plaid skirt in the movie, married her and gave birth to the lovely Christina. Because of my personal identity and business, I had to entrust her to other people for her safety." Bunyan took a deep puff of cigarette and silently narrated his past. "To be honest, I can understand you, brother." Shu Tianzhao seemed to feel the same way, patting Bunyan's shoulder and comforting him. "It's the same for me. Because of my identity and mission, I had to leave my lover and children. As a result, no one remembers my identity except my son, so I can only come here to work illegally. I heard from Shuzaham that you have a little hidden nest outside," Finger said in a strange voice. "I only got that place later." Shu Tianzhao blushed. "I have such a big mission pressure and such a big secret. Can't I relax a little?" And after I left, I immediately sold more than a dozen out-of-print Elvis vinyl records and transferred the money to them and their son. Lu Mingfei, as always, just listened to these family relationships without caring about them. He habitually observed the general distribution of buildings and road planning in the city while the helicopter was still in the air, just in case. Family, parents, these should not be that important to him, right? In the story he read, when the Primarch Sanchez landed in Baal, he was almost killed by the ignorant and stupid locals at the time, but he still unified the Baal system with his wisdom, strength and charm, until the Emperor came to let him command the 9th Legion. But I heard that the Primarch of the Ultramarines chapter, in addition to the Emperor, also had adoptive parents in Ultramar. The vibration of the helicopter interrupted Lu Mingfei's thoughts. The Mi-26 landed on the edge of the city, and he could see more clearly the neat residential buildings in the city, the power plant with thick chimneys, and the small shops with a thick layer of frost on the glass. "Your Majesty, you can stay in the helicopter and wait for us to evacuate. You don't need to risk yourself," Bunyan said sincerely. "I can take care of myself, so you don't have to worry about me," Zero said coldly, carrying his N94 on his back, like a little Boy Scout. "What could be safer than staying with us? Haven't you seen the movies? Generally, the lone person in a team is often the first to get into trouble," Finkel said, then showed his white teeth to Lin. "Don't worry, my tough body can definitely protect you." "Then please follow me." Bunyan walked in front with Arkansas 12 on his back, and Lu Mingfei and his group followed closely in the wind and snow. In the center of this small town is a huge circular building. In front of the building stands a statue of Lenin that reaches straight into the sky. It looks like an auditorium or a concert hall. Bunyan let them in through the heavy small door. Inside was a factory-like structure, with all kinds of winding pipes, large and small valves, and Russian danger signs everywhere. They began to go deeper and deeper. The road was tortuous and wet. Judging from the red Arabic numerals written on the wall, they had already gone deep into the 8th floor underground, but it was far from the end. This place is claimed to be the air raid shelter of City 023 to the residents, but it is actually the research institute of the Eternal Life Project, but I still don't know exactly where it is, Bunyan introduced. Every gathering and auction will be held here, and the auctioned item gold and holy syrup will be transported up from underground one by one. Theoretically, it and the factory that produces the holy syrup are deeper underground. He led the way with a flashlight, looking a little uneasy, as if he was not sure whether there was any medicine here to save his daughter's life. What if there is not? Zero asked coldly. Don't worry, Your Highness, even if there is not, I will fulfill the deal and send you to the coordinate. Bunyan showed a helpless bitter smile on his face. The entire huge underground space was silent, with only the footsteps of a few of them. Every time they passed a fork in the road, Shu Tianzhao and Zero would leave corresponding marks just in case. After all, the structure here was as complicated as a maze. Mingfei, who was following Bunyan, suddenly heard a somewhat ethereal voice in his ears. Father. He frowned slightly and looked at Finger, who was walking with him. He was not unusual, but felt a little bored on the road and yawned continuously. Father, you are here. The voice in his ear became clearer and clearer, as if something was calling him from underground. Is it mental harassment against me? Mingfei thought to himself, but didn't take it seriously. If it was a mental attack, it would be too late. The silent journey lasted for nearly 20 minutes, and Bunyan whispered, We may be almost there, listen. Other sounds appeared in the deep underground, which was as dead as the abyss of hell, breaking the silence around. There was a melodious piano music coming from time to time, sometimes it seemed to be behind, and sometimes it seemed to be far away in the sky. This made some people a little creepy, and the team immediately gathered their formation and prepared for battle. You haven't been here before? Ling asked. I came out from here before. Bunning's old face was filled with sadness. Before Ling could ask him what he meant, he continued to move forward. I knew this old guy was still hiding something. What do you mean, Captain? Should we tie him up and torture him first? Otherwise, he will lead us directly into a bomb crater. Finger said with a vicious look. No, follow me. Mingfei shook his head and followed Bunning in front. The front gradually became warm and humid. The walls and the ground of the passage were covered with velvety moss. Water drops dripped from the top of the passage from time to time, as if it was raining lightly. The deeper we went, the hotter it was, as if we had suddenly entered a tropical rainforest from an ice field. Mingfei and others took off their outer heavy cold-proof clothing and went into battle lightly. At the end of the passage was a metal door completely covered with moss. Only the metal wheel used to open the door was shining. The intermittent and melodious piano sound came from behind that door. What's behind that door? Mingfei asked calmly, and stepped forward to help Bunyan turn the metal wheel on the door. I. Or rather, the real I. Bunyan smiled sadly. Although his strength was insignificant compared to Mingfei, he still followed him to push open the heavy steel door, as if to personally meet his own fate. Chapter 302 Clone. Behind the heavy iron door seemed to be a tropical rainforest. Wildly growing vines were entangled in every corner of the escalator, railings and metal equipment, with green leaves and tentacles at the end, as well as small flowers of various colors. A man in black was playing the melodious first piano concerto on the piano on a high platform entangled by vines. He seemed to be completely unaware that the door behind him was opened and a new guest had visited here. He was completely immersed in his own performance. Finger was the first to step into the room. Mingfei followed him with Alexander Bunyan, while Shu Tianzhao and Ling stayed outside the door, alert for possible attacks. Give him a few shots and try. Finger asked Mingfei with his eyes. The PKP in his hand was eager to try. Mingfei stared at the man's back for a moment, then glanced at Bunyan, who was shaking with fear beside him, and shook his head. In the past, Finkel would have definitely not asked, he would have just raised his hand and smashed the other person's head. There was no need to communicate with the heretic alien. But now Mingfei has calmed down a lot, the information controlled by the enemy is more valuable than his life. Just at this time, the last note of Tchaikovsky's piano music fell. The man finished his playing and stood up from the piano, turned around gracefully and bowed to everyone, like a pianist who wanted to thank the audience for their support. Finkel was stunned for a moment, subconsciously turned his head to look at Bunyan, and then looked at the man on the stage, and wanted to rub his eyes to see clearly, because the man's face was almost exactly the same as Alexander Bunyan, but the other was a younger, brand new version. Welcome everyone to come here from thousands of miles away. His voice was young and magnetic, but it also revealed maturity and cunning, and he didn't seem to feel nervous at all. I remember it's not the auction time now, right? You brought a few guests here, do you want to take something from me? My dear Mr. Shepherd Dog. The young Alexander Bunyan glanced at Finkel and Mingfei, and finally stopped at the old man who didn't dare to look up and look at him. Who are you? Mingfei frowned slightly. Apart from age, the biggest difference was that Bunyan next to him was immortal, while the other party had excellent dragon blood in his body and was a mixed blood. Good question, young mercenary, the young Bunyan said with a faint smile. Formally introduce myself, Alexander Bunyan. The one next to you is my clone, my spokesperson in the outside world, and also my shepherd dog. Clone? Cloning technology? Mingfei frowned even more tightly. In the Dark Universe, this was considered an ancient name. Nowadays, the human empire generally calls this artificial life technology created by genetic engineering replicators. After all, it was the dark age of technology when human technology peaked. It was not uncommon for the human empire to have this technology through remnants or archaeology, and it was often used. For example, the machine servants and wetware of the empire's hybrids of humans and machines came from clones, and the brain clusters of some large machine souls and the biological farms that cultivated and stored Astartes superhuman organs also came from clones. In addition, the parchment consumed by the human empire like a bottomless pit also came from this genetic engineering, because it was parchment paper. However, according to Mingfei's understanding, the human empire is prohibited from using replicator technology to create self-conscious individuals, whether human or Astartes. This involves a series of problems that are easy to cause big trouble for oneself, such as where does the human soul come from, blasphemy against the god of all machines, on Messiah, serious blasphemy against the creation of the great god emperor, etc. In short, don't touch it. I didn't expect that this forbidden technology would emerge in my hometown at the beginning of the third millennium, should it be destroyed or preserved for the empire to use. I want a piece of goods, save me, save your daughter. She has begun to show the early symptoms, and needs a piece of goods to help her baptize so that she can live better. While Mingfei was thinking, old Bunyan's tone was extremely humble and pitiful. He knelt down on his knees and begged the young Bunyan. Stand up, don't kneel. Finkel was anxious, and he pulled old Bunyan up with all his strength, cursing in a low voice. Damn. You're so humble that you embarrass us. We came all the way here to listen to you say this. Young Bunyan laughed out loud, not knowing whether it was because of Finkel's words or old Bunyan's pleading. He said slowly, you know how the Scots herd sheep? Raise a few sheepdogs, each of which can help herd hundreds of sheep. The owner only needs to feed the sheepdog. When the sheepdog gets old and can't run anymore, the owner will replace it with a new batch of strong dogs. The owner is still the owner, and the sheep are still the flock. Your existence is to help the master herd the sheep, but you suddenly come to me to ask for a precious commodity, just like a sheepdog telling the owner that I want to have a sheep for dinner tonight. Do you think this is possible? But that's your daughter. Your child. Are you just going to watch her wither at the most beautiful age? Old Bunyan raised his head and growled, his face bleak and sad. Yes, Christina is my daughter, but what does this have to do with you, a copy? Little Bunyan's smile turned sarcastic and playful. Do you really think you're her father? Do you think the memories I instilled in you are your own experiences? I bet you haven't even touched Kopnitskaya's beautiful body. Yes, I'm not her father, but she is my daughter. Old Bunyan just said sadly. Wait. Can I ask a question? Finkel suddenly raised his hand, interrupting this somewhat bitter but unusual and philosophical scene. Of course, ask. Little Bunyan smiled with the magnanimity of a master. If he is a sheepdog, then you are the real master behind the scenes? Finkel asked his question with a malicious smile on his face. Just as Little Bunyan was about to answer, he suddenly found that the young man next to old Bunyan had suddenly come to his senses and looked at him. His sharp and oppressive eyes made him feel that if he dared to say yes, the other party would kill him without hesitation. He subconsciously chose to follow his instinct, and the two words no came out of his mouth. Finkel laughed out loud. Look at you pretending, you've annoyed me. After all, you are also a dog. Since we are all dogs, let's not hurt each other. ... Little Bunyan's face became a little gloomy. Forget it, communicating with you is a waste of time. He clapped his hands, and something came out from under the dense vines. Finkel was so frightened by the thing that he took a deep breath. It was a fierce dog covered with black and gold scales, and it was obviously mixed with dragon blood. However, it was hard to call it a dog because of its current size. Its size and weight were estimated to be larger than that of an adult lion. Its dark golden eyes, as big as copper bells, stared at all living things in its sight with bloodthirsty desire. Then the second, third, and fourth, a total of 12 such bloodthirsty monsters emerged from this rainforest-like room. Shu Tianzhao, who was outside the door, wanted to come in for support, but in the narrow passage behind them, 2 dragon blood dogs also stepped in. Although I don't know how much you know about the Eternal Life Project, I'll still introduce it to you. Little Bunyan admired the horrified expressions on Finger and Old Bunyan's faces, the genetically engineered biological weapons from the Eternal Life Project, codenamed Hellhounds, are the best and most controllable generation, and you are lucky to be their first food. Of course, you can try to resist with the guns in your hands, but under normal circumstances, you must have an equal number of armored troops to destroy them. When Little Bunyan's eyes swept across Lumenfei's face, he was stunned for a moment, and the other party was staring at him coldly. The next second, he looked at the young man's eyes in horror, as if golden lava was flowing out, as if a prehistoric behemoth was awakened by him, but his golden vertical pupils, which symbolized the top predator, made his mind fall into a swamp and couldn't extricate himself, and his breathing almost stopped and suffocated like a drowning person. The god's blood and super serum that he was so proud of were completely ineffective, or rather, it was because of his god's blood that he was extremely panicked and frightened in front of this young man, so much so that he had to force himself to stay awake to avoid fainting. As for those hellhounds that looked more ferocious than lions, no matter how vicious and bloodthirsty they were, they dared not bar their teeth in front of this amazing dragon power. They all whimpered and lowered their ferocious heads, kneeling on the ground and trembling. Who is he? Who is he? What is this terrible mental oppression? Even though Little Bunyan roared in his heart countless times, he could not get his answer, and his body had already knelt on his knees under the terrifying pressure. This was a great shame for him. And Old Bunyan seemed to be pardoned and was not affected at all. A few seconds ago, he was terrified like a frightened old dog because of himself and the hellhounds, but now he could not understand what was happening in front of him. Xiao Bunyan watched Lumenfei slowly approach and silently made a gesture. The German replied with an okay gesture to indicate that he had received it. He once again showed him that disgusting smile that made him want the hellhound to pounce on him and tear him to pieces. Then he made a weird gesture and smiled strangely. Henshin. Fingal seemed to have been looking forward to this moment for quite a long time. He enjoyed the moment of showing his first stage of transformation of the dragon-scale armor shell in the body. Of course, he was absolutely safe at this moment, and Captain Lu gave him enough time. Just like Shu Zhang's transformation stage, Fingal's clothes were directly broken by the flesh that had been strengthened twice. The fine hairs on the body turned into sharp shield-shaped dragon scales under the stimulation of dragon bloodliner, and then combined to form a metal armor that covered the whole body. The new bone tissue pierced from the skin of the face and proliferated into a dark and cold bone mask to cover the face. Only the dazzling golden light like a gas lamp could be seen in the 2 eye sockets, but it was not over yet. Unlike the eclipse mark on Shu Zhang's chest that was specially prepared for launching the word spirit. Junyan, Fingal's word spirit. Bronze Throne will automatically activate and directly act on the dragon scale armor. Therefore, before the dragon scale armor outside the body is formed, the power of the Bronze Throne has carried out a more intuitive refurbishment on it, and the sharp dragon scales have grown and integrated into each part of a magnificent armor. The blue-black scales have changed to bronze as if they have been baptized. Unlike Shu Zhang's muscles that are strong and explosive even though they are covered with scales, Fingal's entire body has been completely covered by heavy and magnificent bronze armor. In other words, the increase in the Bronze Throne has made Fingal's dragon scale carapace form bigger, stronger and harder, just like changing from ordinary power armor to Terminator-type power armor. At this time, his height was close to 2.4 meters, almost close to the height of a normal Astates. Normal, referring to common-looking, cannon fodder, non-named. Astates are generally about 2.4 meters tall, like an upright walking armored vehicle, with a shocking visual impact. Lumenfei couldn't help but look at his brother's armored form with some envy. Although this is still in the experimental stage, the subsequent surgery, the auxiliary blessing of the word spirit, and the real power armor manufacturing have not yet been effective, but this is like the first one to wear the chapter Terminator armor and hold the chapter's exquisite relic weapons. It is an honor for the warrior. Shu Tianzhao and Lin, who were stationed outside the door, had not yet recovered from Lumenfei's amazing dragon power, and were shocked by Fingal's sudden dragon blood erosion Deadpool transformation. From their perspective, his appearance was definitely more terrifying than those hellhounds. However, when Fingal turned around and gave them a thumbs up, the pair of golden gas lamp-like eyes in the heavy bronze visor eye sockets also blinked at Lin, and Lin couldn't help but widen his ice blue eyes. Xu Tianzhao realized it later. Could it be that my son has also been made like this by you? Without giving them time to explain, the group of hellhounds that were originally oppressed by Lu Mingfei's dragon power became a little agitated. Fingal immediately restrained his hip-hop appearance and entered the combat state. Although it seemed clumsy, his actions were not slow at all. The palms covered with dragon-scale armor like steel gloves easily pressed down the heads of the two hellhounds that had already resisted the dragon's power and went crazy. The collars on their necks had exploded, and the clear electric current visible to the naked eye was stimulating their ferocity, forcing them to resist the oppression of the dragon's power and kill. This was obviously some kind of backup plan of Xiao Bunning. But Fingal looked at Xiao Bunning kneeling on the ground not far away with disdain, grabbed the two hellhounds and clapped his hands together, and scales, blood, eyeballs, splattered everywhere. After throwing away the body of the hellhound, the blood-stained iron palm flexibly raised the middle finger to Xiao Bunning, and Fingal continued to deal with the remaining hellhounds. Lu Mingfei increased the pressure a long way. Xiao Bunning trembled all over, watching in horror as the humanoid armored monster twisted the necks of the hellhounds that dared not resist one by one. This is simply a nightmare. Okay, tell me your story. Lu Mingfei walked past Xiao Bunning, who was kneeling and trembling, walked to the piano and sat down, and said indifferently, Chapter 303 Evolution Medicine. Whatever price he offered you, I can give you double, triple, no, 10 times. Everything under his name is mine. Little Bunyan felt that the pressure from the spiritual level was greatly reduced, just like when he was about to drown and finally floated to the surface, and the fresh air was breathed into his lungs again. I told you to relax, not to talk nonsense, cherish your time. Lu Mingfei said indifferently, but his hands were placed on the piano, and his 10 fingers flexibly struck the keys. The prelude of an unknown but obviously sad melody sounded melodiously. So handsome. Playing the piano while interrogating. Xu Tianzhao couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Wrong, the captain is deliberately distracting himself so that he won't be able to help but shoot that bad thing. Fingal corrected, and the low voice like thunder came from behind that dark mask, but it couldn't change his always humorous and frivolous tone. He broke the necks of the hellhounds one by one, giving them a relatively clean and gentle death. If there were any hellhounds that wanted to resist along the way, his 2 huge fists covered with heavy armor were not pet bite-proof gloves. Have you been able to deeply explore and become familiar with the power of the dragon bloodliner? Or is this a special manifestation of the word spirit? After the initial fear and shock, Ling came back to his senses and carefully observed the thick scales on Fingal's body, as if he wanted to analyze and delve into the mystery. No comment. This is the secret of our legion, Fingal answered seriously, but it didn't last long. But I can reveal a little bit. This is only the first stage of our experiment. It is said that there will be 20 such stages of change later, allowing us to transform into super soldiers who can smash the enemy head-on. You guys didn't do it for my son too? Xu Tianzhao asked the question he was most concerned about. He is very motivated and volunteered to be the first warrior to be transformed. Fingal gave a thumbs up again. It was unclear whether he was praising Shuzaham or simply making a signature move like in Kamen Rider Kuga. Xu Tianzhao's eyes widened, obviously frightened. On the other side, young Bunyan was also panicking about his real experience in the sad piano tune. The first part was not much different from what old Bunyan said earlier. He was born and raised in this city. Because of the cinema, he yearned for the real world outside, but he didn't just sneak away on the train. Novice Abisk's 3 mysterious projects: Super Soldiers, Immortality and God. The first 2 are research branches extended from the God project. The Research Institute has a living wreckage of God. The technologies of the first 2 projects are all based on the research of that wreckage. After the fall of the Red Giant Beast, the first 2 projects were ordered to be closed. Although Immortality and Super Soldiers are things that can change the world pattern, all data and experimental products were forcibly destroyed due to many reasons such as immature technology and unstable finished products. Among them was the Soviet version of Captain America born from the Super Soldier project. These soldiers who had undergone unknown genetic modifications and became beyond ordinary people were unwilling to be killed. They escaped from their own research institute and came to City 023 along the railway. They took the last batch of humans who had not yet evacuated as hostages and wanted 2 helicopters, 20 million rubles, and all attacking forces to retrieve 5 kilometers. It was Bunyan who delivered the message to the Soviet army at the time. At the time, he was as young as he is now. He offered 10 million rubles and Bella Kopinetskaya, the actress of the beautiful girl he saw on the screen of the cinema, as conditions, and killed the Soviet captains by activating the neutron radiation caused by the imperfect nuclear fusion device insectoid 23. Although it was completely ignored or even given an extra bullet to save this unnecessary reward, Bunyan finally successfully got his reward, walked out of Sitio 23, came to Moscow and married Bella Kopinetskaya. Things are a pretty perfect story here. But within a few years, Bunyan's business was about to go bankrupt. When he was desperate, he thought of this city again, thinking that the parts and blueprints of the fusion reactor could be sold at a very good price, so he walked nearly 2,000 kilometers along the now abandoned railway in his memory and returned to this deserted city. At the time, he returned to his old home in this city, and unexpectedly, the phone suddenly rang. It was a pleasant conversation. The boss generously promised me everything today: money, status, beautiful girls, unlimited time, and all I had to do was to be his spokesperson and butler. He had come to Sitio 23 before, because I left a little impression on him during that operation, and he thought I could be trained. All the things and technologies were given to me by the boss, including cloning technology, evolutionary medicine technology, the training of new stable hellhounds, and a detailed list of clients. They became shables after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Each client's family is a tentacle, penetrating deep into the body of the country to suck blood, and then using the money they earn to exchange with me for the golden holy juice that can keep them young forever, and I will transfer all the money remotely to the boss behind the scenes. So, you have never seen your boss behind the scenes? Mingfei interrupted him. Xiao Bunning heard a little impatience in the other party's voice, and lowered his head in fear, fearing that this mysterious and powerful young man would pull out a gun and point it at his head in the next second. Fortunately, the sad piano music did not stop, and the other party's hands were still dancing flexibly on the piano. No, I have always been in remote contact with the boss. The reason you cloned yourself is that you don't want to be tied to this position by him. Yes, otherwise, what's the meaning of money, status and women to me? Little Bunyan couldn't help but curl up his lips when he answered. I instilled memories in him, trained him personally, taught him how to become a big shot. But now he seems to be too immersed in the role, and really thinks of himself as me. A puppet actually fell in love with the mistress. When Little Bunyan was narrating all this, Old Bunyan stood humbly in the same place, motionless. Where is your evolution medicine? Mingfei asked indifferently. Those so-called golden holy juice. I can give them all to you. As long as you are willing to give me a way out. Little Bunyan seemed to see hope. His eyes lit up. You want to find that boss behind me. Everything here is his property. If you control them, maybe you can force him to show up on his own initiative. Okay. Mingfei nodded in agreement. Bunyan was ecstatic, and he quickly stood up and hurried off the stage, wanting to leave through a passage, but a burly black figure blocked his way. Where do you want to go? Do you think our leader is a fool? Have your men deliver it to us. Don't play tricks. Bunyan retreated in fear, fearing that his head would be twisted or blown up like those hellhounds. He had no choice but to walk to a corner of the room, take out the communicator that was already entangled with vines, and use Russian to contact a certain location in the base. Because Zero knew Russian, they were not worried that Bunyan would play any tricks. Less than 5 minutes later, 10 young children in plain white clothes walked out of one of the passages in the room in groups of 2, holding a gun of something. They ignored the burly and inhuman finger, and seemed not to see the dead hellhounds. It seemed that only Bunyan existed in their field of vision, with a face full of worship and piety. Old Bunyan raised his head slightly, and after seeing the faces of those children clearly, he was struck by lightning, and his body could not stop shaking. Did they look familiar? Lucanez, Sonia, they are all those familiar guests. They are just younger than them. Little Bunyan showed his superior demeanor again, enjoying the shocked look of Old Bunyan. They will be replaced like me. Old Bunyan's voice trembled. What else? Little Bunyan smiled. What do you mean? Do you know them? Finkel touched him lightly, a little puzzled. Their faces, they are all the guests who attended the auction. Old Bunyan stabilized his emotions and spoke sadly. They spent all their wealth in Russia to buy that golden holy syrup to last the time of their existence, and one day they get tired of it. That's when the new clones take over, and then this group of people will continue to work in exchange for time, and every penny earned from the countless humble and ignorant ordinary people below them will be handed over to the boss, so that the boss can take away Russia's wealth without doing it himself. Little Bunyan smiled. TSK, finger sighed from behind that dark bull mask. Is your boss the President of the United States? He wants to disintegrate Russia from within. The piano music stopped, and Lumenfei's eyes stayed on the cylindrical jars held by the children. The jars were transparent, and he could clearly see that they were filled with milky white liquid, and a yellow-green soft-bodied creature was soaked in it. The scientific name of this creature is leech in my hometown, and people generally call it leech. It is a disgusting creature that usually sticks to the skin of people and cuts the skin with its toothed mouthparts to suck blood. Lumenfei has also seen similar creatures in that universe, all of which come from the battle with the Tyranids. For example, the tearing worm. This palm-sized worm will start to gnaw frantically after biting the prey, and it will eat into the prey's body along the wound in less than a few seconds. Another example is the skin leech, which is smaller than the tearing worm but has more slender limbs. It usually jumps onto the face of the prey, and uses its slender limbs to directly poke into the brain from the eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, and then pierces the central nervous system to turn the victim into an alien puppet. Compared with them, the leeches in my hometown can be said to be cute, but the leech in the jar is about the same size as the tearing worm, with light yellow lines crawling on its dark green evenly wrinkled body, and it shakes slightly with the shaking of the jar in the nutrient solution. Is this the so-called golden holy juice? Evolution medicine? Lumenfei frowned. Yes, it may be the greatest genetic creation of this century, the Babylonian Tower of Babel for mankind to move towards the kingdom of God. Little Bunyan introduced it to Lumenfei with a fiery look, as if the jar was not filled with ugly leeches, but the ancient Greek god of wine Dionysus, who symbolized the rebirth, and the milky white nutrient solution was the sweet wine, as if it was holy juice brewed from gold. Lumenfei looked at Little Bunyan's exaggerated introduction indifferently, as if he was watching a performance. What is their function? Can we eat them directly? Eat? No. These leeches are an alternative type of biological syringes. Little Bunyan kept shaking his head. They are perfect containers that have been cultivated and selected through dozens or even hundreds of generations of survival of the fittest, so that they can bear the toxicity of the blood of God that repels humans. With it, humans can share the power of God without any punishment. Those customers who participated in the auction were reborn and transformed because of them, and they changed from seriously ill old people to vigorous young people again, and their physical functions were far better than before. They worked hard to make a fortune just to get a piece of such an evolutionary medicine. I'm tired of your way of narration, Lumenfei interrupted the chattering Little Bunyan. Where does the blood in their bodies come from? It's right under our feet. Little Bunyan smiled mysteriously. The corpse of God that the Soviet Union once obtained is right under our feet. The boss used some method to keep it in a half-dead state to facilitate our acquisition of active blood. Okay. Lumenfei stretched out his left hand to him. Little Bunyan was stunned. Was he trying to shake hands with him to show his cooperation? Just as he was about to reach out his hand, he was shocked to find that the skin of Lumenfei's arm had split apart, revealing metal with blue light flowing through it. Before he could react, two rough black gun barrels had already popped out. Bang! The deafening sound of gunfire echoed in the room, spreading in all directions from the complex spiderweb-like passage. Old Bunyan watched in horror and shock as Little Bunyan's headless body flew backwards, and the gushing blood dyed the large vines on the wall red. The 10 children watched their master being killed, and the admiration and expectation on their faces were instantly covered by anger and madness, but Lumenfei did not give them a chance to go crazy. The suffocating and terrifying dragon power erupted again like a tide, instantly knocking the children unconscious and unable to move. The captain turned against you so quickly. Didn't he wait for him to say more? Finkel sighed. It's all meaningless and worthless nonsense. Lumenfei said coldly, putting away the explosive launcher on his left arm prosthesis. I agree with this. He said so much, but I still don't understand what these bugs are for. He took a jar from one of the children, and his golden eyes pressed against his visor to observe the giant leeches inside. Artificial hybrid technology. These things can transform ordinary people into hybrids. Chapter 304 Living Corpse. Turning ordinary people into hybrids. I remember old Tang mentioned this technology. Someone actually researched it before him. Finkel's low tone changed significantly. He held the glass jar and looked at the giant leech inside more carefully. However, with his huge armored fist, people were worried that he might burst the jar if he used a little more force. But the bloodliner ratio is not enough, about 9%, minus 13%. Lumenfei walked in front of one of the cloned children, held her face and looked at her carefully. In front of the pair of bright eyes like gas lamps, the child called Sonia did not dare to move at all. There was only fear and submission in the dark gold eyes that returned to normal. Shout Bunyan's brainwashing was completely ineffective in front of the real Longwei. This is already the point where B-level hybrids can be mass-produced. It is enough to make the secret party. No, any hybrid force will come to snatch it like crazy, and then either take it for themselves or destroy it directly. Finkel's tone was a little excited. This technology means that the insurmountable boundary between hybrids and ordinary people has been broken. It is the Tower of Babylon from the ground to heaven. It is stable and effective, and will not be contaminated by the overbearing and highly toxic dragon blood to become an out-of-control monster or a dead pool. At the same time, the monopoly of hybrid forces and families will also be broken. Their natural bloodline is no longer high and mighty. They need to strictly screen candidates for family marriages, or large-scale breeding of higher blood personnel to produce excellent, uncontrolled offspring. Now ordinary people can catch up with them with a leech. If it was researched by themselves, Fingal might not be so excited. After all, their own alchemist sergeant was formerly the Dragon King Supreme of Alchemy. But now someone is ahead of them and has been sold as a limited product for nearly 20 years. They won't have this opportunity. This technology is now recycled by the Sword of Revelation Legion. The alchemist sergeant is now missing too much knowledge, and these samples may be able to make up for it a little. Mingfei said calmly. The Legion has already roughly divided the bloodline level of hybrids, with those below 7% classified as C level, 8%, minus 13% as B level, and 14%, minus 20% as A level. As for whether this division is authoritative, the alchemist believes that his scientific testing method is definitely more reliable than the tests of hybrids who listen to the Emperor and then draw on paper. Low bloodline of hybrids is not a problem. It can be increased to the 35%, minus 50% bloodliner ratio currently assumed by the Legion using technologies such as bloodliner refinement. The current problem is that there are not many hybrid humans. Referring to the scale of the Blood Angels Legion during the Great Expedition, Mingfei believes that at least 100,000 people must be gathered to fight against the various monsters and demons that are rampant in the Dark Galaxy. However, even if the old, weak, sick and disabled are included, the hybrids in his hometown may not be able to gather this population. Now the emergence of this technology will undoubtedly solve the problem of the number of soldiers needed by the Legion. In the future, the more hybrid humans there are, the better. What about clones? Do they need to be recycled? Finkel asked. Destroy the human clone part. This is a forbidden technology. Mingfei frowned. He glanced at Old Bunyan and Little Bunyan whose heads were blown up by him, and decisively rejected the proposal to recycle the cloning technology. Although the idea of cloning 1 or even 10 of yourself to fight for the Empire is a beautiful idea, let's not explore where their souls and thoughts come from. There is no guarantee that they can always be loyal to the Empire and mankind. Especially in the universe where the Supreme Heaven exists, even a little bit of thinking loopholes will be magnified to infinity by evil forces. Old Bunyan lowered his head and trembled. He had no chance to speak, and he didn't dare to speak. From the moment he entered here, the development of things had exceeded his imagination. The young, mysterious and powerful self was shot and killed, without any power to resist, and his death was even more miserable than those hellhounds. Maybe it will be his turn next. Old Bunyan was not afraid of death. Now he just hoped that Mingfei would keep his promise and give him a portion of the goods. He did not know or care about terms such as hybrid and evolution. He only knew that the ugly but precious leech could save his daughter's life and prevent her from dying at a beautiful age due to ALS. Look up, Mr. Bunyan. Old Bunyan raised his head with some trepidation, fearing that he would see Mingfei's scary arm like his original body. But he did not see Mingfei's face, which had become somewhat gentle. You don't have to be afraid. My partner has always been you, and it will not change because of 1 or 10 more of you. Mingfei gently patted his shoulder. Why, do you believe me? I have never confessed everything to you. Old Bunyan still did not dare to look Mingfei in the eye. Because you were a father who is willing to save his child, not a greedy heretic spokesperson, Mingfei said gently, and now you have the opportunity to confess more to me. Old Bunyan nodded in fear. I'm willing to tell you all the inside information I know. He couldn't help but glance at the glass jars of cloned children placed on the ground, the goods used to treat my daughter. Of course, I will keep my promise, but before that I need to conduct a professional inspection on them to ensure that they can cure your daughter instead of turning your daughter into a monster. Since I choose to continue to believe in you, you should continue to trust me, right? Okay, I believe you. Mingfei's second half of the sentence blocked Old Bunyan's mouth, his throat rolled, and he couldn't say anything else. Although the customers who spent nearly 100 million or even hundreds of millions of dollars to buy these goods at each auction are the best buyers, judging from Mingfei and his brother, who has become so powerful that he can punch through an armored vehicle, the other party or the other party's forces must have a deep understanding of this mysterious technology. He doesn't want his only daughter to become a monster, even if there is only a 1% chance. He said the corpse of God is under our feet. Do you know where it is? Yes, I went there once and saw it with my own eyes. Old Bunyan regrouped and turned back to the way he had led them all the way here, only he became more sincere. Led the way. Mingfei said. The cloned children and the glass jars containing the evolved leeches were left behind. This small evolutionary medicine factory hidden under the ice and snow city should be able to operate autonomously for a while until the alchemy sergeant brings his newly established technical team to reclaim the alchemy technology here. For the first time, Xu Tianzhao felt that the mission that required an S-level like himself would be so relaxing. He didn't even need to draw his sword and just needed to watch the two elder brothers perform. If the conditions did not allow it, he would definitely say, since there is nothing to do here, I will go back to accompany my son. Then he would rush back to Castle College without stopping to see if his son had been secretly transformed into the shape of a biochemical demon and whether he still had the ability to pass on the family line to the old Xu family. Now he could only follow Mingfei and continue forward. At the same time, he had to be hugged by the disrespectful finger who had been transformed into a biochemical demon beside him. The other party seemed to like and enjoy this form very much, and kept asking Xu Tianzhao to take a few handsome photos for him with his mobile phone. Did you hear any sound? Mingfei, who was walking side by side with Ling and following Old Bunyan in front, suddenly turned back and asked them. Sound? Finger stopped and listened carefully for a while, shook his head, no. Okay. Mingfei didn't say much and continued to move forward. The voice that called him father from the depths of the city sounded again. Although he could hear that the language of the call was not a language he was familiar with, the meaning of those words automatically emerged in his mind, as if he was born to know this language. But there is no need to worry too much now, the source of the sound may be revealed soon. They walked down the dark and winding road to a depth of 4 or 5 floors. When they walked out of the passage, the sound of Fingal's heavy scales hitting the ground suddenly echoed. They could feel the air suddenly became clear. Obviously, they had arrived at a huge underground space again. God, it's down there. Except for Fingal, the rest of the people walked onto a cement trestle under the leadership of Old Bunyan. There was bottomless darkness on both sides, as if they were right above the entrance to hell. Bunyan turned on a secret switch on the bridge, and dozens of searchlights lit up on the circular wall, adding some dim and insignificant light to this huge arid shelter that could fit a heavy rocket. Oh my God, Xu Tianzhao widened his eyes and saw the huge black creature deep under the trestle. Perhaps it was awakened by the light or the sound, it slowly moved its huge body, and the harsh sound of the iron chain dragging and rubbing against the ground echoed. Mingfei's golden eyes reflected the creature that was calling him in some way. It was a black dragon-like alien. But compared to the dragons he had seen and killed before, this black dragon not only did not have the iconic membrane wings, but also lost its lower body, leaving only a thick bronze spine. This made it look more like a big black snake. If it were a human, it might be a disabled old man waiting to die in this cold and dark underground fortification. Father, you are finally here. The alien seemed to have noticed the gaze from Mingfei, raised its huge head, and swayed back and forth in a daze, as if looking for his figure. It looks like it is still alive, not like a corpse. Mingfei said coldly, not affected by the call in his ear at all. Yes, although the temperature was below 0 degrees Celsius, Old Bunyan couldn't help but wipe the non-existent sweat. The tenacity of the god is far beyond our imagination. At the beginning, even though its brain had shrunk and rotted, its body could still continue to move by some instinct. Later, the boss behind the scenes used some technology to put it in a half-dead and half-alive state, so as to facilitate the acquisition of more active blood. Mingfei retracted his gaze. He only noticed Ling at this time. The child had been silent. She squatted on the edge of the pier, holding the railing, curled up in a small ball, staring at the huge black creature below its scattered and empty eyes, as if she would cry in the next second. He thought of the black snake in the story that happened in Black Swan Port. The alien controlled by Lumens once destroyed an entire Su-27 fighter squadron. Is it this? Calling himself father is actually calling Lumens in his body. In an instant, several thoughts and guesses popped up in Mingfei's mind. I want to go down and take a look. Is there a ladder? No, this is the safest observation point. If we want to get close, we have to go down another way. Mingfei shook his head. He looked around to find a good angle, then raised his foot and stepped on the railing. Under the shocked eyes of old Bunyan, the whole person jumped out like a cannonball, bombarding the circular wall. The solid metal fingers of the prosthetic left hand dug through the cement, and slid down with 5 clear finger marks and debris. Really impatient, don't look at me, I'm not like him who doesn't take the usual path. Shu Tianzhao sighed. This can only be said that the more skilled, the more courageous. Unless there is a bomb on this bridge that will explode in the next second, he will not go down in this extremely dangerous way. Mingfei landed steadily and walked to the front of the black alien. Only after close contact can you feel the hugeness and grandeur of this creature. Humans seem so small in front of it that they are not worth mentioning. Its scales were covered with dull and lifeless like rusty scrap metal. Numerous thick iron chains were nailed to its body, intertwined like spider webs and nailed to the surrounding walls. Considering the extremely strong self-healing ability of dragons, this black dragon should have recovered its body long ago and destroyed all the humans who imprisoned it. Father, you are back. The black dragon slowly moved its head like a snake and turned to Mingfei, its pair of dry dark golden pupils staring at his eyes that had returned to normal. Are you the one communicating with me? Who are you? Why do you call me father? Mingfei asked coldly. Father, but what rang in his ears was still the meaningless word father. You are finally back. Just as Mingfei frowned impatiently, a familiar voice suddenly rang through the loudspeaker in this cold underground fortification. It's too dark, I'd better add some light so that you can see more clearly. As soon as the voice fell, before the people on the pier could react, the huge air raid shelter was instantly lit up as bright as day. Under the sufficient light, the first thing that attracted Mingfei's attention was still the half-dead black dragon in front of him, but he didn't watch this alien creature more directly. Pieces of scales split apart from the black dragon's head like petals, and half of the pale human body slowly stood up from it in a strange posture, and the empty pale eyes gradually lit up with golden light. The face was quite familiar, exactly the same as Mingfei. Chapter 305. Driving the tiger to devour the wolf. Mingfei was stunned for a second. Seeing his lower body merged with the alien, he remembered the black and white photo of himself on the Delta Project file, and the cloning technology here. A brilliant golden light also shone in the black dragon's dry eyes. The majesty of the dragon began to be released in this second. The originally decayed dragon began to cheer up, raised its head and let out a deafening roar. The movement of its huge body caused countless iron chains to collide and make a rustling sound. But the next second, Mingfei's figure appeared on the black dragon's raised head. Facing the half-pale body, his strong and tyrannical muscles and physique formed a sharp contrast with the other thin and pale self. His right hand locked the throat of the body like a shackle, and the muzzle of the bullet-firing gun of the left arm prosthesis popped out directly against the face that looked exactly like his own, and he fired without hesitation. Bang! 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 It was like a watermelon bursting apart after being hit hard. A large piece of scarlet mixed with solid matter splashed on Mingfei's cold face. Even the strongest human head would be reduced to ashes when facing 3 consecutive double-linked .75 caliber armor-piercing bombs. The roar stopped abruptly, and Mingfei could feel the black dragon's body trembling violently. The vitality that burst out from nowhere seemed to dissipate rapidly with the death of this half of the body. Its raised body and head were pressed back to the cold ground, and the real dragon power that could crush most hybrids disappeared without a trace. In other plots, the protagonists might watch the sudden occurrence and then watch the boss performance the blood bar light up before fighting. Maybe they would have to sacrifice a few companions to win. Mingfei would not allow this to happen. It is always the best choice to nip the crisis in the bud. After confirming that the alien would not pose any threat, Mingfei stepped back and jumped off its head. Of course, he also prepared for the follow-up. The bloody sword emblem ring on his right hand could unfold its alchemical field at any time and transform into a fierce rationality to completely kill the black dragon. It's really disappointing. This is a show I prepared specially for you. The man's voice echoed in this cold underground space, with obvious disappointment and disappointment. Only purification awaits you. Mingfei responded coldly. He was familiar with this voice. The owner of this voice was the alien or heretic who threw 2 napalm bombs at him, and was also the real mastermind behind Shaobaning. He looked around and guessed that the other party might be in a certain place in the world remotely monitoring his every move. Shu Tianzhao immediately dragged Lao Bunning and Ling away from the pier at a high speed after the black dragon mutated, so as to avoid the crisis of the pier suddenly breaking or a few dilapidated objects falling on his head. You have a few more targets that need to be purified before me. I'm not in a hurry. The man didn't care about Mingfei's announcement, and said in a leisurely tone, and you've become too boring. I'm not in the mood to reveal more information to you now. But the evolutionary medicine factory we're in now is given to you, including the customer chain that relies on them. What do you think? I'm generous, right? Sending technology and equipment to the enemy, how dare you be so wasteful? Finkel, who was standing on the edge, interrupted. This is not wasteful, this is prepaid compensation. My purpose with you can be called a cooperative relationship on some level. Although you can completely not pay the bill, I have always been generous. The other party actually noticed Finkel's voice and talked to him, and as the supreme king of alchemy, this level of alchemy technology is nothing to me. Ah? Did you ask my alchemy sergeant when you said this? Finkel expressed dissatisfaction. Are you talking about Norton? First, he was half crippled by the thing you provoked, and then he survived by barely lingering on, and then he was willing to become your sex slave for the sake of enjoyment. Shuti and Jalkini caught a special word, and couldn't help but look at Finkel beside him with shock. Of course, I'm just describing it. In the past, when he had power, he might have been able to compete with me for the title of Supreme Alchemist. But now even the Great Library is no longer open to him, and even his qualifications as a noble dragon have been completely deprived. What qualifications can he have to compare with me? TM, you dog. Come out. I can beat you up by myself without the captain's help. Finkel subconsciously became angry. His good brother was insulted like this, but then he noticed the details from the man's words. Wait, you said he competed with you before, you are also a Dragon King? Then do you want to guess which of the other 3 elemental thrones I hold the authority of? We don't care what authority you have. Your corpse and bones can also be used by the Legion of the Sword of Revelation, just like the White King, Mingfei said coldly. The alchemist sergeant's surrender is his personal will, and he has also been recognized and protected by the Great Emperor. And you, there is only one way to go, destruction, alien. What a frightening and cruel thing to say, Captain Lu. The man's voice was like a sigh, but don't worry, we won't meet so soon, at least not before I expel all of you from this world. Ciao. After a goodbye in Italian, the hundreds of searchlights that had illuminated the air raid shelter went out, returning to darkness and silence. Mingfei's sight shifted back to the half-wasted black dragon in front of him, and he walked forward to observe the half of the body that was integrated with it. The face that was exactly the same as Mingfei was now bombarded with only a small half of the charred chin. The alien behind the scenes used this incredible method to keep the black dragon in the state of living corpse so that it would not be completely cut off from life, and it could even be revived when necessary. How many clones like this are there in the world? What is the reason for cloning yourself? Is it because of the special bloodline in your body? Is this the reason why His Majesty the Emperor asked him to come to Siberia to trace the past? Mingfei looked at the connection between the humanoid body and the dragon brain, thinking about various questions in his mind. What if, maybe he is not the original body, but one of these clones? A dangerous and blasphemous thought rose from his heart, and it seemed to be accompanied by an indescribable sadness, as if a sad child cried in the deepest part of his heart after learning the truth. Mingfei frowned and immediately wiped out the weak emotion that came from nowhere. I'm not a clone, I'm myself. I'm Mingfei, and I'm also Cartos Harkins, a champion warrior from the Weepers, fighting for the Emperor of mankind, one and only. He whispered indifferently, stepped back a few steps and jumped off the black dragon's skull. Father, the black dragon sent him a faint mental wave again. Please find your missing power and return to the supreme throne that belongs to you. Along with the mental wave came the throbbing of the blood. The alien blood in Mingfei's body was affected, and something was being transmitted to him through another dimension that belonged only to the dragon race. He instinctively wanted to give up and refuse, but the spiritual vision phenomenon had already occurred. The geographical structure map of the northern Siberia region took shape in Mingfei's mind. The permafrost layer, coal seam, magma layer, every hole and every channel were so clear and intuitive. But his sight was like a fighter jet flying at high speed through the ice and snow of Siberia, running directly to a certain location, and the surrounding scenes turned into white lines on both sides of the horizon and quickly retreated. When the speed of the scene flow returned to normal, Mingfei saw a huge cross standing in the snow-covered valley in front of him, and the surrounding snow peaks were as small as sand dunes in front of it. On this huge cross, there seemed to be an insignificant human figure hanging. Before Mingfei could see it clearly, the perspective in front of him quickly rose, and the angle changed from a flying bird to a god looking down on Earth angle, and a map of northern Siberia that was extremely detailed and precise came into view. After a moment, it disappeared again, and the spiritual vision state ended, but Mingfei had already memorized the location of the cross in advance. I'm sorry, Father, I can't transmit my last power to you. The Great Library refuses to open the passage to you. My life is coming to an end. Father, please remember that even if the whole world betrays you, your offspring Isabelle will always be loyal to you, just like the name you gave me in the beginning. The spiritual fluctuations of the black dragon gradually became nothingness, and the last trace of gold in the dry eyes completely dimmed. At the same time, Mingfei felt that the heart in the giant in front of him stopped beating. Mingfei remained silent. Before the dragon died, it revealed to him a lot of information that was worth carefully distinguishing. The most important thing was the location of the cross mark. Did the other party want to guide him there and take back the power he had lost? Although the alien's last loyal words touched his emotions a little, if possible, Mingfei still wanted the dragon to say more valuable information instead of nice words. For example, if Brother Finger was seriously injured in battle and lying in front of him one day, he would not tell him any valuable information but just talk all kinds of nice nonsense. Regardless of whether he was going to die or not, he would definitely slap him first. On the pier, Ling stared blankly at the black dragon's head drooping weakly below, and it seemed that a big piece of her heart was missing. She stretched out her hand and made a cross on her chest, praying that it could get eternal sleep. Finger dragged a thick rope that was dozens of meters long and pulled Mingfei up from below, saying as he pulled, "Captain, how handsome you were when you went down just now. How much effort I have to put in this time." "Who is that guy?" "The first-generation Dragon King?" Shu Tianzhao asked him. "From what I heard from him, he probably wants to drive the tiger to devour the wolf, and use us to get rid of certain things that are not good for him on our way." "I'm not very proficient in Chinese, and this word sounds like he is praising us." Finkel raised his hand and spoke. "Then the question is, who is the wolf?" Chapter 306 Communication. Who brought the map? Mingfei didn't think too much about the alien's strategy of driving the tiger to devour the wolf. For him, all the human enemies he met on the road should be eliminated. Ling quickly took out a folded map from the windproof lining pocket and handed it to Mingfei, like a responsible secretary. There was a location marked by a red circle on this map of northern Siberia, which was the coordinate given by General Vechuting, perhaps Black Swan Port. "Well, considering that you killed the White King and took the Bronze and Fire King's hat," seeing his nonchalant and indifferent look, Shu Tianzhao also felt that this question seemed unimportant. At this time he remembered something very important, and cast a horrified look at Finger. "Is what the guy said just now true?" "Really? I absolutely respect your foreign culture of sexual openness, but I beg you not to get involved with my son. He is still young and very conservative." "TMD, what's wrong with your imagination? Did you really listen to his nonsense?" Finger was furious, and the most unbearable thing was that Ling's eye beside him actually looked at him with that strange expression. During the quarrel, Mingfei's attention was on the map in front of him. After overlapping with the picture he had just received from the Black Dragon, he almost immediately determined the location of the huge cross in his memory. Perhaps there is no such huge creation in reality, it is simply a symbolic mark that the Black Dragon erected for the coordinate in the picture. He called the old bunyan who was standing by like a minion and cowering. "Where is this city on the map?" The old bunyan quickly pointed out the area where City 023 was located on the map. Mingfei roughly estimated that the straight line distance between the two places was at least 1,000 kilometers. The red circle coordinates were slightly closer, but they were also hundreds of kilometers away, close to the Arctic Ocean. The weather would only get worse as they went north. In this environment, the risk factor of the Mi-26 helicopter flying forcibly would increase significantly even if it was excellent. Without the hope of digging out a Thunderhawk out of thin air, they could only switch to ground transportation or even walk. "I don't want to waste time. I want to go to both places. Can you help me prepare suitable transportation and supplies in the shortest time?" Mingfei asked calmly. "I will find a way to prepare it. Everything will follow your wishes," Bunyan said respectfully. Just as the alien behind him said, just like giving this industry chain of producing gold and holy syrup to Mingfei, the armed forces and logistics teams in City 023, including the children who were cloned and waiting for the right opportunity to be sent out to replace the Russian blood-sucking oligarchs, all had Mingfei as the object of their fanaticism and obedience. It was as if the alien had modified the memories of these people in just a few minutes, and it seemed that there was no such person as Little Bunyan. The object of their loyalty from beginning to end was Mingfei. Mingfei was more cautious and alert about this alien hiding behind the scenes and had never met him. He also assumed that the alien would use this power of directly modifying memory on the Sword of Revelation Legion, so that the object of his legion's loyalty would be changed from the Great Empire to the alien. Just thinking about it was blasphemous and unforgivable. This also made him subconsciously have the idea of physically eliminating all these people, but then he calmed down. Since it was not chaos pollution, there was no need to act in the way of the human empire. These people could wait until they were brought back to the Legion for another memory cleansing, and then they could be incorporated accordingly after confirming that they were harmless. Using the big pot covering communication system used to transmit communication signals in City 023, Mingfei was finally able to reconnect with Eva. Shuzaham was still missing. So far, he and the freshman named Xiaomi have been missing for 76 hours. The families of both were protected by the people from the academy. Except for Shuzaham's mother, who lost control of her emotions and took forced sedation measures, there was no other major problem. The hotel where the accident happened was blocked by the Chicago police for various reasons such as gas pipeline explosion and paranormal event, and was handed over to the executive department of Castle College for handling. Minister Schneider was in charge of the scene in person, but it was useless. Not only Shuzaham and Xiaomi were missing, but also all the guests and service staff in the VIP area of the hotel at the time. A total of 30 level, executive department level that can do small tasks and slowly rise, not bloodliner level. Executive department specialists conducted several carpet searches of the hotel, but found nothing. These people seem to have evaporated from the ground. Brother Shuzaham may be trapped in Niblungen. Let Yuan Xin take the alchemical creation gate of different dimensions to support Minister Schneider. Mingfei said. Now he could not do anything except trust his brother. He also had things to deal with here. Locate my current coordinates and notify the members of the Russian branch in the name of the Vice President to take over here. I will give you the docking method and coordinates later. At the same time, let the alchemical sergeant be prepared. He will need to deal with the items and technologies recovered from here. Understood. The Russian branch will set off in 4 hours. Yuan Xin has already left the Holy Blood Hall with the Gate of Different Dimensions, and is accompanied by a new member, Caesar Gattuso. Eva gave a reply soon, with amazing efficiency. Sorry for the trouble. How is Principal Ange now? He just woke up a day ago. His mind is not very clear yet, and his speech is unclear. It will take some time for him to recover. But the Vice Principal is not very happy. He originally wanted to wait for the elders of the Senate to leave to hold a female nude women competition, but now it has fallen through. As long as he doesn't become a fool, it will be fine. I feel that I can guess the answers to some questions without asking him. Now I am just waiting to prove whether it is right or wrong. Mingfei sighed lightly and called Bunyan to ask him to give the route to City 023 and the code for the helicopter to pick him up. He was most likely an alien, or a clone of an alien, otherwise there was no way to explain why that black dragon inexplicably called him father and said a lot of words that touched him a little. Did the Emperor ask him to travel all the way here because he was worried that he could not accept or believe this fact, so he wanted him to witness it with his own eyes and accept it? Actually, it doesn't matter. Mingfei said that as long as His Majesty the Emperor personally certifies it, it won't be a problem. Even if he is not human, he will hypnotize himself into thinking he is human but on second thought, perhaps His Majesty the Emperor wants him to come and witness and accept it just for this reason, instead of blindly deceiving himself and forget it. It seems that I have to recall and read the story of the rise of St. Giles, the father of genes, on Baal to see if I can get some ideological insights from it. The story of Lord Guilliman, the Primarch of the Ultramarines, on Macragge may also be of some help, and if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 307. The Eve. A hovercraft was running across the vast snowfield in the face of a blizzard. Two powerful air propellers blew out two flying snow dragons behind the ship, racing against time to cross one white hill after another before it got dark. This scene was in an infinite loop, and the sky and the earth were all white. This Soviet-era light fully floating landing ship was well maintained. The logistics group of City 023 spent nearly 2 hours filling the ship with oil, food and fresh water before it took Mingfei and his party out of the city and headed for the first location close to the Arctic Ocean coastline, suspected to be the Black Swan port. Xu Tianzhao originally wanted to stay in City 023 and wait to return to Castle College to give his son a psychological counseling course, but in the end he followed Lu Mingfei on the ship and continued to travel. He always felt that the end of his journey might involve the source of the Black King gene, and perhaps reveal an witness. Then his son's psychological counseling course could be put aside for the time being. I have calculated privately that in the past 10 years, the boss has taken about $20 billion of wealth from Russia through this auction. He may also set up similar organizations in other parts of the world to auction the gold and holy syrup in other economically developed places such as North America and Europe. The auction may change from every 4 years to every 2 years, and the wealth that can be plundered will increase exponentially. Old Bunyan, who was in charge of driving the hovercraft, told the secrets he knew. Combining the total economic output of countries in the world over the past 10 years, this behind-the-scenes boss can collect at least $20 billion in cash every year by selling this elixir of immortality, excluding any taxes, zero calculated. This has exceeded Microsoft's annual profit. No known rich man has ever made so much money. Didn't the guy say that he would give us this industrial chain in Russia? Then wouldn't we be able to make more than $10 or $20 billion every year to spend happily? Finkel's eyes lit up. But God is dead, my body is destroyed, and gold and holy syrup has lost its raw materials and production methods. Unless you can launch new products, those Russian customers will not mind a new boss. Old Bunyan, or the only Alexander Bunyan, said truthfully. Don't worry about this, our alchemist soldiers can deal with the two you mentioned. Finkel rubbed his hands, but then he became discouraged. But whether to sell it or not still needs the captain's approval, so it is suspected that a Dragon King who has already awakened is hiding in the dark side of the world he constructed, silently controlling the fate of mankind and devouring the world's wealth, while the secret party who takes dragon slaying as its mission is unaware of it. Ling said softly, looking at Lu Mingfei who was meditating in the corner of the cabin. If this goes on, there is no need for him to do it himself. Humans will turn against each other and destroy themselves in the war they started. Don't be afraid, sister, we're here. Finkel patted his chest. The journey of our Sword of Revelation Legion is to the Sea of Stars. This kind of guy who hides his head and tail is not to be feared at all. As long as our Emperor not, we can also sit in the position of the 5 permanent members. The words were full of the flavor of reversing by waving a hand and putting the Emperor's yellow robe on him, but His Majesty does not need to wear a yellow robe. Judging from the portrait of the Emperor hanging in the Holy Blood Museum, His Majesty should wear the kind of golden armor. Lu Mingfei was unmoved. When he closed his eyes and recalled the growth story of the Prime Rich Angel, he was also listening to their conversation. The so-called Dark King is just an object waiting to be swept and destroyed even in front of the young Prime Rich who has not yet led the Legion. But he is not a Prime Rich, and he does not have the beautiful and sacred image and charm of the father of genes that can convince countless people to be loyal, nor does he have the vast wisdom and knowledge like the ocean. He needs to act cautiously and cannot always be defeated in front of the enemy and then rely on the power of His Majesty the Emperor to save him. The sky had become dim and dark at around 4 o'clock. They were located in the northeast of Siberia. Although it was not the polar night, the days were short and the nights were long. In addition, due to the influence of the blizzard, Bunyan took his hands off the control rod as soon as it got dark. In the case of relying on the compass, detailed maps and terrain impressions to find the way, stopping the ship to rest was the most appropriate choice. The snowflakes were swept into a vortex by the storm, and under the illumination of the cabin lights, they looked like dense silver needles splashing. The night and the white snow intertwined chaotic colors. The temperature outside the ship had dropped to -63 degrees Celsius. The hot water would instantly turn into splashing ice crystals when poured outside. Even the excellent physical fitness of the hybrids could not withstand such extreme low temperatures. The hybrids would die the same way as ordinary people. Finkel was eager to hinge in and ran out to test the cold resistance of the external Dragon scale armor, but considering that there were female comrades in the cabin, it was not easy to strip them naked. But if he did not strip them naked and transform directly, it would waste a set of men's thermal underwear. Finkel said that he did not want to go into battle naked for the rest of the time, so he gave up this plan. A stove had been set up in the cabin to cook hot pot. A few canned beef, ice-cooked soup base, compressed vegetables and vodka were a heavenly enjoyment in this icy and snowy environment. We will meet the first supply station more than 100 kilometers ahead, where we can replenish supplies and diesel. Bunyan was studying the map and confirming the next route. Why is there a supply station in this place? Is this also a legacy of the Soviet era? Xu Tianzhao asked. I don't know, this is a map found in my main room. There are more than a dozen supply stations marked on it. The route seems to lead us directly to the Lactive Sea. It's near the coordinates that your majesty gave me. Ling came over and frowned to compare his map with the map in Bunyan's hand. He found that it was true. The owner of the map seemed to have prepared a road with sufficient supplies for them in advance. She remembered the original words of the boss that Geode May I repeated to her. This journey that is destined to start is much earlier than originally planned. Does the king of the dark side of the world also want to send Lumenfei to Black Swan Port? Or Paradise? Her eyes moved to the new location marked by Lumenfei on the map, and her pupils shrank slightly. Your boss prepared it. That's really thoughtful. I hope we can have hot pot next time. Finkel was careless, using chopsticks to scoop up the beef in the pot, and then put it into Lumenfei's bowl with a flattering smile, which received Shu Tianzhao's disgusted and contemptuous look. I don't know. I didn't dare to investigate the secrets of the original body before, so I naturally don't know more than you. Bunyan said. It doesn't matter. I don't want to guess riddles. Just keep going. At least before we kill what the alien wants us to kill, we don't have to worry about being attacked by it, Lumenfei said calmly. No matter what is at the end, I just hope its fist is not softer than ours. Indeed, there is nothing here that can resist us. Finkel shook the vodka and screamed in the tone of Hong Kong comics. Since he was able to transform, his whole body has swelled up. The hot pot party didn't last too long. Despite the extreme weather and the fact that they were on a hovercraft protected by light armor and 2 high-speed machine guns, Lumenfei still arranged the people who would keep watch and the shifts, mainly Shu Tianzhao, Finkel and his 3 soldiers. After Bunyan had filled his stomach, he found a corner and slept on a blanket. Too many incredible things had happened to him today, and he was an ordinary old man, so he was inevitably a little tired. With no internet and no books to kill time, the energetic Finkel suggested playing Texas Hold'em to kill time, but was rejected by Lumenfei. Compared to this meaningless game, I'd rather tell you the story of my genetic father, Saint Gels, the 9th son of the great emperor. Maybe you can get insights from it and benefit from it for the rest of your life. Ling wrapped himself in a blanket and curled up on the sofa, slowly falling asleep in the howling wind and snow outside the boat and Lumenfei's peaceful storytelling. For some reason, she thought of General Vechutin before going to sleep, and the scene of Lumenfei using his body to protect himself in the hell of fire and tar. Suddenly, she seemed to have returned to the time when she and Zero parted ways for the last time, which she could not remember. It was also in such a blizzard that the 2 small figures were chased by the pioneers of hell. Chapter 308 Shadow of the Black Swan. Lumenfei opened his eyes and woke up from his sleep. Although he did not have tonic ganglion, he remained alert during the light sleep. What came into view was Shu Tianzhao with a solemn face. What's wrong? He asked, his eyes scanning the interior of the cabin. The cabin was warm and peaceful, isolated from the howling wind outside the window. With the snow scraper not working, the front window with the hovercraft was covered with a thick layer of snow and frost. Ling was still curled up in the corner to rest. The child seemed to always have nightmares recently and needed to hold his hand to fall asleep. Old Bunyan had already woken up. He hid under the porthole with a terrified look, as if he had seen something terrifying. I was just about to wake you up, there is something outside staring at us. Shu Tianzhao held his Murazame sword with a solemn expression. Are they polar bears? Finkel was also woken up. He yawned, he was in charge of the last round of night watch. Did they wake up from hibernation because they were hungry and came out to look for food? 5 days had passed since they set out from City 023. Whether the supply stations marked on Bunyan's map were the legacy of the Soviet-era Siberian development or the aliens behind the scenes who built them in advance, these metal bunkers storing canned diesel, compressed biscuits, canned beef and dehydrated vegetables gave the hovercraft enough confidence to walk into the extremely cold Arctic Circle. During this period, the strong wind and blizzard never stopped. Traveling in such weather is a very risky thing. Not to mention that the sky and the earth are all white and the visibility is extremely low. If the hovercraft had some malfunction and stopped working, they would all be trapped to death in this uninhabited and snow world without communication signals. If it was a polar bear, there would be no need to wake you 2 up, Shu Tianzhao said, and our comrade Bunyan wouldn't be so scared by a polar bear. Lumenfei stood up and walked to the porthole, and the light inside the hovercraft illuminated the snowflakes outside that were swirling like silver needles in the storm. People generally call this kind of bad weather white hair wind. Even experienced hunters will get lost in the white hair until they are exhausted and frozen to death by the severe cold. There was once a folk legend that white hair wind eats people. There are monsters outside, Mr. Lu. Old Bunyan's voice was stiff, as if he was scared. But if white-hair wind eats people is true, then what Lumenfei saw now may be the originator of the legend. Outside the dark snowfield where the light source cannot reach, there are spots of light like fireflies floating around. If you don't look carefully, they will be easily covered by the pouring snow. Of course, there are no fireflies in this kind of place and weather. The eyes of some creatures are also that color of fireflies at night, such as wolves and leopards. Pairs of pupils shining with dark golden light faintly illuminate their slender bodies, like strange figures in horror movies. They stand unaffected as if they have merged into the cold blizzard, spying on the only light and people in the darkness. Lumenfei is certainly not unfamiliar with this. He has killed different versions of these things. Deadpool aliens who have fallen because of their dragon bloodline are exceeding the limit and are no longer human. When did you find it? He asked calmly. Just now, when I got up to go to the bathroom, I always felt like something was staring at me outside, and then I immediately notified Mr. Shu. Bunyan was terrified. Even though he could chat and laugh with senior state officials and had witnessed mythical creatures with his own eyes, when he encountered such a scene, the fear of the unknown would still involuntarily shroud his heart. To be honest, they didn't come close, so it was hard for me to notice them. Shu Tianzhao shrugged, indicating that it was not his fault for negligence during the night watch. Maybe they came when Brother Fingal was there. It doesn't matter. These things are not enough for us to fight. Fingal didn't care about Shu Tianzhao's blame shifting, and looked at Lumenfei eagerly. Go out and kill them all. Lumenfei instinctively wanted to nod and agree. No matter where these aliens came from, it would be right to purify them all, but he still calmed down. It's a bit suspicious. Wait a minute. Ling woke up at some point. She lay in front of the porthole in a daze. Her beautiful ice blue eyes were stained with a layer of gorgeous gold, reflecting the slender ghosts in the dark, and her body trembled slightly. Lumenfei signaled with his eyes, and Fingal immediately understood. This kind of thing is just right for them, but it may be a little inappropriate for children. So when he was about to go over to comfort Ling and take her away, Ling pointed his finger at the window and said in a trembling voice, "Here's Yakov." Fingal was stunned. "He is Sergei, she is Korkina, Anton, Maylode." Ling counted the ghosts in the distance one by one and said their names, as if they were friends she had met for many years. The experimental children who grew up with me in Black Swan Port, and the nurses and soldiers, they are all there. She turned her head and looked at Lumenfei with a pale face. "And me, and you, are also in there. There is nothing to be afraid of, child, it's just a little trick of the alien." Lumenfei touched Ling's head and said gently, "Don't worry, no matter what is ahead, no matter what mission Lumenx forces you to perform, this journey will end soon. Have a good rest now." He then looked cold. "Brother Finger." "Hey, come on." Finger's face was already full of impatience. In Lumenfei's view, this was eager to fight, which was the performance of a normal soldier. "Then I will stay here again." Shu Tianzhao spread his hands helplessly. "Your martial arts and words are trustworthy." Lumenfei nodded in approval. "All right, then I won't interfere with your fight, come on." The cabin door opened, and the roar of the blizzard outside instantly magnified dozens of times, and the wind, snow and severe cold quickly rushed into the cabin, but then Fingal closed the door considerately. "Rush over. It's okay to change to another place, but not now. This is obviously a trap for me or Zero." Lumenfei said calmly, "Right here, blow them up." "Hiss, I thought I was going to transform. Then I'm going to go back and put on my military coat now." "Okay, I'm kidding, Captain." Fingal smiled awkwardly, climbed into the cabin wearing a wool vest and wool shorts, took off the necklace on his neck, and instantly completed the first stage of the dragon scale armor transformation. Obviously, he couldn't withstand the severe cold and strong wind of nearly 60 degrees below zero. His ferocious and sturdy armored fingers held a grey-white octagonal rune stone. The front of the stone, which was pointed at the group of bright-eyed Deadpools in the distance, was engraved with a dragon pattern composed of red lines. A dull spell like thunder came from behind that black bull mask. "Junyan, start." The dragon spell containing the power of Junyan was activated, and the alchemical matrix was activated to expand the field. Fingal's surging blood was frantically extracted by the spell to replace the almost non-existent fire element here. Amid the thundering syllables, a fiery red sun briefly rose in the dark snowfield, illuminating everything within a radius of 300 meters, and also illuminating the appearance of the group of Deadpools. Their faces covered by tattered black robes. Some of them looked like they were healed after severe burns, some looked like they were hit head-on by heavy objects and had shocking dents, and some even looked like two people fused face to face. The grey-white scales and the irregular patterns that looked like wildly growing vines did not heal them, but rather put them together in another way, making them look weird and crazy. Ordinary people would probably have nightmares when they sleep after taking a look at their faces, but Zero could actually recognize them and say their names. The extremely heated Junyan had already condensed in front of Finger's palm. The group of skinny Deadpools did not howl or charge, just like stone statues without any reaction. They just watched quietly as the fireball with its gleaming tail of flames hit them. When it hit them, it was as if someone had kicked over a furnace containing the sun. The blazing flames like molten iron enveloped and engulfed them all. Boom. The howling wind seemed to stop for a few seconds under this shocking explosion. The group of Deadpools did not make a single wail or scream. The Junyan fireball burned them to charcoal like an incinerator. The fear of the people in the cabin was dispelled, and they looked at the flames not far away in shock. Especially Bunyan. He didn't know his hovercraft was equipped with an 85mm T-34 tank gun. The warm hot wind blew in his face, and Mingfei frowned slightly. He noticed that there was still an alien standing, which seemed not to have been completely destroyed. Give it another small one? Finkel's internal energy was obviously a little insufficient. The cost of using the Dragon Talisman in such a place was too high. I'll go take a look. Mingfei jumped off the hovercraft and walked quickly towards the explosion in the rapidly cooling storm and the smell of burning. The charred Deadpool seemed to notice Mingfei's arrival. The dark golden pupils instantly became bright and shining, reflecting its face that was somewhat similar to Mingfei's. Although this sounds a bit nonsense, it gave Mingfei the feeling that this was the case. Is this what Zero just said? He is here too? Boring tricks, damn alien. Mingfei muttered to himself coldly, and the metal prosthesis of his left arm decomposed and ejected the black muzzle. 2 explosive shells directly shattered the Deadpool's skull. Who it was and what genes it had nothing to do with him. Just as he turned and walked away, someone struck a clapper in the darkness not far behind him. Only the crisp, monotonous, empty, and weird clapper sound came with the whistling wind and snow, and then replaced it in Mingfei's ears and penetrated into his mind. Sorry, I should have updated it yesterday, but after I finished writing it, I felt that it was just a running account plus defensor, which is obviously not suitable for presentation, so I deleted it and rewrote it. I was previously caught in the vicious circle of pursuing consistency with the original work, but now I am back to speeding up. I recommend this book, written by a friend. Chapter 309 Fury. Here it comes again. Mingfei frowned, enduring the severe pain in his head that was filled with words when the strange clapper sound rang out, as if someone wanted to chisel open his head with an axe and insert or separate another person's memory. This was not the first time he encountered this strange clapper sound that could disturb his mind. According to Lin, the children who were used as experimental subjects in the Black Swan Port had undergone pontine-splitting surgery, and the nerves connecting the left and right hemispheres were cut and split into 2 different hemispheres. Mingfei initially thought that this was similar to the special organ tonic ganglion of Astates, which could intervene in the time sequence to shut down different brain areas when the mind was extremely tired. Just like reptiles or some marine creatures, the left and right brains worked alternately, greatly enhancing the Astates' fatigue resistance and continuous combat capabilities. But in fact, this operation would only promote personality splitting, and the personality of the other half of the brain that was sleeping would be controlled by the strange clapper sound. Link said that this technology came from Dr. Herzog, the head of Black Swan Port, and the other party's life and death is now unknown. But he quickly broke free from this mental pain. Having endured the torture of blood hunger and black rage, he would not give in. There was golden lava flowing in his eyes. He raised the muzzle of the explosive gun on his left arm and aimed it at the direction of the clapper sound in the darkness, firing 5 rounds at different angles. The explosive gun disappeared into the darkness with a tail flame. The flash of fire did not illuminate anything, and it was not certain whether the person hiding in the darkness and knocking the clapper was hit, but the disturbing clapper sound did disappear after the gunshot, and the whistling sound of the wind and snow filled his ears again. Mingfei stared at the impenetrable deep darkness outside his sight for a while, and finally chose to turn around and step on the charred fragments on the ground and leave. Is there something special happening, Captain? I see you've been standing there for a long time. Do you want me to fire another shot at the place? Finkel, who was covered in heavy scales, jumped off the hovercraft to greet him. It's all right now, but we still need to be on high alert and don't let down our guard. Mingfei shook his head and his face returned to calm. Back in the cabin, Finger, who had put on his clothes again, proudly introduced the magic and power of the dragon spell to Shu Tianzhao and Bunyan. The powerful firepower just demonstrated was enough to dispel human fear of unknown monsters. But Zero still looked a little frightened, even though that dead pools she thought were her and Zero were all destroyed neatly by a single shot of Junyan. She didn't know why she subconsciously thought that those dead pools would be the experimental children, soldiers and nurses in the Black Swan port. Calm down, child, no aliens or heretics can stop this. Mingfei comforted her. He thought that the others didn't hear the clapper sound because they had not undergone the pond-splitting surgery, and this child who had also been in the Black Swan port but had not undergone the surgery was undoubtedly lucky. He could hardly imagine how tortured and painful other people with split ponds would be when they heard the clapper sound. Mingfei began to care about the name Dr. Herzog. According to Zero's description and the information he collected, Dr. Jun von Herzog is the head of Black Swan Port and a genius scientist who studies genetic engineering. He discovered and studied the genes of hybrid humans without knowing it. It sounds a bit like the biological sages of the Mechanicus. He has seen these unique sages have a considerable degree of enthusiasm for the corpses of Zerg aliens. But for some reason, Mingfei subconsciously believes that the other party he has never met is an unforgivable heretic, and there is no need to communicate except the sound of the bolter. This feeling is quite strange. However, judging from the pond-splitting surgery, perhaps this idea is correct, and he can load his own bolter in advance. Everyone, be alert and beware of traps. We are very close to the first destination. Anyone who dares to stop us will be regarded as an enemy of the Empire and crushed directly. Mingfei took another deep look at the deep darkness outside the porthole. The unknown malice has never retreated. It seems to be waiting and luring himself to go deeper, and then fall into the trap it has carefully prepared. Just like the name of the alchemical weapon he carried, reason made him calm and composed. The violent wind swept the snow all over the sky and ravaged the earth, making strange sounds like the roar of a demon. The weather was getting worse and worse. The hovercraft was like a giant beast struggling to move forward against the violent storm, and its pace was getting slower and slower. Seeing that the snow scraper working at the highest speed seemed to never clear the snow, Bunyan couldn't help but feel fear and worry, as if since yesterday, this terrible nature was blocking their way forward. Previously, he thought that he might be able to witness some miracles with his own eyes if he walked to the end with this group of people. Now he just wanted to end this journey as soon as possible and get his daughter the evolutionary medicine with no side effects that could treat ALS. The young Mr. Liu would definitely not be the kind of person who would go back on his word. His strength, speech and seemingly innate temperament could make people feel sufficient reliability and security. Bunyan trusted him very much, and could only trust him. But fortunately, the supplies were sufficient. There was still a lot of food and a small amount of fuel on board, and the next supply station was not far away. They could reach it by slowly moving forward along the Rift Valley. After filling up the fuel at the supply station, they continued to drive north for about 200 kilometers to reach the coordinates given by Her Royal Highness, called Black Swan Port. I hope I can return safely. Bunyan prayed silently in his heart. The snowfield soon changed from dim and gloomy to dark. The dimension they were in was close to the city of Murmansk in the Arctic Circle. Although they had spent a polar night of 40 days, the night was still the theme of the day. Coupled with the influence of the abnormal blizzard, the visibility in the environment was less than 10 meters. In this environment, the hovercraft continued to drive forward for another 2 hours and had to stop to rest for the night to refuel the oil tank that consumed fuel faster than expected when moving against the wind. Compressed biscuits with hot water were used as dinner, and then Bunyan, Finger, and Shu Tianzhao gathered together to play Texas Hold'em or Landlord. Link sometimes stared blankly beside and sometimes joined the game. Mingfei was meditating to spend this long time meaningfully. Then they rested and kept watch, until Finger, who was on watch, exclaimed that he had found another group of dead pools. They were almost exactly the same as the group of dead pools that they had seen late last night. They stood there without any movement or reaction. Their slender bodies seemed to blend into the raging blizzard. They hid in the darkness where the light source could not reach and peeped at them. Their dark golden eyes flickered like fireflies. Just like yesterday, use Junyan to clean them up. Mingfei said calmly. Then I have to eat 2 more cans of beef for breakfast to replenish my energy. Finger looked helpless, took off his coat and walked out of the cabin with the dragon spell. The sun rose briefly on the dark snowfield again, and after the flames that soared into the sky were extinguished, it returned to darkness and lonely snow. On the third day, it was a repetitive journey, stopping the ship, resting, playing cards, keeping watch. Deadpool appeared, Junyan washed the floor, and continued to rest. The blizzard seemed to never stop, and their journey to the next supply station seemed to become endless. Their speed of advancement slowed down significantly, and Bunyan, who was in charge of driving, was also a little depressed. Mingfei stopped him and started the fourth day of rest in advance. Everyone realized that something was wrong. In order to boost their spirits and dispel panic, they had a steaming hot beef hot pot for dinner. The card-playing session to kill time was replaced by a brainstorming session. We should be trapped in Niblungen now, otherwise there is no way to explain this damn weather and those real ghosts. Shu Tianzhao expressed his guess. Since we are in Niblungen, if we have any difficulties, we can find the Emperor. Finger looked at Mingfei and asked tentatively, should we pray to His Majesty the Emperor and let him give us some instructions? Don't pray, this Niblungen is very wrong. If you really pray, there may be blasphemous existences other than the Emperor's will to respond and play tricks on us. Mingfei shook his head and rejected it. An invisible malice has been entangled with him since he heard the claps that day. He thought it was a sequela of the pond-splitting surgery, but today when he was resting and meditating, the malice finally revealed its true face, turning into a substantial, sharp whisper lingering in his ears. There is no doubt that this malice comes from the blasphemous demon. But why is there a demon? Is it that the ever-changing Demon King has not been completely destroyed? Or is it that a new demon has descended here? It is very likely. After all, this is Niblungen, a special country forged by the aliens with spiritual elements, and it has an inexplicable connection with the supreme heaven of the dark universe. A heavy haze covered his heart. Then what should we do? Just stay here. Although we still have enough food, we don't have enough fuel. Once the fuel stops, this ship will be no different from a refrigerator. Shu Tianzhao looked solemn. Tomorrow I will go out with Brother Fingal to investigate the situation. If possible, we will find and get rid of the troublemakers. Mingfei said, I'll leave this to you. You want me to stay again? Okay, only your armor can withstand this kind of weather. Shu Tianzhao had no objection. It was safest to stay on the hovercraft in this kind of weather. Trekking in the extreme cold was a very dangerous behavior even for hybrids. He was not like these two who had undergone some magical transformation and could transform into hard and solid scales. What if those ghosts show up again tonight? Or will Junyan clean up the place? Finger shook the dragon spell in his hand. This was a heavy firepower no less than that of a rocket launcher. He took 2 pieces from the alchemist sergeant and gave one of them to Shu Tianzhao. No, let me solve it. Mingfei shook his head. If those Deadpools were also one of the means by which the demons were playing tricks on him, he would use this to confirm which chaos evil god the other party came from and be prepared to deal with it. At night, Mingfei, who was in a light sleep, opened his eyes and looked out the window with the feeling, no matter where the hovercraft went, the group of Deadpools would always appear in a specific position to spy on them. Captain, only one came this time, and it seems that the others haven't arrived yet. Finkel, who was in charge of the night watch, stared out the window with a monocular telescope. Did they receive the news in advance, and then they were afraid of your might and dared not come? Mingfei frowned slightly. He did not notice the Deadpools with eyes like fireflies. There was only a thin figure curled up in the darkness where the light source could not reach. When did they appear? Just now, I was about to wake you up. Finkel whispered. Okay, I'll go get close to it. Mingfei got up and put on warm clothes, took off the sword emblem ring on his right hand, and the alchemical field expanded, with the molten gold-like brilliance flowing. When he walked out of the cabin, the ring in his hand had turned into a nearly 2-meter-long metal blade. The blade that should have been smooth was covered with sharp serrations like dragon teeth, and the exquisite and complex alchemical A pattern emitted a faint glow in the darkness. Captain, I'll follow you for safety. Finger woke up Shu Tianzhao and asked him to be careful, and at the same time put on a heavy military coat and followed. The sound of the wind around was like the screaming of evil spirits. Mingfei dragged his reason to approach the curled-up black shadow. The other party seemed to notice his approach and raised his head buried in his knees. You always play this kind of trick, don't you feel bored? Mingfei said indifferently. The metal prosthesis of his left arm broke apart regularly, and the black bomb-launching gun muzzle popped out. The other person's face was exactly the same as his, but his physique and figure were thinner than his, without muscles and strength. He stared at him with a defiant and negative look, which made people feel no threat. But the next second, his eyes staring at him became extremely resentful. I'm Mingfei. You're a Warhammer. Mutant monster. You have robbed my life. You still want to sacrifice the entire earth to an evil god and drag all human beings into another quagmire of war. Bang. A scarlet blood flower exploded from the neck of Mingfei, and he fell backwards on the snow powerlessly. Mingfei smashed his head coldly. I'm me, unique. Such boring and blasphemous words have no effect on me. Putchy. A soft and strange laugh came from the whistling wind and snow. Boring? Then I'll show you something exciting, cute little angel. The sound of the clapper came, fierce and rapid, like a march in battle, and the imaginary axe seemed to be digging Mingfei's brain at the same fierce speed, bringing him severe pain. The scene in front of him changed instantly. Mingfei saw two giants fighting fiercely not far away in front of him. He would not feel unfamiliar with one of them, or two of them. One was wearing a dazzling and holy golden armor, with huge white wings on his back, and a noble and beautiful face. The other was blasphemous and terrifying, wearing a hideous armor carved with chaos characters, and his appearance was as majestic as a mountain, with a giant wolf's fur covering the top of the mountain. The blood-red light illuminated his terrifying face, and various pipes and fiber bundles extended from his shaved skull-like braids, blending into this hideous and blasphemous armor. The Battle of the Fall of St. Les was a scene that any angel tortured by the Black Wrath would often see, but this time, Mingfei saw it more clearly than any other time before, as if he was really there, really facing the deceiver and traitor Horus Lucopel side by side with the father of Genes. Calm down. Calm down. Mingfei, this is not real, this is a trick of the devil. Mingfei gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain in his brain brought by the sound of the clapper. This was the strongest sensory experience since he had ever felt the sound of the clapper. At the same time, he forced himself not to look at the ongoing battle in front of him. This was all an illusion. He was not in that dark universe, and it had been 10,000 years since the fall of St. Giles, but it was hard to resist. Those pictures were like an axe splitting his brain and forcing them in, tempting the black rage deep in his soul to erupt. The noble father of Genes flapped his wings and soared swiftly, waving the scarlet blade to continuously give the deceiver and the rebel gorgeous, holy and deadly attacks. Each sword was a model of the Blood Angel's swordsmanship art. Mingfei could hardly take his eyes off the majestic figure of the father of Genes. The screen twitched, and the next second, he saw the huge claws of Horus the deceiver grab the ankle of the flying Gene father and smashed him into the floor. The terrifying and horrifying sound of bones cracking as the white wings were crushed between the body and the floor was clearly audible. No. Mingfei or Kato screamed in horror. The angel's beautiful and noble face was stained with blood. He did not utter a painful groan. He groped for the fallen blade and still stood up firmly to charge and attack his betraying brother. The picture twitched again, and the next second, the angel's head was caught in the deceiver's hand. The giant hammer called the World Breaker hit the angel head on above the hip, breaking him in half like a doll and smashing a relief. The picture continued to twitch. In the next second, the angel who was pierced by the deceiver's giant claws and was hung in his hand was thrown down. Every wound was squeezing each other and wailing, bringing him painful torture. Before the fallen angel could get up from the ground, the deceiver Horus swung his giant hammer and broke the bones on the left side of the angel's body. No. Katos let out a heart-wrenching roar. He rushed forward frantically, tracking the giant blade in his hand, trying to do everything he could to stop the traitor and buy even a second of breathing time for the father of Genes. Reason was gone, and rage had filled his mind. But the distance between him and the vision in front of him seemed to be so far away. No matter how he rushed, he could not get close to the reality of the scene. He could only watch in horror as the deceiver swung the giant hammer, hitting and crushing the angel's unyielding woolen body with one blow after another. Until a shattered angel was lifted up by the deceiver's giant claws. As the claws closed, Katos heard a heartbreaking double crack of the spine and neck. Horus. Finger looked at Mingfei not far ahead in horror, and he let out a furious and crazy roar, tracking the giant blade and rushing into the deep darkness that led to nowhere without looking back. Captain. What are you doing, Captain? He wanted to rush up to stop Mingfei, but heard the whistling wind brought extremely excited laughter, as if someone was quite satisfied with his prank. P.S. In the original text, the angel was not beaten into a source. This is a rumor, and the original text is quite cruel, not funny at all, just had comminative raptures all over the body, although my clarification is also hellish. Chapter 310. Double Shadow. Your name is Mingfei, and you were a good child worthy of cultivation. The sound of cicadas woke Mingfei from his sleep. The old-fashioned oscillating fan at the head of the bed barely dispelled the midsummer heat for him, but it could not drive away the dizziness in his head. He felt that he should not wake up here, but should be, where? He couldn't remember. Damn, why did his head hurt so much? The memories were mixed together, as if he had a long and endless dream during the short nap just now. In the dream, he went to many places: the United States, Japan, Russia. He went there several times, and each experience was different. He also flew out of the universe to other planets and served as an elite soldier for the human empire that ruled the galaxy. It sounded quite nonsense, but he felt it was very real. But he was not wearing the white armor of the Imperial Stormtroopers, but another larger and heavier armor. But he couldn't remember anything. Don't think too much. Get up and pray to the Lord of Heaven. Everything will be fine. Mingfei shook his head, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, stood up, put on his shoes and walked to the desk. On the Chinese bamboo desk was a statue of a fine and peculiar shape and lifelike. It was a crowman standing up with wings spread behind him. His slender arms covered with black feathers held a staff. Unlike those stereotyped staffs inlaid with large crystals or gems of various colors, the top of this staff was a thick, open book. He put his hands together and bowed to the statue perfunctorily, and subconsciously said, For whom? He was stunned and couldn't remember it. But he was sure that there was such a name, and there was such an existence for whom he was willing to dedicate everything and fight. Forget the name, and recite it with me. Don't ask what's roaring in the night, don't doubt who's waiting in the shadows. I wake up with the night cries, and my body follows my eyes. It's, what, you said it's hard to pronounce. Is there a shorter one? Oh, damn it, this is the most suitable expression for you and the one that best reflects the wisdom of my lord. Okay, change to a shorter one. Recite it with me. Thinking for a long time makes you want to know, knowing a lot makes you thirsty for thinking. You haven't heard of the name of Fushan King Bao Tianzun. I forgive your ignorance. After all, my lord has 9,999 honorific names and 99,999 aliases. Want a shorter one? Damn it, is your brain as stupid as Ogrin, or is your body resisting instinctively? Mingfei stood beside the statue in a daze, mumbling "Aba" for a long time without any clue, and finally came to his senses, scratched his head, sat down, turned on the computer, logged into the battle platform with ease, and picked an online expert in the channel to play StarCraft. It was the Golden Week holiday, and there was no psychological pressure to play that game. Mingfei wanted to warm up his hands with a game, but he didn't expect that the feel was unexpectedly good, and his mind was working fast, just like turning on the full map perspective. No matter what the opponent's opening, what he was doing, and what style he was following, he could predict it through a simple corner of the screen, and then quickly make plans and countermeasures in advance, without too high or too intense operation frequency to be able to defeat the opponent in a fancy way. After the master lost 7 games in a row, he was replaced by the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one. Knowledge, foresight, strategy. How do you feel? This is only the lowest and most insignificant manifestation of my lord's authority. I can also share with you my lord's more profound and subtle wisdom and strategy, so that you can easily control this planet and become its ruler. You are not interested? Then what do you want to do? Interstellar professional player. What is that? The ground was flowing with mercury-like moonlight, and the roar and roar like a chainsaw came from the darkness. Kartos let out a low roar like a beast, and violently disemboweled one black-armored alien after another with bloodthirstiness. He was unaware of the highly corrosive black blood splattering on his body, and he just kept killing all the creatures in front of him tirelessly and endlessly. Horus. He didn't know that he had come to another unknown place from the snowy plains ravaged by the blizzard. In his cognition, he was on the spirit of vengeance. The black shadow that seemed to be attached to his soul and returned with him erupted like a volcano after Kartos witnessed the death of the Gene Father with his own eyes and clearly. The black fury engulfed him, and the scene of the death of the Gene Father kept repeating in his mind. The face of the traitor and deceiver Horus occupied the vision in front of him. A hideous and sturdy black-armored alien rushed over at a fast speed, holding a huge shovel in its hand. No one cared why it used a shovel as a weapon. In Mingfei's vision, it was a traitor Astartes of the sons of Horus who blocked his way. He did not dodge or hide, but resisted the shovel hitting his head and raised his rage to cut into the weak point of the opponent's power armor. The dense and sharp saw teeth on the blade, like dragon teeth, roared again, madly cutting and tearing the traitor's body. The traitor fell, and Kartos continued to move forward. The distance between him and Horus was still far, so he had to continue to move forward and kill crazily without end. A shadow crawled out of the darkness and tried to desecrate the fallen body of the father of angels, so he became even more crazy and furious. In the evening, Mingfei's family of 3 had dinner, and the news broadcast was on TV. Mother Cowan drank soup absent-mindedly, her eyes never leaving Mingfei. Mingfei's symptoms have become more serious again. Father Lu Linqing gave the chicken leg to his son and the chicken wing to his wife, feeling a little worried. Well, I saw him talking to himself when I came back from shopping today. He said someone was talking to him in his head. Cowan also looked worried. Is the doctor you found with your classmate reliable? Why hasn't he been cured for so long? This thing is just like mental illness and cannot be cured. Lu Linqing saw Cowan staring at him angrily and quickly changed his words, but at least our Mingfei will definitely not become a mental patient. It's just that he has read too many evil books and they have taken to his mind. He inexplicably believed in some evil cult. Let him relax and rest more, play more games, and he will get better slowly in the future. I'm afraid it will affect his civil service exam. The background check is very strict now. If we don't pay attention, our grandchildren will be affected. Lu Mingfei lowered his head to eat, silently listening to the conversation between his parents. He felt like he had been separated from his parents for many years, and he had been looking forward to such a time for the 3 of them to have dinner together for a long time. Too slow, boylos. How long do you plan to cheat in this inefficient way? The will of the cursed will notice and interfere directly at any time. He does not crave knowledge and strategies, his body resists instinctively. Then let me do it. You restrain the angry soul, and let me shape the memory of this little guy. The voice became pleasant and seductive. He is quite hungry now, and he needs love and wonderful pleasure to indulge and degenerate him. Chapter 311 Stars. Your name is Lu Mingfei, a child who is about to embrace hunger. Lu Mingfei couldn't sleep much. The whispers in his head were as disturbing as quiet tinnitus, but he could do nothing about it. He always felt that his past was unreal, as if he had jumped from a baby to the present in an instant, and he knew nothing about what had happened before. This might be the dual effects of intermittent amnesia and memory fiction, so he looked through his own information. His father, Lu Linqing, was a researcher and paid great attention to the classification and management of information. It didn't take him too much time to find his various certificates and consolation prize certificates from the small bookcase. He grew up locally since he was a child. He lived with his uncle and aunt in junior high and high school. He went to Shilan Middle School, which the locals said was an aristocratic middle school. But his grades didn't improve, and he ended up studying at a third-rate university and was unemployed at home after graduation. An ordinary life without any bright spots. Maybe he was supposed to be like this, or maybe it shouldn't be like this. Why aren't you sleeping so late? Someone opened the door of the study and walked in. Does your head hurt again? Dad. Lu Mingfei looked at his father's handsome face, which had a few more wrinkles but was still gentle and refined. He thought that in addition to his interesting soul, his good-looking appearance must have contributed to his ability to win over his charming mother. Let's go. It's cool at night. Let's go down and take a walk and breathe some fresh air. The father and son walked along the outer wall of the institute compound. Lu Linqing lit a cigarette and looked at the dozens of pile drivers standing in the dark in the distance. He sighed leisurely. When the commercial housing over there is built, we have to demolish it here too. People in the institute said that there will be demolition compensation, and it's not a small amount of money. Yeah. Lu Mingfei was a little absent-minded. He subconsciously thought that he had no interest in these things. He seemed to have a more magnificent and epic journey to embark on, as if it was written with blood. It's okay, your illness is not serious, and it won't affect your life too much. Take a rest for a while and then find a job. Give yourself something to do. Don't be idle all day. It's troublesome to think about nothing. Lu Linqing blew out a puff of smoke, patted Lu Mingfei on the shoulder and comforted him. If it weren't for the girl, you wouldn't be like this. Girl. Lu Mingfei was stunned for a moment, and a beautiful figure with dark red hair immediately appeared in his mind. But he couldn't remember her name. Maybe it doesn't matter at all, and it's insignificant compared to the journey he is about to embark on in his subconscious. Lu Mingfei thought for a while. Chen Wenwen? What Chen Wenwen? Her name is Chen Moton, your desk mate at Shilan Middle School. Lu Linqing said this name in an angry tone. The daughter of the chairman of the Black Prince Group, relying on the money in her family, she thinks she can do whatever she wants. Chen Moton. The figure and face in his mind gradually became clear, and more different memories emerged. These are the contents that should have been erased by the subconscious, but Lu Mingfei subconsciously held them firmly in his hands, not wanting to give up. It's still my fault. I left you here and ran to America for so long without coming back to see you. My brother's impact husband is really useless. Lu Linqing became more and more angry, and took another deep puff of cigarette. Otherwise you wouldn't be so timid, and you were fooled by a few smiling faces. She is actually a good person, I was just being sentimental. Lu Mingfei said softly. You are still speaking for others. Lu Linqing was a little angry. You just fell for their tricks, thinking that they were interested in you, and they hooked you up with a few smiling faces, but in fact, they were just playing with you, and they didn't even look at you. But even if she wants to enter our Lu family, I can't let her in. What a bitch. The girl named Derry before was pretty good. She was pretty, quiet, well-behaved, and liked you. Even if she was Japanese, so what? After entering my Lu family and getting a household registration, she is Chinese. But you are so stubborn that you keep thinking about Chain Moton all day long, causing her to run back to Japan, and now there is no trace of her. The man became more and more angry as he spoke, threw away the cigarette he hadn't finished, rubbed his feet back and forth a few times, and walked away, leaving Lu Mingfei standing alone in front of the huge and quiet construction site in silence. For some reason, when the old man mentioned the name he didn't remember, his heart suddenly ached. He wanted to trace back his memories at her, but for some reason he couldn't muster up the courage. These are not important. Yes, these are not important compared to the journey he is about to embark on. Lu Mingfei thought to himself. Of course it doesn't matter, kid. What you need is the love of the Lord of Pleasure. Someone said to him with a chuckle. In the cold and dark corridor that seemed to never end, Cartos walked and slaughtered everything he saw. The corrosive blood formed a thick layer of frozen blood scab on his body, and the teeth on the giant metal blade in his hand became a little blunt, and the efficiency of killing slowed down. How long has it been? A day? 10 days? Or maybe a year? He didn't know. The black rage occupied his mind. Even if the traitors were endless, the deceiver Horus and the fallen corpse of the father of genes not far away seemed to be unreachable forever. But he kept moving, killing one traitor after another. Who are you? The bewitching voice in the darkness asked him. I am Cartos Harkins, one of the countless loyal descendants of the great St. Gervais. I will tear you into pieces, Horus. He responded with a roar and a rage. His eyes turned scarlet, and sharp fangs grew in his mouth. The voice in the darkness laughed strangely, and seemed to be quite satisfied with Lu Mingfei's answer, and disappeared without a trace. Cartos rushed forward frantically with his knife, and several tall and ferocious aliens with membrane wings on their backs jumped out of the darkness to block his steps. The bloody battle was about to break out, but it was fleeting. Nothing could stop the furious angel's descendant. Either kill him or be killed by him. The blood scab on the surface of his body, which was like armor, added hot new blood. Cartos' slowed-down steps stepped on the corpse and head of the traitor. I am Cartos. He suddenly froze and stopped. He saw the small window with iron bars on the wall. Extremely cold air and cold wind poured in from outside, causing the black blood under his feet to freeze rapidly. There was a window like this every 50 meters on the wall on the right. He had not noticed its existence in this bloody rush until now. What caught his attention was a star, the only star, shining in the dark sky outside the window. Its light seemed insignificant like a firefly, but it dyed the cold and boundless snowfield outside with a layer of white-silver makeup. Cartos looked up at the star. The scarlet in his eyes was fading, and the black anger that was gushing out and devouring his soul was gently extinguished. He was much more sober at this moment, but the anger of the father of Jean's death was still filling his heart. A creature lurking in the shadows tried to launch a sneak attack when he was careless, but was immediately cut in half by the saw blade, and the hideous head was twisted 180 degrees by both hands and directly broken. I am Cartos, the descendant of angels, he whispered softly, pulling out the saw blade stuck in the alien's waist. The black rage cannot devour me. You are trying to pull chestnuts from the fire, your great emperor. Lu Mingfei sighed softly, his figure a little illusory. The boy withdrew his gaze from the bronze dome engraved with a star map, and replied calmly without any emotion. This is a test he must overcome. He looked at the girl under the bronze stage with a variety of expressions such as vigilance, fear, and unwillingness, and spoke in the same tone. Hello, Jmunganda. Chapter 312 First Contact. Let me take a look at your memory first. Well, it's even more boring than I thought. But it's okay, I'll make your next time more interesting. Let's start with the most basic, step by step. You don't have the courage to face Chain Moton. It's okay, then start slowly with others. How about Chen Wenwen? First, you ask Chen Wenwen out. She was your first crush in high school, an elegant literary girl, well-behaved and quiet. Look at her pure white natural skin, which is completely incomparable to the rough artificial skin of those corrupt nobles. You should know that in the environment of your empire, even the skin of newborn babies is quite bad. I really want to peel off her skin and make beautiful accessories, or while entering her body from various places, use a knife to draw beautiful characters and patterns on her white body, and then, oh, don't be afraid, forget what I just said. For you, I will try to be as gentle as possible and use a method that you can adapt to and like. You should know that the sensory stimulation that you are pursuing now is something that even I disdain, let alone wanting to attract the attention of the eldest lady. Come on, let's continue. Chen Wenwen agreed to go out for dinner with you, obviously reluctantly. Maybe she agreed to it because of the friendship between former classmates. But no matter what, she was still quite surprised, maybe because of the grand decoration of this restaurant, or your elegant temperament, gentle conversation, pursuit of taste and perfection. How can you have these things that don't exist in you? Of course, my eldest lady is the god of love and art. Those who believe in her will receive perfection as the initial gift. This is just the beginning of the change. It won't be long before ordinary people will fall in love with you hopelessly, and those who disdain you will be eager to offer themselves to you for tasting. Of course, tasting can be tasting from many aspects. You see, Chen Wenwen's eyes have begun to become blurred when she looks at you, with a primitive desire. The unique fragrance emanating from you is the perfume I carefully prepared for you. Next, you don't dare. What do you mean? She doesn't like you. Your real self is not as charming and graceful as it is now. If possible, you would rather have someone like the real you without disguise? Oh hell, this idea is really stupid and boring. Well, then I ask you, don't you want to turn your current self into a real and eternal part of yourself? Instead of staying in this short time, preparing a disguised image to leave a good impression in front of Chen Wenwen or others. You'll look at Chen Wenwen, and Chen Wenwen also looks at you with her pretty and flushed face. Under the ambiguous lights and music, her eyes are blurred, and her cherry lips exhale a misty breath. Her whole person is full of desire and need for you. You're in a trance for a moment. Putting aside this ambiguous scene that is not suitable for children, it seems that no one has ever shown you an expression of approval, and no one has ever smiled at you like this. From childhood to adulthood, other people's eyes on you are perfunctory, and the smiles they give you are sarcastic. Some people are willing to pay attention to you because they treat you as a clown for fun, but you enjoy it. In a trance, you see other people's faces flashing on Chen Wenwen's face, including the girls from Xilan Middle School, such as Su Xiaokang and Liu Miao, and several beautiful girls you met in college. They are all looking at you with such eager eyes, an experience and feeling you have never had before. You said, I want to. Just think about it. Whether you really need it, or just respond perfunctorily that you think there will be no consequences, as long as you have a little desire and expectation in your heart, as long as you want it, it's right. Then, enjoy your first primitive sensory stimulation. You tentatively said to Chen Wenwen, maybe we can make up for the regrets of the past today. She showed no resistance at all and followed you to the hotel. Of course she won't resist. You have the aura of blessing from the eldest lady. In her eyes, you are the most perfect person. And you also have the seductive perfume I carefully prepared for you. No one will resist, no one can refuse. Why do you show resistance and timidity again? What? You said it's illegal. Want to turn back? It's not what you imagined. You want to start a perfect relationship and then go with the flow to that sacred step. Damn it, okay, now you don't have the boring slow-burning romance imagination. Now let's continue. You took Chen Wenwen's hand and came to a hotel. Oh look, the pure and literary girl who was as quiet as water in the past actually has such a passionate and active side after taking off her dress. You hugged and kissed boringly, and she boldly asked for you under the stimulation of the perfume. Shut up, you hairless fool. Can't you see that I'm trying hard? Don't urge me anymore. Mingfei felt and enjoyed his first intimate contact with the opposite sex in more than 20 years. Chen Wenwen was obviously familiar with it. After all, she accepted Zhao Ming's confession in high school and they were about to get engaged now. When he thought of this, Mingfei felt a sense of guilt, and a different kind of, stimulating pleasure. Who knows? The literary girl who used to be a precious memory even if she was on duty with him and smiled at him, was now sitting on him and twisting her waist vigorously. Her beautiful and elegant face was now stained with a blush of indulgence and depravity. It was so unreal, but the hot body in front of him, the girl's rapid breathing and the chirping of the oriole, all told him that this was really happening. Looking at the girl's flushed face in front of him, Mingfei suddenly grinned foolishly, not knowing why. Suddenly, he saw someone on the side from the corner of his eye. He turned his head subconsciously and saw a boy sitting on the sofa not far away in the room. The boy was wearing a fine suit, and his beautiful round face looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. The other party just looked at him quietly, and his golden eyes were somewhat eye-catching under the pink and ambiguous light in the room. The boy sighed leisurely, with helplessness and a hint of sadness. Mingfei subconsciously felt ashamed, as if he was showering when the door suddenly opened and people were watching him. But when he blinked the next time, the boy's figure disappeared, as if he had never existed. He wanted to look around to see if the boy had run away somewhere else, but Chen Wenwen, who was sitting on him, held up his face and sucked and demanded his tongue as if she wanted to swallow it. He was intoxicated by the unique sensory stimulation again. The black anger cannot devour me. Mingfei walked in the dark and cold corridor, whispering to himself. Black rage is a curse that accompanies all descendants of St. Charles. It seems to have penetrated deep into the soul. Even if he returns to another world with another body, Mingfei is still deeply troubled by it. When it strikes, the thinking of the descendants of St. Charles will be twisted and return to the dark and bloody era of betrayal. They will truly face the deceiver and the great traitor Horus, and personally experience all the indescribable anger and pain that the father of Jean suffered in that fallen war. A warrior devoured by black rage will not be able to distinguish between himself and the enemy. Except for the descendants of St. Charles who were obviously the same in the vision of black rage, the rest of them may be twisted into traitors or directly the great traitor Horus. And his fate is to join the Death Company, with his power armor painted black, and carry out suicidal missions under the guidance of the encouraging words of the chapter chaplain, seeking a glorious death in battle. Black rage cannot devour me. Mingfei always whispered like this, as if reminding, and as if motivating himself. Every angel son reminded himself of this, but he was inevitably trapped in the black fury. He had never heard of any brave and noble warrior who successfully overcame the black fury, and now he wanted to work hard to overcome it. Mingfei didn't know how long he had been walking. In this strange and weird space, he seemed to be unable to feel the passage of time, so he used the aliens that jumped out of the darkness to kill him as time to count. This was the 455th. These aliens were vulnerable. Under the killing instinct of the Astartes and the deadly swordsmanship of the Blood Angels, no alien could hurt him. During this time, the scene of Horus the Deceiver swinging the World Breaker to attack, causing the fall of the Primarch, kept flashing in front of Mingfei's eyes. Mingfei didn't want to worry about whether it was more crazy to experience the pain of the Gene Father personally or to witness the struggle of the Gene Father before his death. He tried hard to suppress his anger and vent them on the aliens that attacked him. He raised his head and looked out the small window at the only bright star in the dark sky. This was his only companion, like a beacon guiding the way in the fog. Sometimes an illusion would flash before his eyes, the Primarch in a black gemstone-like gorgeous power armor would smile and stretch out his arms to him, asking him to come to him in an irresistible tone. Whenever this happened, he would look at the star, and the instant awakening was like a dry desert getting cool rain. He firmly rejected the request of the father of genes and continued to move forward. He had to find a way out of here. Who are you? The bewitching voice hidden in the darkness sounded again. It always asked itself this. I am Cortos, the loyal son of St. Jareth. Mingfei responded indifferently. No, you are not. You are not loyal. You watched the fall of the Primarch with your own eyes, but you were indifferent. St. Jareth does not have a cowardly offspring like you who brings shame to the Blood Angels. You are not qualified to preach to me. I will find you and purify you. Under the cold words, there was a raging volcano waiting to erupt. The voice in the darkness seemed to be frightened and did not dare to reply to him. Mingfei continued to drag his sword forward firmly and killed the 456th alien that jumped out of the darkness. I am Cortos, the loyal son of St. Gervais. He paused. I am also Mingfei. Even though my body is different in nature, I am still loyal to the Empire and humanity. Chapter 313 Debauchery and Forbearance. After the first experience of excitement and pleasure, you began to desire more. That's right, learn to embrace your hunger, release your nature, and serve the Prince of Darkness. What? You said that the titles of Prince of Darkness and Miss sound different in gender? How ignorant. The so-called gender and form are just boring divisions for you mortals. The road to the pursuit of extreme desire should not be limited by boring aspects such as gender, blood relationship, and form. Come on, don't stay at the lowest level of desire stimulation, try to feel more deeply. You say this sounds like a perverted stallion. No, 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 this is the only way for you to embrace your hunger. Only in this way can you transform. Believe me, your importance is enough for the mist to bless you and let you sublimate into the most noble demon prince, and you may even be second only to the beautiful incarnation of divinity, the charming fallen phoenix. You don't dare. It's okay, no matter how timid, cowardly or ugly you were before, after you set foot on this wonderful road, everything will change. Look, after receiving your nourishment, Chen Wenwen can no longer hold back and starts to contact you to ask for more. Looking at her intoxicated and fanatical coquettishness, do you still remember her previous pure appearance that everyone pursued? After 2 consecutive days of low-level stimulation, you'll look at the body rolling its eyes and twitching on the bed, and begin to feel a little bored. Maybe you can find the next target to get some freshness. Sushiakayang, the so-called little goddess. With her current status, she can completely ignore your invitation, but she still came and was surprised by the change in your appearance and temperament. Is this the only change? Of course not. You told her more about your changes with your actions, haha, just like Chen Wenwen, this little goddess who always looked down on everyone because of her rich family is also very surprising. You should know that you used to be just an insignificant follower that she despised, but now she is calling her master and begging for mercy from you. It's really interesting, isn't it? You pulled the rope of her collar and laughed happily. Liu Miu now, the school beauty like Sushiakayang and Chen Wenwen, played the piano well with her smooth and slender hands. You suddenly had the idea to control the strength to make her make different tones of sound, just like turning her into a piano. Although it's boring, it's a good thing, at least you are slowly getting rid of low tastes, right? Once you deliberately invited Chen Wenwen and her boyfriend Zhao Minggu to come out together, he had realized that something was wrong before. But so what? After the lowbrow fun with Chen Wenwen, you smiled and walked towards him, watching the expression on his handsome face change from anger, then to fear. Not the kind of fear of death. Yes, that's it. Embrace the way of hunger and pursuit of excitement, and don't be limited by anything. You are making rapid progress, child. Then there is Renate, Jude May by Uza Jerry. Strange, why are you crying? Look, you are hugging her tightly, she will always be yours, she will become a part of you. Oh no. Damn it, you are still resisting to face Chain Motun. Are you afraid that you are not worthy of her? No, look in the mirror, look at how perfect you are, handsome and beautiful enough to make everyone fall in love with it, a strong and powerful body after the transformation and reshaping of perfect proportions, beautiful patterns hidden under pale and soft skin, and your deep purple eyes hide the blessing power from the Dark Prince. Don't resist, child, you're only a few steps away from the next transformation. Look, isn't it easy to ask her out? A proud and arrogant girl, wearing a white diamond t-shirt and a black gauze skirt, with her dark red hair that you were obsessed with draped behind her. Now she is obsessed with you. Look, your perfection makes her stare, your body fragrance makes her mind blur, no mortal can resist your charm, kid. Think about it, what can you do to her body that you have been thinking about day and night? Don't you want to? Damn it, why are you so resistant? Why are you so obsessed with her? It's just the remnant of the previous personality memory, but it has such a deep impact. Are you destined to be this girl's ridiculous captive? Damn, I don't have so much time to waste on your last bit of boring personality. Your eyes lit up with a beautiful purple light. Although your heart is still resisting and timid, your body has already responded on your behalf when you said the word want and set foot on this road. There is no so-called turning back from the wrong path. Especially since you have already enjoyed the taste of desire. You walked forward and boldly indulged your desires from the Dark Prince on her. Your heart wanted to get rid of this situation, but your instinct of hunger and need and the memory of your past desire for love made you hug her body tightly, fearing that she would leave you. Forgive me, senior sister. You should know that I am the only one who loves you so much. I am so devoted to you. I'm sorry, I shouldn't do this to you, but who told you to treat me like this? Forgive me, senior sister, I will give you all my love. I really love you. I'm sorry, I love you. I'm sorry, I love you. I'm sorry, I love you. The impact of personality and emotional contradictions in the heart, the last trace of rational personality being swallowed by indulgent desires, or the crazy look when the two bodies are entangled together, no matter which one, it can make the Dark Prince's secret keeper, the pure destruction dancer Shipala, who condescended to guide here, scream excitedly. We finally succeeded. Praise the Lord of Change. Someone said. Shut up your damn crow mouth. Doilos. You completely threw yourself into the arms of the Dark Prince, without any obstacles. You urgently need to hold a ceremony to transform, baptize, and sublimate, because there is a powerful, hateful destroyer who wants to destroy the beauty of you and these girls. Can you tolerate all this? Of course not. Yes, that's right. Because of Chain Moton and Sushiakayang, you easily joined this group of comfortable, wealthy upper-class hedonists. Due to their pursuit of desire and your charm, you easily let them hold a grand carnival banquet. They imagined themselves dancing, enjoying exquisite food, hugging each other and experiencing low-level fun. In fact, they were tearing each other apart and tasting each other's flesh and blood. You just watched everything with a smile. You who threw yourself into the embrace of the Dark Prince were not surprised by these things that were already commonplace, and even felt a little boring. The girls you conquered entangled with you, asking for your desire. Are you ready? Kill the damn destroyer and regain control of your own body. You nodded, quite confident. The 945th. Mingfei suppressed his manic black anger. It was difficult, but he did it. He rejected the hand extended to him by the Gene Father in black power armor countless times. I'm your loyal descendant. I am willing to die gloriously for you and mankind, but I am not willing to die of you. He would say this every time, looking up at the only star in the dark sky outside the window. In this space where time passes unaware, this is his only company. Once he chanted the Emperor's word to control his anger, and suddenly found that the stars were twinkling. He immediately alerted that this might be some kind of trap. The Emperor's word exposed its blasphemous nature, so he chanted even louder. But the stars were still bright in the end, not affected by the Emperor's word, and accompanied him as always. Black Swan Harbor. Mingfei got rid of the endless dark corridor and was now exploring the dark and cold building. The Russian signs everywhere in the building, the various records in the archives, all indicated that this building was his destination this time, Black Swan Harbor. There were a total of 39 children's rooms, from number 0 to number 38. Mingfei felt a little conflicted. He sympathized with the heresy that those children had suffered here, but because his background was similar to theirs in a sense, he did not cause much trouble. After all, the trial to become an Ostates was more cruel and ruthless. 8956. He memorized the information he read from the archives and prepared to find a way out. When he fell into the enemy's trap in a rage, well, his brothers who were traveling with him attacked. Are Bunyan and Zero still safe? He couldn't waste time here anymore. I am Kartos, the loyal son of St. Jareth. I'm also Mingfei. Even though my body and essence are different, I will always be loyal to the Emperor and humanity. He whispered to himself to prevent the Black Fury from overwhelming his reason. The cruel scene of Horus the Deceiver killing the father of genes kept flashing back and forth in front of his eyes, trying to drive him crazy. Mingfei returned to the dark corridor and looked at the stars in the sky outside the window. It became particularly bright. The 960th. The Deadpool aliens continued to emerge from the darkness, as if endless. Mingfei estimated that the bodies of the Deadpools he killed might fill up the Black Swan Harbor. The 9. Mingfei saw a ray of light in front of the dark corridor. At the same time, he sensitively smelled the smell of blasphemy, the sinful smell of blood and body fluids mixed together. He exhaled deeply, wiped off the black blood scabs left on his reason, revealed the sharp fangs, and quickened his pace forward. There are sinful things waiting for you to purify your head. P.S. The Mingfei in these two chapters is the Mingfei of a failed timeline, which has nothing to do with the original work. There is no behavior of stepping on the original work to praise himself, so please do not make irrelevant associations, brothers in battle. The right to interpret any abnormal behavior of Mingfei during this period belongs to the Secret Keeper, the Great Demon Ship era. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 314. Fight. The door of the banquet hall opened. Unlike the beautiful and lively scene here, there was a deep and boundless darkness on the other side of the door. You felt someone rushing towards you. You could feel his anger, his beating heart, the flow of his blood. This feeling was really wonderful, as if you and him, who you had never met, were one and the same. Do you really want to kill him? You asked. Of course not, this can only be said to be the worst way to deal with it. If you can pull him into the arms of the young lady, that would be the best. The premise is that you can do it, otherwise why would I go to so much trouble to shape you into this appearance? So considering that this possibility is very small, you'd better completely annihilate the other party, and then completely control this body to pursue and enjoy more and more wonderful pleasures and excitement. I will. You said, holding up the head of Chain Motone, who was lying on your body and entangled with you, looking at her blood and intoxicated eyes, and kissed her very affectionately, with soft tongues entangled with each other, as if wanting to go deep into each other's body. I will be with my senior sister forever. She said she loves me too. You sang softly a crazy love song. You will, but the premise is that you either win over the other party or destroy the other party. Only in this way can you completely control this body and be with your real senior sister. Here he comes. A dark figure rushed out of the door, just like the deep darkness behind him, and stepped into this place full of wonderful pleasure. You can't help but frown, because he is a little too ugly and rude. His appearance is almost exactly the same as the you before you embraced and thirsted, but with a little more indifference and disgust. It can't be compared with you at all. Your charm now is enough to make all mortals on this planet fall for you. He exudes a foul smell, and the dark blood solidifies into an ugly blood scab covering him, like a dirty garbage. The connection and feeling are clearer, and you can't help but smile at the corner of your mouth. You're a little reluctant to kill him. You want to win him over, clean him up, take him to your pink world, invite him to share your favorite Chain Motone with you, and then hug each other and experience the wonderful new pleasure and excitement. Just imagining it, you're already trembling with excitement. Brother, join me. You stand up and say to him with a smile. Chen Wenwen, Su Xiaoqiang, Liu Miao, the three succubi who have now transformed and reborn in flesh and blood, twist their enchanting and beautiful bodies towards him, welcoming him on behalf of your will and taking him to share bliss with you. But what these beauties responded to was brutal killing. Another you who is uglier and rougher than you used the barrel of the gun that popped out of your arm to smash their heads one by one. Okay, you're angry, except for Chen Motone, you still like them very much. It seems that this brother has been poisoned too deeply by another hypocritical god and refuses to share bliss with you. Then smash him, let him surrender or be destroyed by your will, and have a complete victory at the soul level. You stand up, Chen Motone offers you a weapon with both hands, you pick it up. Let's kill him together, my lovely Eri. The alchemical muscle bundles are flowing with golden rune light, and the explosive launch tube projected from the left arm prosthesis mercilessly smashes the heads of these blasphemous creatures. The so-called succubus and lust demons are simply disgusting. Their slender and skinny purple bodies have curved hooves and claws covered with barbs. Their faces are as ugly as dry vampires, and their purple eyes are full of hunger for desire. This hall is also blasphemous and dirty. The slippery floor is condensed with mucus mixed with blood, as if it is a substance secreted by the marble floor itself. The smell it emits is like sour and rotten food sprinkled with strong and strange perfume. The scarlet flesh and blood turn into blasphemous flowers blooming in the hall. There is no doubt that this blasphemous scene the enemy is a demon under the command of Slinch, one of the evil gods of the subspace. A new demon has come to this world. How did it come? Should we report this to His Majesty the Emperor, or should we destroy it first? Lu Mingfei's heart sank to the bottom. With one hand, he accurately shot other dirty succubi that pounced on him, while holding the reason in his hand tightly and staring at the creature at the end of the hall. The undisguised evil aura came from this. It was 3 meters tall, slender and not strong. Except for a few places covered by a shell made of exquisite metals and gems and silk with blasphemous symbols, it exposed most of its skin and flesh filled with charming pink and purple. The dual and multiplied physiological characteristics of men and women were displayed on its body. It had 4 slender arms, 2 of which held sharp scimitars, and the other 2 held a grey-white boned giant sword. The sword was wrapped with cocoon-like silk threads, and several obvious human skeletons could be vaguely seen in a certain position. This is a phenomenon of being severely corrupted by chaos. Lu Mingfei had purified this kind of Slinch follower before. The blessing of chaos power has caused these people's bodies to undergo serious mutations and enhancements, and they can even fight us natives. You shouldn't have rejected me. You should have enjoyed the beauty of my senior sister with me, but you rejected me. The Slinch follower said in his soft and charming voice, with strange pink and purple light flowing in his eyes. Senior sister? What senior sister? Lu Mingfei frowned and stared at its beautiful and strange face with sharp horns. He could vaguely see a trace of his own outline. At the same time, he also heard someone whispering nearby. Oh, damn it, no matter what, please don't mention your senior sister anymore, just focus on fighting and destroy this angry soul. Mingfei didn't think about it anymore, raised his left hand and fired at the head of his sledge follower without hesitation. The roaring bomb dragged a swift tail flame and instantly crossed a distance of more than 30 meters and rushed straight to the opponent's face. However, the enemies either dodge or cut through the incoming bombs, while his speed remains unchanged. He rushes towards Mingfei with graceful and enchanting steps, and his two swords seem to be ready to fight. This is the combat performance of their belief in the Prince of Darkness. The power of chaos will give its followers swift and sharp speed and perfect attack movements, turning ordinary mortals into deadly and swift blade dancers. The ultimate bloodline of refinement. The dragon blood is boiling, and the dragon's might is mighty. Mingfei decisively enters the dragon state. The new black scales from his paws tear off the blood scab on his body surface to cover it. The alchemical weapon resin completely activates the field, and the scorching light covers the blade and reshapes it, turning it into a 3-meter-long dragon-toothed giant blade. Even though he was besieged by darkness and slaughtered nearly 9,000 dead pools before, Mingfei was not able to go all out like this. When he completed his dragon transformation, not only did the sledge followers wielding double knives and heavy swords follow him, but also a large number of images and memories squeezed into his mind, as if after the proportion of dragon blood in the hybrid exceeded the limit, the invisible firewall against the power of chaos also disappeared. In an instant, Mingfei analyzed the previous appearance and identity of the creature in front of him from these images, and the many blasphemous memory images that turned him into this appearance tried to pollute and interfere with his mind, but after experiencing and overcoming the black rage, his spirit had long become tenacious and unyielding, and was not affected at all. The sledge follower polluted by chaos in front of him was himself, or in other words, the incomplete personality of his previous self. The damned demon found this innocent soul of the same origin as himself from nowhere, and instilled new memories and fabricated a new reality into him, gradually luring him into the trap of the Dark Prince and degenerating into a puppet of Sludge. He seemed to see a child crying, "This is not the reality I want," in the body of the chaos-contaminated creature in front of him, which reminded Mingfei of himself when he was a slave of the greenskins on the planet Sotis before being rescued by the Weepers, and he also cried so weakly. The purpose of the demon doing this is also quite simple and clear. They intend to let this polluted personality shatter and devour themselves to become the new owner of this body, so as to control this vital soul beacon that connects to the universe of the sky. Now the Sludge demon behind the scenes is watching from the sidelines, waiting for the results to come out, and it is quite looking forward to the new personality it has cultivated by itself to kill and devour him. You don't even think about it. I will always be loyal to the Empire and humanity. After learning the demon's intentions, Mingfei roared in anger, and at the same time, the battle broke out. The two different personalities of Sludge's patron Mingfei and the loyalist Mingfei began their high-speed fight. No one could match their movements, and no one could lock their sword-wielding postures. Only sparks like fireworks bloomed brilliantly when the weapons collided and intersected. Chapter 315 The Executioner. Your battle trajectory is like lightning across the sky, and every close-range conflict is like a meteor collision, with fierce shockwaves sweeping everything around. He swung the huge blade in his hand desperately, and the conflict swept through your followers, the newly born succubus, and those beautiful flowers. They were all slashed and chopped by him violently, causing a bloody storm. He is resisting fiercely, rejecting your kindness, but refusing to be killed by you. How foolish. Tell him that you are the real master of this body. After receiving the blessing of the Dark Prince, you have tasted the taste of power. Every dancer under his command is a deadly and graceful swift assassin, and you are no exception. And the other party wants to kill you in this aspect. That's ridiculous. The blade trajectory that ordinary mortals can't see clearly, the artistic sword skills that follow one after another are easily captured by you and easily dealt with, resolved, and counterattacked. Your perfect attack posture is like dancing to beautiful dance music. The sword skills of the blood angels. The enemy-breaking sword of the weeps who slaughter insects. 100 years of blood-washed fighting instincts. None of them worked in front of you. On the contrary, you injured him. Your graceful fighting skills were taught by the head of the 666 close dancers in the Palace of Pleasure of the Dark Prince, the pure dancer of destruction, and the keeper of secrets, Shipera. And your parents, they are supporting you in another way, proving that you are their best and most beloved child, using their current form and method to scold the other party, the fake one. The lovely Eri also showed excellent and praiseworthy strength. Every time you swing your sword, it will be wrapped with the destructive power called judgment and hit him. You feel quite happy when you see the ugly and vulgar scales on his body constantly breaking and splashing scarlet blood. It's not just the blade that cuts into his body, but also the memories of your past, humble and ugly, happy and joyful. Well, there are also you and Chen. You want to let the other you experience the real excitement and pleasure in this way, so that he will give up the meaningless resistance and join you, but you only get roars in response. He hates, he spit on, he disdains your pursuit of love without manners, shouting that this is the dirtiest, most profane, and ugliest behavior. He will kill you at all costs, purify you, even if he perishes with you. What about him? What is he? You'll look through his experience and past. Wasn't he the same as you before? Even more humble and cowardly than you. At least you have never been a slave of aliens, using humble labor to survive, crying bitterly about your misery in the middle of the night, and then relying on luck to be saved, being brutally transformed into the same mutant monster by a group of mutants, and then wearing a suit of armor, fanatically worshipping a fake corpse to cover up your past trauma, and then you can turn yourself into a great savior. It's really hypocritical. It's ridiculous. How can he compare with you who bravely stepped out of the path of pursuing love and was favored by the eldest lady? Looking at his crazy and furious appearance, you began to feel a little bored. Just give up. You can have seen your sister all to yourself. Human. Hybrid. Dragon. What does this have to do with you who were about to be blessed and sublimated into a demon prince? You were about to rise above these humble species. Of course, the dragon race is quite suitable for the embrace of the eldest lady. But you are still one step away from sublimation, and that is the blessing from the eldest lady herself. A pair of wing bones pierced your back and spread out bloodily. The splashing blood beads quickly turned into blackbird feathers in midair to fill the wing bones. In the blink of an eye, a pair of black wings appeared on your back. This is another manifestation of power. A certain ugly hairless crow also shared power with you. This is our first cooperation out of helplessness. The silver-white filaments entangled on the pale bone blade seemed to act as a burning object, and the pink flames burned violently. You heard Eric crying softly again. You gently comforted her that she would be fine, and then took her to the other you who had been separated for a short time. The flames left a beautiful and deadly trail in the air. After a dozen blade collisions in an instant, your razor-like tail attacked his heart like a cunning venomous snake. He naturally grabbed the weapon with his cold metal palm and moved it close to the weapon. The high-speed rotating saw teeth brutally cut off your newly grown tail. You sighed with satisfaction. You were hurt on purpose. Although the brief pain made you feel comfortable, this was not your real intention to attack. You seized the gap in his attack and kicked him away with your vigorous hoof on his chest. For a moment, time stopped, and he was fixed in the air. Indigo, emerald green, magenta, light orange, black, invisible, various colors of flames burst out from the cracks in the space of different dimensions. You watched the golden light in his eyes that was about to turn into flames was swallowed by these flames, turning into a colorful and changeable black hole, or the sun. The runes materialized into prismatic fine rays that flowed around the fireball until the symbol of the Lord of Change appeared on the surface of the fireball. This was the power of the hairless crow, the Lord of Change. Blood arose. He was trapped tightly, like a lamb to be slaughtered. The hoof you kicked back to the ground, taking you one step forward. You leaned down, holding two scimitars and a heavy sword in forearms to make a graceful attack posture. In an instant, your figure disappeared from the spot. Your speed was like lightning, and only the traces of the blades passing through the air and the flames left to prove that you had passed by. You are like painting a stunning and crazy painting, with the deadly knife and sword as the brush, constantly writing on the space as the canvas. He is trapped by the evil fire shackles and can only helplessly bear your amazing artistic creation. Although you want to torture and train him slowly, this ending can also be called grand and gorgeous for him. The only flaw is that you staggered suddenly when you put away the sword, as if something was playing tricks in your heart. Compared with the excruciating pain of the evil fire and the sword blade breaking through the body, what is more tormenting is the severe impact on Mingfei's mind. Pictures flashed in front of his eyes at an astonishing frequency. He once again clearly saw the bewitched and corrupted self, who made all kinds of crazy blasphemous acts against the innocent mortals who depended on him, and called it embracing hunger and indulging desires. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Are you satisfied with your performance? Someone asked him with a sinister smile in the frenzy. I am Kartos, the son of a loyal angel. I will never be him. Mingfei gritted his teeth, his body torn into pieces under the exquisite and cruel slash, just like the steaks on the chopping board were evenly separated. He did not die immediately, perhaps because of Yaki, or because it was not reality at all. The picture flashing in front of his eyes changed again, and the heroic picture of the fall of the father of Genes reappeared again. The shackles that had been restraining and suppressing the black rage in the dark space in the past were detonated during his violent emotional fluctuations, and darkness rose in his blood. Outside the colorful and constantly changing flame shackles, the abominable, fallen figure corroded by stench became as tall as a giant, with a mocking smile on his face illuminated by the dark red light, and the wolf skin on the armor seemed to come alive as if possessed by evil power, looking down at him from above. And his body fell to the ground in pieces, waiting to be pierced and crushed by Horus' claws, ushering in his destined death. But this time, the star that accompanied him, supported him, and illuminated the black anger for him did not appear again. Don't resist anymore. Just like this, as the noble saints, be sung forever by future generations and sacrifice epically. Someone whispered in his ear, isn't this what you have always been pursuing? Is that so? When the horizon was filled with darkness, Mingfei suddenly found a small shadow on the body of Horus the Deceiver. Is that another new self? He was crying helplessly in the body of Horus, crying and constantly saying I am sorry, sorry to him, to the weapon in the hands of Horus, and to other flesh and blood lying on the ground. This reminded him of the 3 years when he was a slave on the planet Synopsis. He was also so helpless. On the one hand, he wanted to die to end the pain, and on the other hand, he was afraid that he would not be able to return to his hometown after death. No, that's not right. I'm not St. Giles, he shook his head, gnashing his hard teeth. Black smoke was rapidly dissipating from the edge of his vision. I'm Mingfei, the once cowardly, fearful of death, insignificant Mingfei. Horus' figure disappeared, and the fallen demon personality reappeared in front of him. At this time, it was grabbing a part of its severed body, gnawing and tasting it with relish while staring at itself with interest. Now I am still Mingfei, but I am willing to die as him for mankind, for the Emperor, and for St. Giles. Mingfei said firmly, and began to try to reassemble his body and break through the evil fire cage. A painful scream came from the darkness, as if someone was burned painfully. The arm that was an alchemical prosthesis now lit up with a familiar golden light, and a new power was being activated. To completely deny your past means betrayal. You can now take on the responsibility of the Legion, Mingfei. Someone said to him. The amazing healing ability that was even more vigorous than Yaki was displayed on him. The body that was cut into pieces and burned was reorganized and healed in an instant. Mingfei regained control of his body and immediately punched out without hesitation. The alchemical prosthetic arm covered with golden light blasted away the colorful evil fire cage. He regained his freedom. What was boiling again in his body was not only dragon blood, but also that great power from the Emperor. The black scales that quickly covered the proliferation of golden patterns appeared, and evolved into a sacred eagle on his chest. What the hell, it's only one step away from success. It seems that your brother has been blessed with new power, but compared to you, the devil's whispers rang in Mingfei's ears. His fallen personality threw away the half-eaten limb in his hand, and under the devil's instigation, he grabbed the pale-boned giant sword again, flapped his wings and pounced on himself, wrapped in colorful evil fire. The blade of reason ignited a sacred golden fire, and he also rushed forward with his sword. The golden thunder lingering around him seemed to be able to crush thousands of troops. This time it was not just a fierce physical collision between swords, but also the pair of golden wings that materialized and condensed behind him. The four arms of the fallen personality no longer had an advantage, and his wings could also serve as a deadly blade. In the blooming of the sacred golden fire, accompanied by a scream of pain but perverse ecstasy, the sharp ends of the pair of golden wings behind Mingfei found the right time to deflect the stabbing double knives and cut into the ribs of the fallen personality, and violet blood spurted out. Mingfei roared, and the wings cut off the arms of the fallen personality. The opponent had no time to taste the stimulation brought by the pain. The pair of arms holding the bone sword quickly grabbed the double knives that had just fallen, and pierced his scales into his body with lightning speed. Intense pain, and the wailing and screaming of the souls in the two scimitars. Turning living people into weapons or other things is one of the crazy blasphemous acts of the followers of Slinch. Mingfei endured the pain, and the alchemical prosthetic fist on his left arm burst out with the power to penetrate the evil fire cage and hit the head of the fallen personality, blowing its huge body away. Then he immediately pulled out the two blasphemous scimitars from his shoulders and smashed them one after another to let the soul inside rest. Judging from the previous unbearable blasphemous memories, this personality made this ugly weapon out of his parents in the illusion after his fall. It must be completely purified in the name of the Emperor, and the demons who bewitched him behind the scenes. The rage was like the magma erupting from a volcano. A golden flash approached the fallen personality who had not yet stabilized his body. Now he had lost a pair of arms and weapons due to the mutation. Now it was Mingfei's turn to gain the upper hand. The blades of the wings drew dazzling trajectories, leaving deep scars on the opponent's ugly purple body. The pain itself began to overshadow the alternative stimulation brought by the pain, especially after the dragon-toothed giant blade roared and cut off the hoof of the fallen personality. Trial, the fallen personality wanted to scream, waving the pale bone sword and slashing down to burst out the destructive power, but was blocked and stuck by the materialized crossed wings, unable to move forward. At the same time, the prosthetic palm wrapped in golden light locked his neck like a yoke. Faintly, Mingfei heard the girl's low cry, and a picture of a boy helplessly holding a dry girl and crying flashed in front of his eyes. The anger could not be suppressed at all. The muzzle of the explosive bullet ejected directly from the prosthetic arm, and the alchemical muscle fiber bundle surged with gilded light. Charge overload. 10 consecutive bombs. Bang 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 bang. The mouth of the fallen Mingfei, along with his long and thin tongue, was blown to pieces by the explosive bombs that exploded at close range. He would no longer be able to make those disturbing sounds that represent various emotions in a short period of time. And Mingfei wanted him to shut up for a long time and forever, without giving him any chance to say his last words. So the hot prosthetic palm grabbed his relatively intact upper half of the skull, and the alchemical giant blade called Reason chopped into his neck. The fine dragon-tooth saw teeth made a roaring roar, biting and cutting this ugly and fallen body frantically. The moment the head left the body, it was smashed into a smelly blood mist by Mingfei's punch. This personality corrupted and fallen by the demon of Slench was ended. After smashing the pale bone sword and letting the girl rest in peace, Mingfei waved his reason again, venting his unextinguished anger on the half of the body of the fallen personality, the artistic sword skills of the Blood Angels Legion, the insect-killing sword skills of the Lamenters, or simply slashing in anger without any aesthetics, until half of the blasphemous body exploded into a purple blood mist. Mingfei felt that the surrounding scene changed in an instant, and the familiar, long-lost sound of the cold wind whistled in his ears, and he was enveloped by the biting cold. He raised his head with a heavy breath and looked around. There was only darkness and white snowflakes rolling in the darkness. The blasphemous flesh and blood hall disappeared, and those corpses that were corrupted and contaminated seemed to have never existed. The pair of golden wings behind him seemed to be the only light source in this world. Everything just now was an illusion. He took a look at the snow, the reason in his hand, and the purple pus and blood on his body. Obviously not. Chapter 316. First audience, can you stop looking at me like that? Nothing has happened between her and me here except fighting side by side. Shuzaham frowned. The look Caesar gave him made him feel very uncomfortable. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else. Caesar Gattuso patted Shuzaham on the shoulder. I just admire your self-cultivation. Believe me, if it was my stud-dad, he would definitely do something even if the FBI was checking the room, especially when your comrade in arms has such an excellent image. What about you? What would you do? Shuzaham asked back coldly. Caesar straightened his chest and said with a serious expression, I will be as upright as you. Then he added softly, and I prefer mature girls. As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked from behind. Xiaomi gritted her teeth and clenched her fists in anger. You are finding ways to mock me, right? You shameless yellow-haired man who fiddles with Chinese. Shuzaham was silent. This girl named Xiaomi completely took off her disguise. The ignorant, gentle and lovely girl in the past has disappeared without a trace. But the other party's identity is still a mystery. The fact that she can be highly transformed into a dragon shows that her identity must be extraordinary, especially when a demon suspected of Slench appeared because of this. In any case, although they fought side by side against the demons before, Shuzaham was still prepared to control Xiaomi by force, especially now that Yuan Xinv was also present. The super hybrid with 96% dragon bloodliner might not even be his opponent. It was embarrassing. He had just contacted Eva and was planning to find 2 clothes for Xiaomi to cover her naked body. Then he turned around and ran into Caesar and Yuan Xinv. He could only be thankful that Finger followed Mingfei to Siberia and didn't come here, otherwise he would have to make some big news for the news department. They are all out of trouble. Why are you still fiddling with these alchemical creations? Caesar got up from the ground with a dusty face and sincerely apologized to Xiaomi for his rude words just now. In order to avoid embarrassment later, he changed the topic. Yuan Xinv did not participate in their discussion from beginning to end. She had been fiddling with the small pyramid-shaped metal fixtures seriously but not very skillfully, and occasionally looked at the Japanese reference on the instruction manual. Shuzaham was not unfamiliar with the alchemical creations in his hand. They were called gates of different dimensions. They could open the portal of Nibelungen space, or directly replace the entire space with Nibelungen. This Nibelung space has been polluted by an unknown source. The alchemist asked me to move it to the new miracle city for purification. I will also go back there directly with this space. After some operations, Yuan Xin finally put these alchemical products in place. He stood up and bowed politely to Xiaomi, and said in a gentle voice, "My lady, His Majesty the Emperor wants to see you. Are you willing to go back with me to see him?" Xiaomi's expression suddenly changed, and she seemed a little uncertain. While Shuzaham was wondering why she could attract the attention of the Emperor's will, he was also cautiously prepared to suppress her if Xiaomi refused and resisted. Caesar was purely curious. Although he joined the Sword of Revelation Legion, he had not seen the legendary Lord of Mankind in person. Instead, he was crazy about disappointing the Emperor every day. His pass rate in the combat trials in the Legion was very low, and every time he failed, he would be covered with the words "You have failed the Emperor." But now his fighting skills and instincts have indeed improved qualitatively, and the grenade launchers in reality are getting more and more accurate. Okay. But in the end, Xiaomi still agreed, but her expression was a little unhappy, or unwilling. "Thank you for your understanding." Yuan Xin nodded. "We can set off now. I'll go with you," Shuzaham said, but then Xiaomi glared at him fiercely. "What do you mean by go together? Take good care of my brother." Shuzaham was speechless, and at the same time he suddenly remembered that according to the real time, he had been missing for more than 80 hours. My mother must be worried crazy, right? Don't worry, the psychological treatment department has hypnosis treatment for your mother to prevent her from being overly emotional. Caesar saw Shuzaham's anxiety and comforted him. As for the brother of this junior sister Xiaomi, it seems that as long as there are enough potato chips, his emotions will not have too big a problem. Reality was replaced again with the activation of the alien gate. Xiaomi frowned and returned to the Nibelungen space filled with disgusting atmosphere. The Source Girl didn't care, but concentrated on adjusting the firmware of the pyramid in her hand, like a delicate Rubik's cube. The pyramid of the same shape placed on the ground also began to twist automatically, and the golden alchemical lines began to connect with each other, surrounding the space like a dense golden spider web. "You actually mastered this technology, did Norton teach you?" The alchemist sergeant lost some of his memory and knowledge. "This is a new technology obtained by His Majesty the Emperor through reverse research," the Source Girl said softly, standing patiently waiting. "You're actually a descendant of the White King, and the purity of your bloodline is almost close to that of ours. How could they, who hate us, take in a freak like you?" After a while, Xiaomi spoke again, her clear eyes lit up with a faint golden light, as if to see through the Source Girl's seemingly delicate body and see through her inner essence. "As long as you remain loyal to the Emperor and fight for humanity, there will be no distinction between you and me in the Legion," Yuan Xin said calmly, "and I am still atonement for the crimes I committed in the past. Fighting for humanity, to be honest, from the perspective of the dragon race, this sounds quite disgusting to me," Xiaomi said bluntly, but Yuan Xin's face did not show any other expression. "We're here." Yuan Xin twisted the spire of the pyramid, and the golden alchemical lines disappeared along with this space. The dirty hotel corridor that was originally filled with filthy energy and blood and flesh on the ground seemed to be erased by an eraser, and another vast world appeared in front of us. It is difficult for people not to notice the huge and magnificent bronze city palace that occupies more than half of the field of vision even in the distance. The illusory and blurred light like sunlight falls on its surface as if it has covered it with a layer of sacred golden veil. The most eye-catching thing is undoubtedly the huge golden eagle totem of the main gate wall, which is lifelike and has a unique charm, as if it will spread its wings and fly in the next second. Norton and Constantine's White Emperor City. The new palace they built after escaping from Northern Europe to Asia, and they're giving it to you just like that. Xiaomi's eyes sparkled, and she seemed to be looking at this magnificent city palace with some envy. But she soon discovered something else. At the top of the bronze city, which seemed to be close to the sky, stood a huge throne. "Please follow me, Miss Xiaomi. Please be friendly. His Majesty the Emperor has no ill intentions." These are his original words. After Yuan Xin collected all the gates of different dimensions on the ground and stored them in the metal box she was carrying, she politely made a gesture of invitation. "Friendly? I will." To be honest, compared to the purple naked exhibitionist with 4 hands, you do look more reliable, and that idiot's head hasn't undergone any strange or perverted changes. Xiaomi shrugged, unable to deny it. However, the tour of White Emperor City that she had expected did not begin. Not long after she walked out, a teleportation matrix lit up on the ground in front of her, and directly teleported her and Yuan Xin to the inside of the Bronze City. She looked around the new scene with doubt and surprise. The bright golden light in her eyes indicated that she could chant the dragon script to use the words to protect herself or attack at any time. This was a huge, bright room. From Xiaomi's perspective, the gorgeous and holy decoration inside was more inclined to the Baroque style, with golden eagles as the main body, giving the whole space a sense of dynamics, twisting and turning. In addition, there were also various works of art that were praised in human society, such as Mona Lisa's smile, 15 sunflowers, starry sky, along the river during the Qingming festival, 100 horses, etc. As for whether they were authentic, it didn't matter. After all, with the power of the Dragon King, it was not difficult to copy or rob these paintings. In addition, from the perspective of dragons, this room is also filled with a large number of elements. The different elements that should have collided and collapsed into elemental turbulence are now gentle and stable like a 5-line score. What stabilizes the 5 elements together is another kind of golden unknown element, which she has felt in Shuzahan. The flow of elements in this room comes from 2 people, one of whom Xiaomi immediately felt the blood induction with her. Norton. Or Constantine. Or both. One of them has devoured the other and completed the unity of power and strength. She was actually a little confused. But what does the strange look he gave me mean? Damn, no matter what time, this grumpy old man always makes people feel like he deserves a beating. Alchemist Sergeant Ronald Tang was also looking at this girl curiously. In addition to the feeling of I have seen this girl before in his head, he seemed to have really seen this girl, in a dream that left an indelible impression on him, the girl who was hanging by his own deputy Captain Shu and then opening the back door and doing strange poses seemed to be her. He sucked in a breath of cold air, his face full of shock, and his right hand subconsciously covered his butt. As for the second person, Xiaomi's eyes looked at the high platform in the room, the boy who was sitting upright and looking up at the dome, seemingly not noticing her arrival. The golden element that stabilized the 5 mutually repelling elements into a 5-line score also emanated from his body. And it must be admitted that because of the existence of this golden element, the unknown energy that resides in his body has reduced its activity to the lowest level, and he seems to be quite afraid. Is this the Emperor? Xiaomi was a little suspicious and wanted to take a closer look at the face of the boy who was shrouded in golden light, but for some reason, the boy's face vaguely became a little like Shuzahan. Just as she hurriedly shook her head and blinked her eyes to see clearly, the boy's gaze just retracted from the dome engraved with thousands of stars, and the eyes that seemed to have stars extinguished and reborn looked at Xiaomi. He spoke in a flat tone. Hello, Jmungunda. Chapter 317 Cooperation, Your Majesty. Yuan Xin knelt on one knee and saluted the boy, which directly confirmed Xiaomi/Jmungunda's guess. The person in front of them was the suddenly added Lord of Humanity that Lumenfei and Shuzaham worshipped crazily, an emperor who had never been heard of or appeared before. The boy was still shrouded in golden mist, and it seemed that he had withdrawn some power, so that in Xiaomi's vision, his face was no longer Shuzahan's, but an ordinary boy, but the pair of eyes that dimmed and reborn made him look like a god. The king of the earth and the mountains, the one who controls the power. I have read the stories about you in the previous 2 retrospections. The boy said. Xiaomi took a deep breath, and her exquisite body became agile, and new iron grey dragon scales like iron armor appeared on her body. Her eyes ignited a molten red light, and her face, which was wrapped in a few fine scales, became more cold and arrogant like a queen. This was the form she showed when she and Shuzaham fought against the demons. Just like a negotiation meeting between kings, showing her true form was a respect for the Lord of Humanity. At the same time, she did not want to talk to the Emperor like a captive or hostage. But it was still hard to imagine that such a human girl with a striking appearance and seemingly harmless could actually transform into a Dragon King, one of the first generation of kings who controlled power. Old Tang's mouth was already open enough to swallow 2 eggs, and Yuan Xin also felt a little threatened by this amazing dragon power. If necessary, he would immediately transform into another less weak form to deal with possible sudden dangers. Based on Lumenfei's performance and the story he told, the religious fanaticism you advocate is to purify the aliens, but now as the king of aliens, I can still stand here safely. It seems a bit wrong. Jmungunda said coldly. Different universes adopt different means of action, the boy said calmly. At least now, I can reach a peaceful cooperation with you. Do you really believe that I will agree to you, Lord of Humanity? Jmungandr laughed coldly. There is no need to pretend in front of me, Jmungandr. The boy shook his head. The origin of your body has been polluted by the power of chaos, and you don't want to fall. You approach Shuzaham to explore my existence and see if I can leave an egg for you to revive, just like the previous 2 times of backtracking. Jmungandr gritted his teeth, and the queen's proud face showed the angry and ashamed posture of a little girl, as if the little secret in her heart was directly exposed. After she realized and followed Shuzaham to contact the malice from another world, she, who was not very powerful, planned to hide in Nibelungen with her brother, who was even less intelligent, and watch the conflicts and changes in the world, but she didn't expect that the malice would come directly to her door. The demon named Hippora seemed to have mastered the technology that could be freely teleported in the Nibelungen space and appeared directly in front of her. The demon seemed to have a natural restraint on the dragons. Jmungandr was quickly defeated. At the same time, she realized that even if she controlled the power of force, Fenrir, who was as low intelligence as a child, had no resistance to this kind of mental pollution. She had no choice but to escape with her seriously injured brother Fenrir, who had hastily completed humanization. She thought of the power behind Shuzaham. The demon seemed to be quite afraid of the existence of that power, so she wanted to take her brother to hide in Castle College. However, the demon pollution left by the serious injury was like a thorn in her flesh, and even a little bit of dirty blood squeezed out could turn a human into another ugly and terrifying creature. This was much more serious than the pollution of dragon blood. I can help you solve this problem. This is my goodwill, the boy said lightly. Then what price do I have to pay in return? I declare in advance that I will never accept such a lowly act of breeding and mating with other hybrids to improve the bloodline of the dragon race. Jmungandr raised his head proudly. With a puff, she suddenly heard someone laughing. She was annoyed. She thought the person laughing was the Lord of Humanity, but she was surprised to find another figure beside the throne. It was an Asian boy wearing a delicate suit. Although his golden eyes, which were the same as those of dragons, were not conspicuous in the golden mist, Jmungandr still felt the same bloodline as himself from him. Maybe the pollution of chaos has caused your thinking to stagnate, and you have such a weird idea. A trace of surprise flashed across the boy's face, and then disappeared and returned to calm. I want you to have access to the Great Library. Great Library? Jmungandr was stunned. She subconsciously looked at Ronald Tang on the side. Don't you already have Norton's permission? He was rejected by the Great Library and his permission was revoked. The boy shook his head. Rejected? Revoked? Jmungandr was very puzzled. The Great Library does not exist in the real world, nor is it a library that really stores countless books. It exists in another dimension. In addition to all the alchemical knowledge about the dragon race, it is also the source of the dragon race's power. The energy, elements, and knowledge required to transform from human form to dragon form and build a huge dragon-shaped body are all directly provided by the Great Library through a certain dimensional channel. This is a secret known only to dragons of the first generation and above. Most dragons also believe that the innate knowledge they control is inherited through blood, and the qualification to actively enter the Great Library belongs only to the 8 descendants of the Black King, the Dragon King who controls the power. If the Great Library refuses to take back his authority, it means that he will no longer be recognized as a dragon. This may be the first special case in the history of the dragon race. You should know that even the White King, who led 1/3 of the dragon race to launch a great rebellion against the Black King, did not have his authority taken back. Even the Black King could not control the Great Library on his own. Jmungandr looked at Norton with more sadness, but the latter was unaware of it. But she soon realized that she seemed to be even more sad. She had to decide whether to hand over the authority of the Great Library, which meant that she had to hand over this treasure house containing countless dragon history, knowledge, and power to humans for their own use. From the perspective of the dragon race, her behavior was worse than the White King's rebellion. It was simply dragon raping. Compared with this, it seemed that breeding with hybrids other than Shuzaham to improve their bloodline was not unacceptable. What if I refuse? Jmungandr gritted his teeth. You'll die, the boy said calmly. It's so straightforward, you don't hide it at all. Jmungandr had a sad smile on his face. First of all, I will not allow your authority to fall into the hands of chaos, the boy said. Secondly, I don't want to see your authority being wasted again like Norton. This is why I took the initiative to come to you to discuss cooperation in advance. Waste? What do you mean? Compared with your other brothers, in addition to your relatively outstanding wisdom and rationality, you also have feelings for Shuzahan. Jmunganda's cold and arrogant face was suddenly covered with a slight blush, and he was a little embarrassed for a moment. As a part of humanity myself, I know very well how indelible the emotions of living things can be when they become strong. In the first 2 rounds of flashbacks, you showed considerable stubbornness, and kept pestering Shuzahan to move forward along the original timeline. You didn't even notice that the Xiaomi you simulated for Shuzahan had become a part of yourself. In one of my foreseen stories, when you were engulfed and corrupted by the power of chaos, it was the strong feelings of the personality of Xiaomi for Shuzahan that struggled to the end, just like Norton's play. Although you became a hybrid human that I could trust enough, your privileges to the Great Library were also revoked. As the boy was telling the story, scenes kept flashing into Jmunganda's mind, including the story of how Norton had fallen into this state, the scene in which the boy foresaw himself becoming extremely perverted in all senses and torturing and playing with Shuzahan in various ways, and the old-fashioned scene of the pure self broke free from the inner demons, hugged the beloved Shuzahan and kissed him to live happily for the rest of his life. It made her feel ashamed, terrified, and her scalp tingled. I can wait until the next round of retrospection, when everything will start over again and you will all disappear. She gritted her teeth, unwilling to accept it. She had almost no choice. Of course, you can. One of your brothers is working hard for this. The boy could not deny it. But this does not conflict with our cooperation. You can wait here with your brother and Shuzahan for the day to come. Don't mention him anymore, thank you. Xiaomi suddenly deflated like a ball. The proud queen seemed to have turned into a decadent home girl. I will cooperate with you, Lord of Humanity. If you help me remove the chaos pollution, I will give you access to the Great Library. Okay. The boy nodded. Now I will become a new generation of traitors of the Dragon Clan. When the Great Being wakes up, I guess I will be the first one to be liquidated. Xiaomi sighed sadly. Maybe it will be the one to be liquidated. One of my warriors is tracing back to his essence. The boy said calmly. Chapter 318 Sled. The freezing cold wind swept the world with snowflakes. There was nothing but cold and darkness. In this polar night blizzard, Mingfei did not continue to consume his limited physical strength. He found a dead fir and chopped it off with his bare hands as firewood. Now he was resting on a low slope that was sheltered from the wind. Some people say that in the wild, the flames of a bonfire are the most primitive television for humans. Mingfei stared at the flames that burned strongly in the cold, and the blasphemous memory of himself who was corrupted and fallen by the demon of Slench continued to emerge. This may also be in the calculations of the demon of Slench, but Mingfei is not affected by it now. He calmly examined the people he knew before he fell. Except for his parents, the other defiled people were almost all familiar faces. Logically, he shouldn't have such a deep relationship with them. For example, Chen Moton, he only met her once on the yacht and didn't say a few words. Even if the demon of Slench used his memory to create an illusion, the other self shouldn't be so obsessed with her and can't forget her. And Uzuchieri, the child with too high a proportion of dragon blood and therefore unstable, had a flash of the image of him holding her dry body and crying helplessly in the cold giant well in his mind during the battle. Is this a picture of predicting the future? After all, the Primarch St. Giles has this special psychic ability. Maybe he inherited a little. No, he asked himself that he would never cry helplessly like the picture showed. He would most likely pray sadly that the Emperor would protect the soul of this poor child, and then vent his anger on the murderer who killed this child. What would that be? Mingfei suddenly felt something in his heart, and his left arm reflexively raised, and the double-linked bolt gun barrel stretched out the muscle bundle and shot out to aim at the darkness outside the firelight where the wind and snow are howling. Captain, don't shoot. It's me. A panicked voice came from the darkness. Finger. The familiar voice made Mingfei startled, but he still did not put down his arm. You need to praise the Emperor to show your loyalty and identity. Now? Well, Captain, do you want to hear the chanting method or the singing method? It's up to you. The man in the darkness cleared his throat and tried to sing with the rich and loud voice of a concert tenor. How glorious the mighty Emperor is, like the sun is brilliant and glorious. Stop, that's enough. Mingfei stopped the off-tuned version of my son praising the Emperor. It would be a bit blasphemous to continue singing. But this is indeed the Finger Brothers, at least in terms of performance. After experiencing several times of being played with by demons and supernatural powers, and after a hard battle, they returned to this dark snowfield where they were not even sure whether it was real. In the absence of a built-in enemy identification signal in the power armor, they could only rely on this method to confirm the identity of the other party. Wrapped in an old Soviet military coat and covered in snow, Finger walked into the area illuminated by the fire. He almost ran over to give Lumenfei a hug with tears in his eyes like a fellow villager, but after seeing the black scale armor on Lumenfei's body that would only make him feel colder, he put his military coat on him first, and then hugged Lumenfei with tears in his eyes. "Captain, I finally found you. You don't know how hard I've been looking for you, Renate. How are Ling and Bunyan doing now?" Lumenfei did not refuse Finger's tearful hug and asked the question he was most concerned about at the moment. "I don't know." Finger told Lumenfei about his experience with a blank face. When Lumenfei suddenly rushed into the darkness with a crazy scream, as a good brother and comrade in arms, he followed him without thinking, but soon lost him. He wanted to return to the boat by the same route, but the boat was gone. Using his senses to capture the passage of time, at least 4 days have passed since Lumenfei left the team, and during these 4 days, he could only wander in this blizzard looking for Lumenfei or the hovercraft. He survived until now thanks to his hybrid physique that had undergone the first stage of transformation, the old Soviet military coat on his body, and the chocolate in his pocket. "By the way, why did you suddenly go crazy? This is not like you at all," Finger asked with concern. "I fell into a trap. It's okay now." Lumenfei didn't reveal too much, and could only be thankful that he rushed into the darkness ahead when he was out of control of his black rage instead of looking back and seeing 4 horrors. "Okay, what should we do now? This damn weather is freezing me to death." Finger approached the fire, and the warm flames made him feel comfortable after surviving a disaster. Although he brought the Junyan talisman, it couldn't be used as a lighter, and in this extremely cold condition, drawing blood to replace the fire element and releasing Junyan once would only make him die faster if there was no food to replenish energy later. "Kill the demons first. If I'm not mistaken, we've been trapped by them in this unknown Nibelungen." Lumenfei added a piece of firewood to the fire. "There are still demons. Wasn't the crow demon that insulted old Tang burned to ashes by the Emperor's sword in your hand, Captain?" Finkel's eyes widened. "I don't know how it survived. And there's a new demon, belonging to Slunch, one of the Chaos evil gods. They are probably hiding in this Nibelungen now, brewing some conspiracy," Lumenfei said in a deep voice. "Hiss, Slunch demon, it sounds very bad for me." Finkel was horrified, and then seeing Lumenfei's eyes, he quickly waved his hand to clarify, "It's the vice principal. It's that old pervert who watches those things that are not suitable for children. I just have to watch them with him reluctantly sometimes. I'm absolutely loyal to Weaver." "Then you better not think about those things next. Don't give the demons a chance to take advantage of the situation, but the good news is that the Emperor's holy light shines on us again in this darkness," Lumenfei said in a deep voice, and a hazy golden light appeared on the surface of the scales. "That is the power of faith. Okay, under the Emperor's holy light, I think even those 2 demons can't stop you, the captain." Finkel showed his optimism again. "Do you have any food on you?" Lumenfei asked after a long silence. Although it is still unclear whether the battle journey of purifying 9,000 aliens and corrupting himself is an illusion or reality, his body did express to him the hunger that urgently needs food replenishment. "No more. I only brought 3 chocolate when I ran out, and I ate them all." Finkel spread his hands. "I didn't see any polar bears or other edible animals along the way, otherwise I could drag one over and roast it for us." He glanced at his thigh and asked tentatively, "How about I cut a piece of thigh meat for you to fill your stomach first? Anyway, I can still grow more, thanks, Brother Finkel, but it's not necessary yet." Lumenfei waved his hand. He was not hungry enough to gnaw on his brother's thigh meat. He grabbed a handful of white snow from the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. The cold snow water melted by his body temperature moistened his throat. If they are not directly attacked by demons, the people on the hovercraft should not be worried for the time being. After realizing that there is something wrong with the space they're in, they may rest on the spot. The gasoline and food on the ship are enough for them to support for a while. "What about us? Can the Emperor's holy light fill our stomachs?" Finkel asked. "It depends on whether we can find those bunkers with food stored, or if there are any living creatures that come to our door to replenish our energy." Lumenfei grabbed a branch and drew a simple map on the snow according to his vague memory. He planned to wait for the short daybreak and a slight improvement in visibility to find that bunkers with supplies. Even our staties need to eat to replenish energy. Generally, the power armor of the warriors is equipped with high-energy nutrient solution, plus the pre-installed stomach implanted in the body that can take in anything, whether it is fragrant or smelly, so that entities can continue to fight for a long time without supplies. When Mingfei served in the Lamenters, he ate a lot of charred insect corpses. I seemed to hear the sound of a bell. Finkel suddenly became alert and looked in a certain direction of the dark snowfield outside the fire. Mingfei also heard the faint bell sound in the whistling snowstorm, staring at the end of the darkness, which looked like someone had lit a match. The light was getting brighter and brighter, and his extraordinary vision had already captured 4 reindeers more than 2 meters tall in the light, pulling a sleigh and rushing towards here. Santa Claus is come in. This was Finkel's first reaction, and then he rubbed his eyes to make sure it was not an illusion, and suddenly he was ecstatic, just like Luffy in One Piece with his eyes shining. Isn't the meat delivered to the door? Ding-ling-ling, the tall reindeer shook their heads, and the fist-sized bells on their necks jingled. The sleighs they were pulling were hung with high-power searchlights, and the people driving them were really wearing a festive red Santa Claus robe. Mingfei wrapped his military coat tightly to cover the black scales on his body, and also covered the muzzle of the bullet ejected from his left arm prosthesis. Could it be another devil's trap? The Christmas sleigh stopped about a few dozen meters away from Mingfei and Finger's campfire. The reindeer seemed to be frightened by Mingfei's murderous aura and dared not move forward. Is that Mr. Mingfei? I finally found you. Santa Claus on the sleigh spoke in Chinese in a young voice. I have no ill intentions. Chairman Lu Linqing asked me to come and pick you up. Chapter 319. Cowie and I, a Saint Bernard dog, ran in front to lead the way, and 4 tall moose followed behind, shaking their heads and pulling the sled slowly. The fist-sized bells on their necks seemed to be playing a cheerful Christmas song, Silent Night in the whistling snow. The young Santa Claus concentrated on driving the sleigh and did not communicate much with the 2 passengers behind him. Perhaps he could not, or perhaps he did not dare. Fortunately, these 2 passengers did not seem to have the desire to communicate. Even after Mingfei reported the chairman's name, he did not even ask a single question. He nodded and got on his sleigh, and then led his battle brothers to search for food on the sleigh like hungry wolves, and even did not let go of the sausages fed to the guide dogs. It was no wonder. In this kind of deadly weather, even if you stay outside for a night fully armed, you will freeze to death, not to mention these 2 young people who did not wrap their bodies tightly as if they were fleeing in an emergency. It is a miracle that they can survive until now. So he swung the reins and let the moose pulling the cart speed up. So, Captain, your parents are here. Finkel whispered to Mingfei while huddled in the sleigh. He didn't care about the fact that Captain Mingfei got on the sleigh without asking any questions and got on it directly after hearing what Santa said. He didn't worry about whether Captain Mingfei's parents were a lie trap set for them. Anyway, it would be better to go to a place that is unknown but has food resources than wandering in the blizzard. And instead of worrying about whether Mingfei's parents are real, it would be better to worry about whether his parents recognize Mingfei, a son who looks like he walked out of the set of Terminator. Maybe. Mingfei wrapped his military coat tightly. Lu Linqing, after hearing this name, a handsome and elegant man's face emerged in his mind. In the memory of the fallen puppet, this man was his father, and together with his mother, Jifney, they formed an ordinary and worn family of 3. But after being seduced and corrupted by the devil, they were infected and seduced into crazy, blasphemous, and sinful behaviors to seek excitement and pleasure, and then they were killed by the puppet himself and made into 2 screaming and howling living weapons. But the reality seems to be different. His father is not a poor intellectual in a research institute, and from the title of chairman, he is in a high position. But no matter what, if his parents really exist, he will do his best to protect them, especially when the Chaos Demon clearly appears in this Niblung space. He doesn't want the blasphemous tragedy in his memory to happen again. The 2 stopped talking, paying attention to some landform features on both sides of the route where the sled is moving, and constructing a map route in their minds. About 20 minutes later, a bright light appeared in front of the sleigh. In this white and dark snowstorm night, it seemed that there was an unknown city standing, just like City 023. However, its scale was much smaller than City 023. The Soviet-style Khrushchev buildings stacked together looked like a strange and alternative castle group. Several searchlights were shining down to illuminate the Christmas sleigh and guide the way forward. I vaguely heard the barking of dogs. They must be as fierce as wolves. We passed at least 4 checkpoints. Even if it was open, there were at least 50 people watching us. Most of the locations outside the route are suspected to be buried with traps or mines. Pay attention to the route. Mingfei lowered his head, wrapped himself in a military coat, and restrained his demeanor and edge as a soldier. His own nature, the hidden demon, this small city in Midlondon. Before understanding the situation clearly, there was no need to attract too much attention. Especially since his parents were still here, Mingfei didn't plan to find them with a sword in hand and then ask directly who am I and who is Lumings. The reindeer pulled the sleigh through the wind and snow and drove into the courtyard in front of this Soviet-style castle. It was protected from the wind and snow by a tall spruce forest. Looking up, the dense spruce leaves seemed to be suspended in the air. The temperature here rose slightly, and the heat emitted from the Khrushchev buildings that seemed to be built around them was slightly preserved and absorbed by the forest, forming a symbiotic relationship. Mr. Mingfei, we're here. Santa Claus pulled the reindeer, and the sleigh stopped in front of one of the Khrushchev buildings. A conspicuous red cross mark could be seen hanging on the door of the building. Mingfei found a middle-aged woman in a silver-grey uniform among a group of doctors and nurses in white coats. Her face was full of anxiety and a little expectation, and soon she met his eyes on the sleigh. Compared with the woman in that memory, Giovanni was more dignified. Although there were some wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, her sharpness had not faded with the years. She was dressed in a silver-grey uniform, straight and heroic, with a silver badge on the corner of her collar. Possessing a certain combat power, Mingfei subconsciously labeled his mother as a warrior. He and Finger got off the sled, and Giovanni ran over anxiously. Before she got close, Mingfei knelt on one knee and greeted her with another solemn etiquette, saying in a deep voice, "Mother." This etiquette was learned by Mingfei from the sides of the Empire Chapter. Their parent group was the founding group Ultramarines, and the story and legend of their primarch Robert Guilliman was as widely circulated in the chapter as his book Astartes Codex, and was well read and memorized. That story recorded the story of Guilliman's mother, a lady who raised him on the planet where the primarch landed, and also recorded how all Ultramarines should perform noble etiquette here. It should be reasonable to apply it here. This behavior startled Giovanni for a moment, and then she reacted and ran to pull Mingfei up, complaining, "Silly boy, why are you so solemn? It's so cold, why don't you wear more clothes? Hurry up and let your mother see if you are frozen, stupid." Seeing that Mingfei was not wearing anything under his military coat, the dragon scales covering his body had faded in advance, she felt distressed and almost shed tears. She quickly wrapped Mingfei tightly in the military coat and led him into the building, cursing as she walked. Lynching is a pure idiot. Instead of getting 2 cars, he had to get Santa Claus to pull a sleigh to pick you up. Look how frozen you are. Mingfei was not actually cold. His strong physique allowed him to resist this level of severe cold, but in front of this napping woman, he seemed to have become a child who needed her protection. His heart was slightly touched. In Mingfei's cognition, almost all Astartes no longer care about their experiences and memories before undergoing the transformation surgery. They downplay and abandon them, and devote themselves to the journey of hard training and fighting for the Empire to the death. As for parents, the father of an Astarte is only the father of the gene primarch of the mother group of his own regiment. This is not just a nominal or cultural name. The gene seeds implanted in the body during the transformation surgery contain part of the genetic information from the primarch. The body of the selected mortal will be subjected to a more viral-like comprehensive transformation and evolution by the reproductive cells and proteins contained in the gene seeds, and inherit some of their genetic characteristics and even personality from the gene primarch. For example, an ugly and deformed freak will become tall and handsome like an artistic sculpture when the gene seeds of St. Giles are implanted and the transformation surgery is completed and he walks out of the blood coffin. The descendants of the Blood Angels will inherit his nobility and perfection from St. Giles, which makes the gene primarch physiologically completely meet the title of Astarte father. So this made him, who had personally experienced what maternal love was, feel a little strange, and moved. Finch was left behind, and hurriedly caught up with an expression of "I haven't gotten on the car yet." This is a hospital, with doctors in white coats and nurses in green uniforms. They went from idle to busy, and began to examine the bodies of Mingfei and Finch, the 2 new patients in the hospital. From a medical point of view, it was a miracle that the 2 of them could survive a day outside with thin clothes, not to mention that their bodies did not have any cell necrosis or frostbite. The strong, beautiful and powerful muscles were as hot as a furnace, as if they had scalded the faces of the beautiful nurses. There were constant eyes on the naked bodies of Mingfei and Finch. "My son has grown up, and I guess I can't hold him now. But his body has become very strong. It seems that you have been working out for a long time." Cowan squatted beside Mingfei, pinched his strong arm muscles, and his eyes were full of love and pride for his son. Yes. I'm exercising. Mingfei nodded and responded to his mother gently. Okay, I was worried that you would be bullied by others in school without your mother. Now, if anyone bullies you, you can beat them back with your tendon muscles. At first, some naughty children attacked me, but I taught them a lesson, and they never harassed me again after they came out of the hospital. Mingfei recalled his experience when he just returned to his hometown. Yes. That's how it should be. You are worthy of being my child. Cowan patted the recliner and smiled proudly, but then she felt a little disappointed. She touched Mingfei's head and smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, son, Mom didn't grow up with you happily, and let you stay there alone. The woman in front of him watched her son undergo a terrible change in pain, and the scene of being killed and made into a living corpse wet and kept flashing, but it did not affect Mingfei's mentality and thoughts. I'm fine, mother. I will protect you. Mingfei grabbed her palm and said softly and solemnly. Cowan was stunned, and there seemed to be crystals flashing in her eyes. She blinked and chuckled helplessly. Okay, I know you are the famous S-level in Castle, but don't worry, no one in this place has the ability to bully your mother. Are you hungry? Come on, Mom will take you home for dinner. Cowan took out a set of clothes that had been prepared long ago. But, the doctor seemed to want to say something, but was pressed back by her commanding and indifferent tone. That's enough. If you have any opinions, go to Lulinching. In a blink of an eye, she turned back into the image of a loving mother and put on the heavy military coat for Mingfei. This classmate is, then she turned her attention to Fingal on the side. Fingal immediately put on his pants and stepped forward very attentively and answered lively and cutely, Hello, sister. I'm your son's good classmate, good friend, and good brother. We fought side by side and went through life and death together. Facts have proved that women still like the title of sister. Coupled with Fingal's fluent Chinese with honey in his little mouth, Cowan soon happily took him home with her. Chapter 320 Doomsday Faction. Home is the little home in memory. After sending Mingfei and Fingal off, she hurried downstairs and drove the car, saying that she would go to the cafeteria to bring them food directly. Ah, there is heating and a warm bed. I am finally alive. Fingal fell comfortably on the sofa in the living room, like a tired wild boar who finally found a comfortable quagmire, and the whole person relaxed. By the way, Captain, why don't you ask your mother about your blood relationship first? There is no need to ask questions that cannot be answered correctly, unless I interrogate them personally. Mingfei responded calmly, his eyes searching the cramped small suite. Obviously we haven't reached that stage yet. The layout of the room is almost exactly the same as the home in that memory, as if the demons came here to collect materials when they were constructing the illusion. His eyes were covered with a layer of hazy golden light, and the power of faith was flowing, but he did not find the evil breath belonging to the supreme heaven here. It seems that there is no living creature that can be interrogated by you personally. You have purified everything that can be purified on the spot. Fingal complained. Mingfei could not deny it and nodded to acknowledge the fact. And this place is not ordinary. Fingal got up from the sofa and walked to the window, looking at the Khrushchev buildings with lights on in the wind and snow outside. Coming back here from the hospital, almost all spaces are strictly monitored, there are cameras everywhere, and even opening the door requires swiping a card to pass identity verification. I have never found an EVA's database that the secret party would have such a strict military fortress here. That means there are secrets hidden here, just like City 023. We have come to the right place. Mingfei raised his eyebrows slightly and saw the photo frame hanging on the wall. The photo was a summer scene, with a family of 3 sitting on a picnic mat, Mingfei wearing a straw hat and smiling foolishly. Cowan raised her hand to shade herself from the sun. The wind blew the hem of her floral dress. The pattern looked like ripples. The man named Lulinching was carrying a simple fishing rod in a rather proud manner. It seemed that he had really had such a warm and peaceful mortal life before. But his eyes did not linger too much. A folded map between 2 books on the bookshelf next to him caught his attention. He took out the map and spread it out. Fingal leaned over to take a look. A map of this area. Although it's not for this military fortress, it's enough. We have the coordinates here. The next step is to find a way to inform Eva. Why do I feel that this location is a little familiar? Mingfei didn't say anything. His eyes swept back and forth on this small, white-dominated topographic map. Fragments of images kept flashing in his mind. They were from that black Dracmunda City 023 that called himself father and transmitted some of his memories to him before dying. He also realized this: the location marked by the red dot on the map overlapped with the image marked by the huge cross in the memory image. The location he was at now is exactly the second coordinate location he wanted to go to after Black Swan Port. The place that the dragon said that Mingfei needed to take back the missing power and ascend the supreme throne again was here, in this fortress hidden in Nibelungen. His keen senses caught the movement, and he quickly folded the map back to its original position. Finger turned around and walked quickly to the door that had just been opened. He naturally put on a warm smile and said, "Sister, I'm here to help you carry it. Thank you for your hard work." He took 2 heavy-looking iron buckets from Kawengi. "I don't know how much you eat, so I just grabbed 2 buckets from the cafeteria. Come on, eat it while it's hot." Kawengi ran to the kitchen cupboard and took out a large bowl and spoon. When she opened the lid of the iron bucket, the aroma immediately hit her nose. The iron bucket was filled with white rice and beef stewed potatoes, which was at least enough for 50 people. "Thank you, Mom. You worked hard to prepare the food for us." Mingfei expressed his gratitude to his mother in another way, not very skillfully. "Silly son, why are you so serious at home?" Kawengi scolded. "Isn't it natural for a mother to prepare food for her son? Eat quickly, I'll see if I can get some pork and cabbage back later, and we'll make dumplings tomorrow." She scooped up half a basin of rice, and poured several spoonfuls of beef stewed potatoes with thick soup on top. The aroma urged Mingfei's body, which was in urgent need of energy, to eat. The Finger brothers on the side did not forget to show their cultivation and politeness as members of the Legion. Although they were also hungry, they still sat upright and waited for Mingfei's statement. Even though there were many questions, it was already the case, "Let's eat first." The 2 of them didn't look very elegant when eating, and it could be said that they wolfed down the food in a hurry, and their bodies converted the food into energy with amazing efficiency. Mingfei and Finkel were not worried about drugs in the food. The sleeping pills and anesthetics that could knock down elephants would be suppressed by their refined dragon bloodline before they could take effect. As for poison, unless the water used to cook rice and roast potatoes and beef was mercury, arsenic rat poison would not have much effect on a Yaki and a Bronze Throne hybrid. However, the beef did taste a little strange, but it was not a big problem, as long as it could replenish energy. Kawengi, who was watching her son's good appetite, was happy and did not forget to add new rice and beef to their bowls and basins. She asked until the 2 dining buckets were clean. "Are you full? Do you want me to bring you 2 more buckets?" "I'm full, thank you sister for your hospitality." Finkel was satisfied, like a full wild boar. "And I'm full. Thank you, Mom." Mingfei stood up to help clean up the dishes. He wanted to say it can sustain the body for 3 hours of high-intensity combat, but he didn't say it out loud, lest his mother didn't understand and thought she was not full and ran to fetch 2 buckets of food again. "If you are not full, just tell Mom. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. The same goes for classmate Finger. Just treat this place as your home." Kawengi kept talking, but when she heard the sound of the living room door opening, her expression turned slightly cold. She leaned in front of Mingfei and whispered, "Fei, I know you have come here with great effort and have many questions to ask, but just remember, no matter what choice you make, Mom will always support you. Whether you succeed or fail, Mom will always be the place where you can come back and cry." Mingfei was surprised and didn't understand why his mother suddenly said these words, but when he looked up, Kawengi had already walked away with the iron bucket, without even looking at the man who walked into the room. The man smiled helplessly and retracted his outstretched hand. "Hiss, there's a little discord in their relationship." Mingfei heard Finkel muttering in a low voice. The man walked into the dining room, looking back and forth at Mingfei, with a relieved smile on his face. "It's been many years since we last met, Mingfei. You are taller and bigger than me." "Dad." Mingfei nodded to the man in front of him, not like he saluted to his mother before, although there was some difference in treatment. After all, Mingfei believed that his father should be the crime-rich St. Jervis, an irreplaceable person besides the Emperor. The man was much older than the photo in the frame, with grey hair on his temples, wearing thick plastic-framed glasses, and a lot of wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. But unlike the down-and-out intellectual in that real fantasy, who was a somewhat cowardly man who wanted to save money for his son to buy a house, this man looked like an intellectual who had been in a high position for a long time, and his demeanor revealed a hint of majesty. "Hello, Uncle." Finkel greeted politely, completely different from the sweet way he called Jivni sister. "Student Finkel, I've heard of your name at Castle College. Thank you for escorting my son here." Lu Linqing responded with a smile, and then looked at Mingfei again. "It seems that you have a good appetite. Your mother has taken all the food quotas for 70 people in the cafeteria back home in one go. I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. I originally wanted to give you a surprise with a Christmas sleigh, but I didn't expect your situation to be so bad. Your mother was so angry that she almost picked up the wardrobe and hit me on the head. I'm fine, Lu Mingfei said calmly, looking at Lu Linqing. Okay, I know you must have a lot of questions to ask, Lu Linqing sighed helplessly. The warm time with Mom is over, and all that's left for Dad is a serious discussion. He took out a bottle of Scotch whiskey from the refrigerator. Have you learned to drink? It's been almost a year since you went to Castle College. You should have attended parties and drank champagne. Lu Mingfei just nodded. The last time he attended a serious party without blood purification was when he served in the Weepers, and he drank Kalish mixed with blood. He took out 3 glasses of wine and poured them for himself, Lu Mingfei and Finger. After 2 glasses of wine, Lu Linqing exhaled a breath of alcohol. What do you want to ask first? Where is this place? Lu Mingfei also drank a glass, but he felt that the wine was bland and tasteless. Safe haven, this is the last safe haven for mankind, Lu Linqing answered slowly. But it's still peaceful outside. Lu Mingfei frowned. That's because the war has not yet come. Are all out war with the Dragon Clan? Lu Linqing sighed quietly. The Dragon Clan has been silent for tens of thousands of years, and humans know very little about them. More dangerous than those dragons that wake up when the time is right and frantically attack human society are those dragons that hide and live in human society. They disguise themselves as humans and enslave humans in another gentle way. It sounds like evil vampire capitalists. So it seems that the world's richest people are not clean either. Finkel interrupted in a low voice. But at least we have confirmed that Bill Gates is a human being. Lu Linqing was amused. So Kaweni and I have been engaged in this research, looking for those advanced dragons hidden among humans, or even dragon kings. But they're hiding very deeply, and it is difficult to locate them in a huge society of billions of people. His expression became serious again. We built a model to analyze the total amount of social wealth each year, and there is always an invisible black hole in this model that swallows up a lot of wealth. We confirmed that the Dragon Clan took away the wealth, which may be stored in many accounts of major banks in the form of money, or turned into weapons and stockpiled in warehouses. When the wealth of dragons grows and accumulates to a certain extent, it is time for them to declare war on humans. Lu Mingfei and Finkel glanced at each other, and both thought of the Dragon King alien who made the golden holy syrup in City 023 and hid behind the scenes and never appeared. Those real elixirs of immortality are like their carrier leeches, hiding and parasitizing under the skin of the country and greedily sucking the blood of the people. The most difficult thing for humans to defeat is not those things with wings and claws, but the enemies from within. The secret party may be able to deal with some stubborn dragons, but it will never be able to cope with the desires and ignorance of humans themselves. The dragons will first directly split humans and hybrids, then split humans to create chaos, then there will be conflicts between countries, and finally a world war. Hundreds of millions of humans will die, and all countries will overdraw their national strength. Then the dragons will secretly or even openly take over power, run for national leaders or become major warlords in a certain region. At the time, the panicked humans will look forward to the arrival of a savior. Humans are always like this. When they are trapped in water and fire, the first thing they desire is that a powerful existence can come and save them, and the dragons can just disguise themselves as such an existence. With fanatical religion as a curtain, the dragons stepped to the front step by step, re-erected bronze pillars on this land, and the buildings crowned with sacred names were flush with the sky. Dragons took over, and humans worship at them as gods and voluntarily became their slaves. Lu Linqing said in a heavy tone, the world returns to the era of dragons. Then His Majesty the Emperor will show up and smash all these aliens to pieces. Finkel said it subconsciously. Although he didn't recite the Emperor's words or prayers, Finkel listened and read the myth of His Majesty's rise very seriously, saying that it sounded so sacred and so damn cool. The Emperor, His Majesty. Lu Linqing looked puzzled. Lu Mingfei just had this thought in his mind. After all, the Lord of Humanity unified the conflicting terror filled with technological warlords, genetic lunatics, and mutants in this way, and made it the capital of the emerging human empire. No, his thoughts began to jump again. Lu Mingfei reorganized his thoughts and said in a deep voice, so you believe that humans will eventually lose this war, so you've built this safe haven in advance and hide here as the last hope of mankind? Yes, this is the worst plan, but someone has to be prepared. No one who can be here believes that there will be any savior. Lu Linqing nodded. Wait, Finkel's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Lu Linqing belatedly. The doomsday cult that the secret party mentioned? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 321 Questioning. Lu Linqing's eyes suddenly became sharp, staring at Finkel, as if he had not expected such a word to come out of the mouth of a decadent repeater. Doomsday Sect? What Doomsday Sect? Lu Mingfei frowned. To be honest, this name sounds very much like those heretical sects that worship chaos. In Eva's remaining information, there is a mention of such a group of people. They believe that with the awakening of the dragon race, the end of the world is about to come, the world will be destroyed, and the era of dragons or high-level hybrids will be reborn. Humans are powerless to resist and are not worthy at being saved. The behavior of the secret party against the dragon race is just a futile sacrifice. People who believe in this theory leave the secret party. The secret party calls them the Doomsday Sect, considering that their leader seems to be particularly sensitive to a certain world and even has certain PTSD symptoms. Finkel did not dare to say the last sentence also define them as traitors of the secret party. What a bunch of cowards. Lu Mingfei made his evaluation coldly and bluntly, making no secret of his contempt for the so-called Doomsday faction. So this is the core reason why you set up a base here. If the entire planet fell, and this base was used as a fortress and hiding place to preserve the last spark of mankind, then Lu Mingfei might have praised their courage. However, the Earth is still at peace now, and although the methods used by the secret party and Castle Academy to deal with heretics and aliens are a bit childish and immature, they are also actually sacrificing blood and fighting against dragons and Deadpool to protect human peace. However, this group of Doomsday factions have long since hidden and established such a base in the northernmost Nibelungen. Lu Mingfei has witnessed countless mortal gods relying on their iron courage and loyalty to fight against all kinds of horrible monsters in the Dark Galaxy, so it is difficult for him to have a positive evaluation of them. But at least from now on, they are not some heretical cult, traitors who are bewitched by chaos and betrayed humanity. Of course, it is also possible that this is only temporary. Lu Mingfei has already confirmed that there are two demons hiding in this Nibelungen space. This base inhabited by humans may be detonated into the center of a chaotic storm at any time. Lu Linqing was not angry, and his tone was calm. I said that this is the worst plan, and someone has to prepare for the day in advance. Then it's really early to prepare, Lu Mingfei said coldly, and that day will not come. Before the day I will catch those aliens one by one and purify them all. It seems that the old madman Ange has instilled a lot of revenge theories of the war faction in you. Middle school boys of your age are most susceptible to this. Lu Linqing poured himself another glass of whiskey. To be honest, son, you have changed a lot. I almost didn't recognize you. No matter what changes happen, I'm Lu Mingfei. As for whether I am your son, Lu Mingfei finished the bland wine in the glass and stared at Lu Linqing. This is also that question I want to ask you next. On a physiological level, is my body the offspring of you and my mother? What kind of question is this? Are you doubting that you are not the biological child of Giovanni and me? Lu Linqing's face was serious. I'm sorry that you have lost your family's trust in me. Can I think this is the result of the brainwashing of you by the old guy Ange? It's not about Principal Ange. On the contrary, he told me about how you stood by my mother's side despite the difficulties and panic of the secret party leadership before she gave birth, and also told me about the story of my grandfather's grandfather Lucian. Lu Mingfei shook his head. I should have asked him first, but he was seriously injured and was still recovering, so I came here to ask and find the answer. First of all, it's the Delta Plan, a secret plan formulated by the Soviet Union to cultivate reliable super soldiers. The execution base of the plan is located in Black Swan Port. The chief executive scientist John von Herzog tried to study this plan by studying hybrids, and I found a file belonging to me there. I was called Zero in Black Swan Port, and Herzog conducted a lot of genetic experiments on my body. Lu Mingfei recalled the time when he was free in the uninhabited Black Swan Port in that real illusion. At the time, Black Swan Port had not been destroyed, and there were still a lot of complete data files available for reading. But he was not a biological sage. In a pile of complex formula reports composed of numbers and chemical symbols, he chose the easier-to-read file records. The second is my clone. Perhaps because of the special nature of my body, the so-called Dark Lord alien hidden behind the scenes copied my body through the blasphemous technology of cloning. Although I don't know how many clones of me exist, I did destroy one of them. Finally, it was Luming's. In my body resides an unknown spirit that calls me brother after my cousin, but he possesses a powerful force that can influence reality. Before a greater will intervened, this spirit clearly expressed its desire to make a so-called transaction with me. He could fulfill any of my wishes, and the price was a quarter of my soul. According to the narration of a survivor of Black Swan Port, he seemed to be the real Zero, and only his shadow existed in me. As the father of this body, can you give me clear answers to these questions of mine? Lu Linqing stared at the young man in front of him. Some of the concise words he narrated contained huge and explosive information, some sounded like the contents of top-secret files that should be completely destroyed, and some sounded like the second-year speculation of a schizophrenic patient. But the other party was as calm as a piece of steel in the snow, without any emotional fluctuations. Lu Linqing could feel that Lu Mingfei had restrained his powerful aura, which was the aura of a true warrior tempered from the mountains of blood and corpses, from the rain of bullets, from the killing of life and death. It was not something that could be obtained by pretending, acting or self-hypnosis. The room fell into an awkward silence, for Finger, who was curled up in the corner of the chair and eating melon quietly, it was indeed like going to a friend's house to play and his friend was quarreling with his family. This silence lasted for about 4 minutes. Lu Linqing did not answer Lu Mingfei's question, but poured himself one glass of whiskey after another until the bottle was empty. He stood up and walked towards the door without saying a word. If you can't or don't want to answer, then I will find the answer myself. Lu Mingfei looked at his bag calmly. Don't be so anxious, son. Lu Linqing turned around. He looked like he had aged a dozen years in an instant, and exhaled a strong breath of alcohol. Rather than my pale answer, it's better for you to witness the answer with your own eyes. To be honest, this father-son meeting is completely different from the warm scene I imagined before. Okay. Lu Mingfei nodded calmly, as if he didn't hear what Lu Linqing said next. After Lu Linqing left, Lu Mingfei and Finkel were the only ones left in the room. Well, if I have to watch a family drama, I still prefer to watch the kind of family reunion and making dumplings. It's embarrassing that you came all the way here to stage this drama of family conflict, Captain. Finkel complained in a low voice. I'm not here for family reunion, but to find out who I am. Compared with the great ambition and journey of His Majesty the Emperor to save mankind, I shouldn't be bound by family warmth. Lu Mingfei paused, thinking of Cao Wen's caring face. If I were really their child, I would naturally protect them from harm. Then, I mean what if not? Finkel asked tentatively. It is also our duty to protect humans. Instead of caring about my family, you should conserve your energy and prepare for battle, Brother Finkel. I can feel the devil is ready to move. Lu Mingfei walked to the window with a feeling. His eyes were once again stained with golden light. In the snow-covered safe haven outside the window, there was a strange pink light floating in the wind like a slender ribbon. Chapter 322 Cleaner. Lu Linqing returned to his office. Although this office was filled with various documents and materials, and various complex and dizzying numbers, parameters, and graphics were the boring themes here, he felt that this was less stressful than facing his son at home. He took out vodka and a wine glass from the refrigerator in the corner, and continued to drink one glass after another, as if he wanted to use the wine to suppress his uneasiness. Bang! The door of the office was pushed open, and Cao Wen rushed in with a bad look. What's the situation with Mingfei now? Lu Linqing did not answer in a hurry, but drank the wine in the glass and spit out a turbid smell of alcohol. Do you still think he is your son? If he is not my son, then who is my son? Cao Wen's tone rose a few degrees, and he was obviously a little excited and angry. Stop lying to yourself, Winnie. Lu Linqing said in a low voice. At this time last year, you read his report and were still worried that he would become depressed or even suicidal because the whole school knew that he had a crush on a female classmate. Now look at him, calm, cold, and sharp. He came here without changing his expression and asked me about what he has noticed and investigated. Do you still think he is the child who needs his mother's care and longs for family warmth? The mother-playing game is over, Winnie. What are you going to do with him? Cao Wen asked coldly. I have submitted the final solution to the committee. Since he has realized his own uniqueness, I will give him the answer to the problem and let him face his true self. Lu Linqing poured himself a drink. Before that, comfort him first and let him relax as much as possible. Cao Wen lowered her head, clenched her fist tightly, and said in a deep voice. He has just become more mature and calm. He is still a good boy. It's not up to you. Are you afraid of him, Lu Linqing? From the moment you saw him, you became very uneasy. She raised her head and stared into the man's eyes. Why are you afraid of your son? That's because I'm not like you, affected and dominated by meaningless emotions. Lu Linqing paused slightly, and drank another glass of vodka. I know where he comes from better than anyone else. This is related to the safety of the entire safe haven and even the whole world. You weren't like this before. Cowan hadn't finished speaking when a slim figure walked into the room, and her face suddenly became uglier. All members of the committee agreed to implement the plan and opened access to the final sanctuary. The young woman in a white shirt and black skirt reported in a soft voice. Thank you for your hard work, Natasha. Lu Linqing seemed drunk, his eyes a little blurry. Cowie and I turned and left without saying a word. Lu Linqing added behind her, don't do anything that will cause trouble, but she seemed not to hear it. The young assistant named Natasha gently closed the office door behind him. She said I was afraid. Why would I be afraid? Lu Linqing looked at the corner of the desk where the documents were piled up. There was a photo frame there. The photo was of their family of 3, the same photo in the photo frame at home. Although this photo was synthesized, he still remembered the time, pretending to be a down-and-out intellectual and living with Cowie and I in that inconspicuous small city, being the ordinary but precious parents in the eyes of the child. Sometimes he would lose his composure. When his child was in elementary school, other parents would brag about how well off their families were, what nice cars they drove to pick up their children, and what they bought for their children. At this time, he was so impulsive that he wanted to throw away his disguise and show his dazzling identity as an elite of Castle College. Everything they said was insignificant. But he couldn't, so he could only continue to pretend to be a down-and-out researcher to comfort the depressed child who had poor grades and doubted his life, and buy 2 grilled hot dogs to eat on the way home. The woman who shone like a gem in the world unknown to the child was busy cooking for them at home wearing $5 street stall slippers. For a moment, Lu Linqing's eyes briefly regained some brightness. Cowan was right. Why was he afraid of his son? Isn't it what every parent wants to see, that the originally cowardly and timid child grows up to be strong and reliable? He wanted to get up and go home to apologize to the child who had become a little strange, saying that Dad loves you too, but Natasha gently pushed him back to his seat, and his eyes became blurred again. Looking at the young, beautiful and charming assistant in front of him, the most primitive instinctive desire of human beings turned into a flame rising from his heart, burning everything he had thought of before into ashes. Natasha stroked his face and said tenderly with affection, "You need to relax a little, Secretary General." This is the woman arranged by the committee to be by his side, aiming to combine excellent genes with each other to reproduce more excellent offspring. This is particularly important in this small world that has to fight against the end of the world and is isolated from the outside world for thousands of years and is self-sufficient. Lu Linqing is very clear about this. Cowan is his most important woman. Natasha is just an insignificant little lugger to him. Pure physical contact cannot change this. The flame of desire burned more and more vigorously. Lu Linqing's eyes were stained with a blood pink. He panted and hugged Natasha on the desk, roughly tearing off her shirt and black hip skirt. The beautiful assistant secretary had an inexplicable smile on her lips and took the initiative to cater to him. The computer is a local area network, and it can't establish a link with the outside world. I don't know how they receive information from the outside world. I'll try to see if I can hack into the system, but it will take a long time. Finkel was not idle, fiddling with the computer in the room, crackling on the keyboard. Mingfei sat on the sofa, gathering his strength. At this moment, the doors opened with a bang, and Finkel hurriedly switched to the game interface. This computer actually had Mingfei's favorite game StarCraft installed. Cowan immediately glanced around after entering the room, and was relieved when she saw Mingfei was still there. She closed the door with a serious look. "What happened, Mom?" Mingfei asked calmly. His eyes moved to the window, and for a moment, gold dyed his pupils. "Hurry up and get ready. I have to take you away from here. The farther the better." Giovanni took out a black leather suitcase from the storage cabinet, entered the password and opened the box. Inside was a rough heavy pistol, the Python revolver produced by Colt in 1990. There were 2 neat rows of fiery red bullets arranged in a groove under the barrel. "I don't plan to leave, Mom. I came here to find the answer." Mingfei held down his mother's slightly trembling hand, "And if something wants to hurt you, it has to go through me or the Fingal brothers first. Don't care about the answer, this is not a good place. Your dad is a complete waste and unreliable." Cowan said angrily, "The brat has been in Castle for less than a year and you're already so awesome, right? Let me go." Only then did she realize that her son was surprisingly strong and she couldn't break free. In desperation, she could only look at her son with a calm face and said submissively, Okay, my dear son, ask whatever you want to ask, and then we'll get out of here. Mingfei succinctly repeated the questions he had faced Lu Linqing before, and Cowan's expression changed from impatience at the beginning to unbelievable shock. Did you find out this by yourself? Or did Ange give you some clues? So, Mom, can you give me the answer? Why do you care about these things? You just need to know that I love you and you are my proudest son. Cowan was angry again. This is very important to me. I need to understand the origin of my body and the relationship with Lumix. Mingfei shook his head, not agreeing with this answer. Okay, I'll tell you what you want to know, but I don't know much. Cowan seemed to be a little overwhelmed. The Lumix you mentioned is actually an unidentified species with powerful power suspected to be a Dragon King. He was seriously injured and captured by us, and was sealed in this safe haven base. This Niblungum was built around him. When your mother gave birth to you, you were in this damn place. It might be because your father played a major role in the process of capturing him, so he held a grudge and parasitized in your body through a supernatural power that humans cannot understand, hoping that one day he could occupy your body and become the new owner. Therefore, some of his own memories also had some influence on you, so you mistakenly believed that you would be him and had experienced certain things from his perspective. I've said everything I know, can you let go, my dear son? Mingfei listened silently, turned his head to look at Finkel who was also listening to the show. Why do I feel that this plot is a bit familiar? Finkel also heard something wrong and scratched his head with a suspicious look on his face. Does the species sealed here have 9 tails? A phone rang in the office. Lu Linqing briefly left the white and delicate body on the table, picked up the glasses on the ground, stepped on the scattered documents, walked to the corner of the room and listened to the phone covered with a layer of dust. He picked up the receiver and put it to his ear, but just kept silent. I haven't contacted you for decades, but I interrupted you at this time. I'm really sorry. The man on the other end of the phone said. So, he was sent here specifically because you leaked the news? Lu Linqing said. Yeah, the man sighed. After all, someone has to come and count and clean up the assets of the bankrupt company. Believe me, there is absolutely no one more suitable than your son. Behind Lu Linqing, Natasha, with her perfect naked body, sat up from the table, her eyes filled with blood pink, as if she wanted to see through the true face of the person on the other end of the phone. Chapter 323 The World's Largest Alien, Happy New Year. Mingfei naturally didn't believe his mother's flawed explanation. He shook his head and refused to follow Cowan. Why don't you listen, you little brat? Cowan immediately got angry, a gleam of fierceness flashed in her eyes, and her palm quickly pulled out the Python revolver from the box like a soft snake that popped out quickly. With her rest-level skills and powerful combo skills, she was confident that she could subdue and knock out Mingfei and Finger, and forcibly take Mingfei away. As for the latter, I'm sorry, tracking one person away from here is already the limit. But the first part of the combo was declared over. Cowan opened her hands blankly, and the rough Python revolver was in her son's hand without knowing when. He looked at the Python with one hand and grabbed his wrist that was attacking his neck with the other hand, his face calm and calm. Don't be impulsive, Mom, it's okay. Mingfei put the Python back into the groove, and at the same time let go of his mother's wrist, gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. Cowan was still a little confused, and seemed to be still thinking about when Mingfei took the gun from her hand. Suddenly, the door opened, and Lu Linqing, who was dressed neatly, stood at the door. He looked around the room and smiled elegantly like a concierge. Are you ready to see your true face, kid? Finger, who was originally laughing at the back, suddenly changed his face. His eyes dyed with bright gold and took a step forward, but was stopped by Mingfei. Finger was immediately puzzled. Lu Linqing, what the hell do you want to do? Cowan came back to her senses, and her anger overwhelmed her confusion. She pulled out the Python again and aimed it at Lu Linqing, who was standing at the door without hesitation. She pulled the trigger. Of course, she didn't aim directly at the other person's head, but deliberately shot off to intimidate, but at this time she was shocked to find that the bullets in the drum had been taken out by Mingfei just now. Stay here and protect her, brother Finger. Mingfei pressed down the wrist of Cowan holding the gun, stood up and walked towards his smiling father without looking back. The other party made a pleased gesture gracefully, but he ignored it and gently closed the door after walking out of the door. Let's go, I will take you to visit the final sanctuary, and your good friend Lumix is waiting for you there. Lu Linqing took Lu Mingfei to walk in the courtyard of this safe haven, just like a walk between father and son after dinner, but there were no other pedestrians in the wind and snow except them. Only the lights in the Khrushchev buildings proved that this place was not a dead city. The two walked into a small iron house in the center of the courtyard. It was an elevator entrance. Lu Linqing passed all the verifications with ease and pressed the electronic button on the bottom floor. The Doomsday faction has set up the headquarters, equipment layer, refuge layer, and ecological layer underground. If there is a chance, I can take you. The elevator began to sink slowly, and Lu Linqing introduced it enthusiastically. But before he could finish his words, his jaw was suddenly strangled by a hand stretched out from behind him, and another hand pressed on the back of his head. There was a clear sound of bone breaking that made people's teeth soften. Lu Linqing's head was twisted 180 degrees, facing Lu Mingfei behind him, with his eyes shining with dazzling golden light and his face full of indifference and disgust. Even if this kind of injury does not cause death on the spot, it will at least cause symptoms such as the body falling to the ground uncontrollably and breathing stopping. However, Lu Linqing still maintained his balance and stood upright, with an elegant smile on his face and said, "Hectares, I almost thought I could really fool you. When did you recognize me? The Finkel brothers could recognize me at a glance. Do you think you can still fool me?" Lu Mingfei said indifferently. The bionic skin tissue of the metal prosthesis on his left arm split apart, and the hideous grenade barrel popped out from the alchemical muscle bundle. "I just don't want my mother to be too scared. After all, you disguised yourself as him. I didn't expect that you could survive under the burning wrath of the Emperor, devil." His voice was low, and the hot grenade barrel was against Lu Linqing's forehead. "After all, I'm the only soul fighting against the cursed, so I must leave myself a chance." Before Lu Linqing finished speaking, Lu Mingfei had already stuck the barrel of the bolt gun into his mouth. With a muffled sound, a bright red liquid mixed with a little white spurted out from the back of his head, staining the entire elevator door behind him red. "All you do is destroy this body, and my origin is no longer here." Lu Linqing grinned. Although he had lost more than half of his head from the side, he could still speak clearly. "I don't plan to corrupt you, a stinking stone. This is Nibelungen, belonging to the I subspace. The power of the one you worship, your physique, and your stubborn thoughts can now make you immune to any chaos corruption. So you see, I'm not very considerate and have a good service attitude to lead you the way." Lu Mingfei pulled the bloody barrel of the bolt gun out of Lu Linqing's mouth indifferently, and then shot him in the head again. The ever-changing Demon King Truth Weaver Toilos now only has one mouth left, but he is still chattering. "This world is too boring. As long as, cough cough, is here, any of my plans will fall into a rut and be doomed to failure. So I changed my mind. I will follow that plan of the one you worship and believe in to send you all back and bring more to other chaos gods." "Where is the real Lu Linqing?" Lu Mingfei asked coldly. "He is very good now. Under the training of Ship Era, he should become an excellent." Perhaps it was because the elevator reached the end, or perhaps it was because he sensed the reason in Lu Mingfei's hand that was transformed from the sword emblem ring. The demon abandoned the connection with this body without most of its head, and lost support before he finished speaking, and fell straight on the elevator door stained with large pieces of blood and broken flesh and bones. He couldn't believe a word of the demon's words. Lu Mingfei erased everything the demon said from his mind and walked out of the elevator holding the giant blade with fine dragon teeth. The space in front of him was huge and high, with chaotic but weak elemental turbulence rushing back and forth here, carrying high concentrations of mercury vapor. The deep red light of unknown origin failed to penetrate these milky white deadly vapors, but the brightest light source was the large alchemical matrix under his feet, with dark blue mercury flowing in the matrix. The final sanctuary mentioned by the devil was here, filled with elements that were deadly to dragons. These mercuries flowed in and out of the huge circular mercury pool in the center of the matrix under the traction or design of unknown forces. It was unknown whether the alchemical matrix generated heat or the mercury pool was heated by special equipment. It seemed to be slightly boiling and bubbling. Milky white mercury vapor was ejected from different nozzles, as if hundreds of giant whales were breathing under the matrix. Black velvet thorns drilled out from the pores of the skin and quickly expanded into scales combined into a body armor. Lu Mingfei used this as a protective suit to protect himself from the erosion of mercury vapor. He dragged his reason forward and walked onto the metal bridge covered with mercury spots, approaching the center of the matrix. There stood 4 broken bronze pillars, which seemed to be the load-bearing pillars of a magnificent dragon building. They should have been soaked in mercury before, and were now hoisted up for Mingfei's visit, but there was no rust on their surface, revealing a faint glow of red gold, and covered with various incomprehensible totems and runes. Each copper pillar was dragged by a red gold chain, hanging a pale human figure in the center, with a twisted dark golden spear inserted in the chest of the human figure. He had been soaking in the mercury pool for an unknown period of time, and the mercury had penetrated deeply into his skin, so he was a strange grey-white color, as if he was carved out of limestone. Mingfei stared at the grey-white human figure, and suddenly his heart ached for no reason. He frowned. This was not from his emotional senses, it was more like some unknown connection between them. The figure hanging there with a spear through his chest was Mingfei. His drooping, childish face had turned grey due to the corrosion of mercury, but he still looked very similar to the boy in the exquisite suit. He was also somewhat similar to himself. "Brother, you are so cold. I thought you would at least cry." A resentful voice sounded in this strange and deadly space. Mingfei subconsciously swung his sword in the direction of the voice, but stopped when he saw that the person who spoke was a boy in a suit. It was Mingfei. Wasn't he the one hanging there? Mingfei looked back and forth between him and the pale figure hanging in the middle, not quite understanding the relationship between them. "So, what's going on?" Mingfei asked in a deep voice, his voice coming from behind that dark bull mask. "Who are you?" "I am him." Mingfei had two irregular lines under his eyes, as if he had shed blood and tears not long ago, but he smiled and pointed at the pale figure and said, "I'm also your brother, brother. Speak human language. I didn't come here to listen to your riddles." Mingfei frowned. He hated the other party's riddle behavior. At the same time, he noticed a faint golden light flowing from the other party, which was the same source as him, the sacred power from His Majesty the Emperor. Obviously, this power protected Mingfei. Okay, Mingfei spread his hands helplessly. "Before I start telling the story, I want to ask, what is your attitude towards the Dragon clan now? Although there are special cases like the alchemist sergeant, it does not prevent them from being dangerous aliens with the tendency to destroy humans. At the same time, their bodies can also become containers for the arrival of demons. After showing danger, it is best to purify and destroy them on the spot." Mingfei answered without hesitation. "Then, what if I say that you are the biggest alien in the world?" Mingfei stared at him with a sly smile on his lips, as if looking forward to his next reaction. "In the new year, I wish all the fighting brothers to gather the four blessings of the God of War's perseverance and courage, the God of Life's healthy body, the God of Love's perfect love, and the God of Wisdom's smart strategy. At the same time, I am very grateful to all the fighting brothers for their support for this book. Woohoo, I will continue to write, surgery, crushing Herzog to ashes, rushing to terror, meeting the 13th Prince, there will be." Chapter 324. Black King Trinity. "Oh. So I am the Black King of the Dragon Clan." Mingfei's face was covered with a dark bull mask. Although his face could not be seen, from his calm tone, it could be seen that Mingfei's words did not cause him too much trouble. "Brother, you are much calmer than I thought." Mingfei's eyes widened. "I have made an assumption before. If I were a dragon, how would I react? What would it be?" Mingfei was curious. "Nothing will happen. I'm Mingfei. I used to be cowardly, but now I am unyielding. I fight for the Empire and humanity. I will not change because I am not human," Mingfei said calmly, "so I came here to witness this and help you out. You just faced your true nature lightly. I thought you would escape. The last time I escaped was 127 years ago. After the noble warrior named Kartos fell in front of me, I collapsed and blamed myself for a while," Mingfei said. "Escape cannot change the existence of facts. The four first-generation kings are special twins who each control power and force. Is the Black King, the ancestor of the aliens, the same? You and I control power and force respectively. The so-called deal you mentioned before is to gradually take over my part of the power so that the two can be combined into one?" Mingfei expressed his guess. "Yes, but not right." Mingfei smiled meaningfully. Mingfei took a deep breath, and the golden eyes behind the mask swept towards Mingfei, and his rational hands clenched visibly. Ahem, to be precise, the power structure of the ancestral species of Black King is divided into 3 parts. Mingfei moved his fingers and drew a standard equilateral triangle in the milky white toxic mercury vapor. "Before we start discussing this topic, please put down the coffin lids of biological scientists such as Darwin, Lamarck, and Watson, because the birth and evolution of the Black King are difficult to understand with the current human evolution theory. Because it is the embodiment of the will of the planet. In other words, it is the embodiment of the will of the planet under your feet. Oh, anyway, you just need to know that the Black King was pulled out by the Earth. Lumens waved his hand, not wanting to dwell on this topic. The newly born Black King has 3 persons, just like the Trinity theory of the Bible's understanding of the nature of God. The Father created the world, the Father saved mankind through the Son, and the Father is with his believers and the Church through the Holy Spirit. Of course, I'm just using a metaphor. Please don't debate with me about religious beliefs, and don't purify and kill me as a heretic. Go on. Mingfei just listened quietly. These 3 persons are like these sides and angles, forming the triangle of the Black King. The side of Holy Father is at the top of the triangle. He gave birth to his own offspring and founded a great country. The person of Holy Son allows him to fulfill the responsibility of the planet and allow all species on Earth to coexist peacefully. The power of Holy Spirit maintains everything in this country and establishes the illusory Great Library in another dimension. Lumens pointed to the triangle he drew and gave Mingfei the simplest and easiest explanation possible. In the prosperous kingdom of God at the time, the dragons and humans lived in peace and progressed hand in hand. If a few decades had passed, it would not have been impossible for the 5 modernizations to take over, for example, or for setting foot on the Sea of Stars. Later, the Holy Father wanted to completely occupy this supreme triangle and take back all the power of the other 2 corners, just like the first generation of kings. Only when one side devours the other can it become more complete, so the first betrayal happened. Lumens' face darkened. Then the Father succeeded. With the help of his first 4 offspring, he stripped the Son and Holy Spirit from his body. The inside of the triangle in the milky white poisonous mist was stained black, symbolizing the complete unification of power. The Black Supreme was born. He became extremely violent and killed the 4 offspring who helped him unify the power. He used his supreme power to erase all species' memories of the past. No one would remember the peaceful kingdom of God before, and even he himself had forgotten the existence of the other 2 persons. He instilled the concept of dragon supremacy in all his offspring. The humans who had been peacefully advancing together all became slaves of the dragon clan. The originally enlightened and progressive country became stagnant. The first generation of species divided up their new territories and established new countries and families. He redistributed the authority of the 4 elements of fire, wind, earth and water, and deliberately divided the authority into 2 different parts, power and force, and gave them to 4 groups of twins. This way, no matter whether the twins hate or love each other, it will not be easy to unify the authority and force, and the difficulty of betraying him will be greatly increased. As a result, after the White King led 1/3 of the Dragon Clan to launch a rebellion, his 8 children who had obtained power united to launch another betrayal, killing the severely injured Black Supreme with a black knife carrying death. Afterwards, the Dragon Clan, which was also severely injured because of this rebellion that implicated the entire clan, was also expelled and suppressed by the united humans, thus entering an era with humans as the main body. So, you and I are those 2 persons? Mingfei asked. No, there is only one. Lumens shook his head, his smile turned sad. After the 2 personalities were stripped and materialized, one of them had to divide the other to merge into one to preserve the power so that both personalities would not completely dissipate. Mingfei frowned. After a historical narration, the question returned to the beginning, what is his own identity? Don't worry, the story continues. Lumens saw Mingfei's thoughts. The camera came to the only remaining personality. Although it was stripped, he also took away some of the power from the Black King, but because of excessive weakness, he slept for thousands of years, until more than 20 years ago, he was captured by Dr. John von Herzog as the Zero experiment for research. He thought that his wisdom was superior to the entire human species, but he was so stupid that he only thought that I was a human with high purity dragon blood in my body. But the good times did not last long. Lumens' eyes were stained with dazzling golden light, and the ferocious vertical pupils represented the hunter at the top of the food chain. His descendants who have not yet died out noticed my existence. Descendants. Mingfei felt something in his heart, and looked back at the pale human figure hanging in the middle of the 4 bronze pillars, and the black, twisted spear nailed on it. It seemed familiar. The Black Supreme will not be killed so easily by them. He is the embodiment of the will of the planet. Even if he dies, the Earth will hatch him again, but it will take a long time. When the Black Supreme wakes up again, it will be the time to settle accounts with the traitors. The descendants who killed him were afraid of the coming settlement, and wanted to tap into the power of his resistance, so the descendants noticed me. I don't know why the Supreme erased all the previous history and where he learned about my existence, but after the explosion of Black Swan Port, he personally went out to encircle and capture me, nailed me here with a spear called Kumyunir, built this Niblungeon around me, and let some people leave the secret party and become the so-called Doomsday Party. Then the rest of the story is up to you, brother. But it won't be long. Lumens looked at Mingfei, who just looked at him calmly. At the time, this place was not a safe haven or the last settlement of mankind. It was an experimental field. The offspring who held one of the powers used his alchemical technology to try to copy me in order to tap into the power of the personality, in words you can understand, that is cloning technology, which is far ahead of the biotechnology that humans could master at the time. At the beginning, it all ended in failure. The babies cloned through genes were all growing zombies, until I deliberately gave a trace of power to the next cloned genetic embryo, and the loud cry of the baby caught his attention. Originally, I thought he would use alchemical means to decompose the baby and extract the power, but I didn't expect that he had a deep understanding of the history of personality. He made a bold decision to let you grow up and live like a normal human baby, trying to cultivate or awaken the gentle personality power of the Son of God or Holy Spirit and usurp and fight against the Black Supreme who will awaken in the future. So I am the clone, Mingfei nodded. This can also explain why there is half of my own body in Sitio 23. Yeah, so I decided to bet with him, betting that your body can become a new container for me in the future, and escape from this damn mercury pool. Lumen shrugged, but now it seems that it is not a failure, at least I can escape. How is it? Are you sad because you are not your mother's child? No, Mingfei replied indifferently, but at least I can feel that my mother really cares about me. Yeah, that silly woman, she really treats you as her own son. Lumen sighed. Then why do you call me brother? It's fun, it's easy to say, so that I can appear weaker so that you can believe it and deceive your feelings. And in a sense, we're indeed related by blood. His answer was quite straightforward. Does Principal Ange know about these things? He knows a little, but not a lot. I told him that you are all summoned. I can help you kill all the dragons. He believed it and kept watching you secretly. After you showed your strength, he immediately pulled you into Castle Academy. Then your performance this year made him believe it, but I didn't expect that old madman to fall first. Fortunately, he didn't die. Lumen shrugged. What is your relationship with His Majesty the Emperor? Are you jealous? Your question is very weird, Lumen said with a strange smile, and when he saw Mingfei's clenched fist, he said seriously, it's a cooperative relationship. The old man rescued me and kept me safe. I was a traitor and helped him ride a horse, sit on the throne of this world. It's better than hanging bacon here, or being made into a self-defense device by the pink big devil. At least I can play with my mobile phone while sitting and put your game console in front of me, right? What a mess. Mingfei was dissatisfied with Lumen's disrespectful and blasphemous words, but suddenly he remembered something and subconsciously looked up at the ceiling. Devil. If the Lord of Change, Dwelperos, is here, that means that the Slunch Demon, most likely a great demon at the level of the Secret Keeper, is also here. Chapter 325. Slunch Pollution. This is Secretary General Lu Linqing. After the committee's research and decision, we now officially declare that the Ark's Rule 0 is officially invalid. A noble and powerful being has sheltered us. The dragon race is no longer a threat to us. Under his leadership, the Ark will become the most perfect and prosperous country in human history. This will also be your paradise. All management regulations during the implementation of Regulation 0 will be invalidated. Every citizen of Ark City will no longer be bound by the rules. The Noble Supreme allows you to indulge in desires that are suppressed under high pressure, enjoy real and delicious food, and boldly pursue the women or men you like, and explore the wonderful excitement and pleasure with him or her. You no longer need to work and labor. All you have to do is embrace hunger and thirst. Whoever can explore the excitement of indulging desires first will get the favor of the Supreme. Finkel didn't want to listen anymore, picked up a chair and smashed the loudspeaker in the corner of the living room, and commented. This speech is far less powerful than that of the great commander of hell. Lu Linqing, what is he doing? How could the committee issue such an outrageous order? Cowingly, who was worried about her son's safety and wanted to rush out with a revolver despite Finkel's obstruction and persuasion, changed her expression. She rushed into the room and switched the computer from StarCraft back to the local area network of this safe haven. She quickly entered the password to went to the main control page one by one, wanting to find out what was going on, but she didn't get any answer. This included the Ark main control station, which was supposed to be manned 24 hours a day. After the connection was made, all that was heard was the unbearable sounds of men and women having sex. What exactly happened? Kawani felt a chill on her back. The people living in the Ark had received knowledge education. Even if the order issued by the committee, they would distinguish whether it was reasonable. It was impossible for them to directly obey such an outrageous order. The next second, she noticed a sweet fragrance, as if the pipes that transported heating to every household in the safe haven were mixed with perfume. Just taking 2 sips made her feel hot all over, and the primitive desires of human beings were being aroused by it. She immediately realized that the aroma was not right, and hurriedly dug out 2 gas masks from the drawer beside her, but when she put them on, she found that she could still smell the seductive smell. This is not a simple aphrodisiac gas, it is the polluting power of the devil. Finkel stopped laughing and looked out the window with a serious expression. Even in the ice and snow outside at -20 degrees, there were people doing primitive sports while inflicting wounds on each other to explore more crazy sensory stimulation. If you use the power of the Emperor to take a closer look, you will find that the outside is already filled with blasphemous and unknown pink mist. Demon? What demon? Kawani was puzzled. Do you have the authority to use the broadcasting system just now? First, quickly notify the half-bloods who are still sober here. It is best to lock yourself in the house immediately and not be affected by this power. Finkel urged Kawani. Although he smashed the speakers in the room, the aroma in the room has become stronger. Hybrids? What about ordinary people? Hybrids only make up half of the population of the Ark. The other half are all ordinary people. Giovanni quickly typed on the keyboard, inputting the password key to enter the Ark's broadcast communication channel, trying to stay rational and calm. Then you have to be prepared for the sinking of the Ark. Even if hybrids have a natural resistance to this kind of power, the manifestation of this power is the most primitive desire instinct of human beings. I'm not sure whether the half-bloods can resist it. Finkel shook his head. This is Minister Giovanni. All citizens of the Ark, please pay attention, don't believe the notice just issued. That's a lie. Please stay awake and find a safe place to wait for rescue. Repeat, this is Minister Giovanni. Giovanni repeated the notice 4 times in a row before switching to the next broadcast channel. Finkel watched quietly. His first priority now is to protect Giovanni. I have sent out a distress signal to the outside world, hoping that the secret party or other forces can receive the coordinates here. Kawani set the distress signal setting to continuous sending, rushed out of the living room and picked up the weapon bag. Let's go. While we are not affected now, we must quickly find Mingfei and take him away from here. I hope Lu Linqing didn't take him somewhere else. Captain Lu will be fine, don't worry. On the contrary, he is the most powerful rescue force you can rely on now. Finkel shook his head. It's safer for you to stay here. I have to find that culprit who caused all this. No. I have to see my son. The brat has grown up and regards his mother as a burden. I have to find Lu Linqing and smash this idiot's head. Kawani said viciously. Looking at this middle-aged woman holding a Python revolver and with a girlish heroic spirit between her eyebrows, Finkel thought that when this mother was young at Castle College, she must have been the kind of person who had pursued her, both men and women, from the school gate to the Hall of Heroes, but she didn't know what they would face next. Even Finkel himself didn't know, but at least one thing was certain. Kawani's understanding of the world would be completely overturned. Closing the door and going downstairs, Kawani forcibly ignored the men and women or men and men lying on the ground in the cold wind and snow. She originally tried to stop them, but when she saw their eyes filled with strange pink mist and they were crazy trying to pull her to join them, Finkel had already kicked them out and fell in the distance, life or death unknown. Since the order was issued by Lu Linqing, let's go find him. Mingfei might be with him. Kawani took a deep breath of the cold and sweet air and ran quickly in the direction of Lu Linqing's office. This Niblung space has changed. The ubiquitous sounds of mating and screaming mixed with various unknown whispers are like being magnified countless times and echoing in her ears, stimulating her senses. Fingal followed closely behind her, guarding against possible attacks. The above-ground part of the safe haven ark has fallen into chaos. Every human being they meet is overwhelmed by desire, including the hybrids. They are stimulated and vent their desires on the boys or girls they like without scruples. The pollution from chaos is lurking underneath, and it is unclear what impact it will have on them in the future. The underground part is probably not much better. In other words, this safe haven has now changed from a strict military fortress to a chaotic super-large silver party scene. Secretary Lu's office building is quite impressive. Finkel whispered, "Henshine." Even now he had not forgotten the slogan before the transformation. Now the most significant change appeared in front of him and Giovanni. The Khrushchev building, which was supposed to be in the same style as other buildings, had disappeared. The visible materialized energy and that terrifying bright red living flesh and blood tissue were intertwined and combined to engulf the original building to form a new palace wall. A flesh and blood palace mixed with weird, bloody, heavy, beautiful and other elements stood here, and an overwhelming strong fragrance came to the nose. As if noticing the arrival of the guest, densely packed eyes opened from the flesh and blood palace wall. They blinked strangely, rustling like the tide, looking down at Finkel and Giovanni. Giovanni looked at the scene in front of him in horror. Compared with it, even Finkel's ferocious and majestic highly dragonized was not so scary. It's still not too late to turn around and leave now, Finkel's deep voice came from behind that dark bull mask. He stood in front of Kawingni, and the tall and majestic dragon-scale armor was flowing with golden light. The alchemical weapon formerly named Greed and now named Generosity stretched out its alchemical field, transforming from a sword emblem ring to an English broadsword 1.8 meters long, with a molten red light wrapped around the sword body. I can't guarantee that I can protect your safety inside, and I can't bear the anger of Grand Commander Mingfei if something happens to you. However, at this moment, the door of the flesh and blood palace in front of them suddenly opened, as if there were bells and drums ringing, echoing the sharp screams of harps, composing a discordant movement of ecstasy and sorrow. Kawini's pupils expanded rapidly, and she saw the scene on the beautiful stage in the flesh and blood palace. Lu Linqing didn't know how much time had passed. In this space, the passage of time seemed to be meaningless. He looked up, his eyes dull as he stared at the densely packed arms and legs on the ceiling, which were moving like the wind blowing through the grass, allowing himself to be manipulated by Natasha. He couldn't remember how many times this had happened. In the sweet music that seemed to never stop, dozens of pink seductive succubi danced tirelessly around him. Natasha hugged him tightly and kissed him, and her tongue, like a blade, scraped off a thin layer of flesh every time it licked. The status was reversed. Natasha, who he regarded as a lover's plaything, now regarded him as a plaything. The manipulation of nerves became an instinctive pursuit of desire. Natasha's frequent contact and penetration with him had almost shattered Lu Linqing's reason. Every time his body alerted him to painfully realize the truth, Natasha's loving, charming and seductive female voice made him sink again. All kinds of sweet words and tenderness constantly made him happy physically and mentally, just like stimulants constantly injected into his body. Every blood circulation would bring him unimaginable bliss. Lu Linqing's body twitched and spasmed, and he almost unconsciously sprayed a large amount of body fluids. Let's stay together like this forever. Secretary Lu Mingfei's father Natasha used her 4 soft arms to caress him, as if giving him wonderful bliss. Lu Linqing gasped, his face was happy and intoxicated, and he took the initiative to hug Natasha's solid and strong, yet soft chest. The moment his face was close to Natasha's naked body, the blood deep in his body once again warned him to blend his remaining rationality to face reality, and he opened his eyes, but this time, Natasha no longer used that seductive and gentle female voice to comfort him. Maybe she did it on purpose. Lu Linqing's originally happy and intoxicated expression turned pale and distorted in an instant, and his body felt cold as if he had fallen into an eternal ice cave. He saw his most beloved and important woman, and saw the expression on her face. The humiliation and shame of impotence surged into his heart, as well as the pain of losing everything. "Winnie, don't look at me," he cried. "Go away." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.